I'm straight up fucking. I'm coming.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm
Oh,
no,
give
everybody
me.
else, shut up. Everybody shut up. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Every time Stardust came in the room this last week, everybody starts over talking her. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest. Maybe I just want to sit here and hear the sweet, sweet tones of a woman talking to me. Maybe I just want to hear that. Maybe. What about y'all? Maybe?
I feel good to me.
I mean, it's better than hearing you talk.
Exactly.
Wow.
No.
I appreciate that, CTV, but that's okay. I don't have any topics yet. So how are you guys doing?
May I apologize for my
I actually went on
dysfunction.
Tonight I actually went on Politically Provoked and debated debated a groiper.
Oh, that's exciting. Which one?
Kai.
Kai. I don't think I know him.
Kai.
What'd you guys debate about?
UBI.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. He kept trying to weasel his way out of a more authoritarian government to justify his ends. I even called him a fascist at one point.
CTV calling somebody a fascist. That's something I'd like to see. I have to watch that. So.
Ouch.
No. Yeah. I mean that in a good way. You know, that's something that other people throw around very easily. Not CTV.
Yeah, and as soon as I said it, he goes, "Oh, now you're just sounding like one of them Twitch leftists." And I'm like, "Bro, whenever you're trying to control like who's in your society along religious lines, right? Because you want to lock the rest of them up in jail or whatever the fuck else you want to do with them. Guess what? That's fashy fucking behavior, bro. I don't know what to tell you."
Yeah.
Damn straight, it is.
Yeah.
I don't know, what was your position on UBI then?
Oh, if you really want to have a UBI, it's got to be because the government is taxing the labor of robots. And I don't mean like it replaces, like you've got a touch screen out there that replaces half of the job that the cashier is doing because her ass is still pouring drinks or getting fries or, getting the fucking Sunday or taking a drive-through order or whatever the case is because they've got the touch screen in the waiting room, right? I mean like the robot goes out and picks the strawberries or picks the fucking whatever it is in the field, right? Or does the actual fucking labor that a human being would doing, and you tax that and essentially turn the slaves into robots or turn the robots into slaves. Beyond that, UBI is not really possible because it's just not going to have you're not going to have a way to be able to pay for it, right? Because regardless, it's a government subsidy and you're going to have to collect taxes for it. And, with $26 trillion in debt that we're in right now, I don't know. Does anybody look at that number and go, maybe we should do something about that? Or you just go, well, fuck it, just keep running the number up. Eventually they'll fucking,
that has been long gone.
By the way, Tipster says hello. Do you know Tipster?
We're not getting out of this debt anytime soon. Unless there's a complete reset, and I'm not talking about like the Great Reset or anything like that, but monetary reset. And I agree. I mean, UBI sounds just terrible to me. Just sounds like a disincentive to work. It's like, does everybody think that they're going to be artists and writers and YouTube streamers?
Oh.
And, just running their lives?
I didn't realize. Sorry, Tipster. I can't remember who knows who. I'm glad that you guys know each other then.
At the end of this UBI rainbow, it's not going to happen. There's going to be people that want to be successful and people that don't. And it's just not going to work the way that people like to think it is.
When this guy gets done talking, I'll tell him.
And make money just not.
But this guy is
we're not at that
talking.
technological level at this point.
CTV, Tipster says hello.
Well, hello, Tipster. How do I know Tipster?
He was on Chaos Cast with you.
Oh, which one was he?
The dude with the hat.
You know what, Tipster? I don't remember you. You're going to have to jump up in this call now. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you, Tipster. I don't remember you.
Tipster, you should join. Here's the link if you want to join.
Look at that. Stardust even making it easy for you. You know why? Because she's a sweetheart, okay? Yeah.
Well.
I said it. Stardust is a sweetheart. Nobody else can say that shit and get away with it, though. Stardust eat that ass.
Yeah.
Maybe not literally, though.
Oh, he's sick right now. He said he would otherwise. But
Oh, boo.
Lies. It's
No,
okay.
I get it. Well, actually, you know what? No, I don't get it. I showed up to the hippy dippy sick as fuck. Still put on a hell of a show.
Dude,
I don't know what to
the
tell you.
last fucking 2 days, I was so fucking sick that I couldn't hardly talk. There's some kind of little infection going on, and I don't know what the hell it is, but it's bad.
It's the Omicron, man. It hit me, I think, early December. I could not speak for like 2 days.
Like, my damn throat hurt for the past 2 days where I didn't even want to talk to people. It's like, hey, what's going on? Just shut up and leave me alone.
Well, that's probably because you keep reciting fucking worn out lines from Full Metal Jacket.
You take that back, sir. Full Metal Jacket was a great film, and I hate to even have you say that it was not.
I didn't say that it wasn't. I just said that you keep wearing out the lines. That's why you ain't got no voice.
I don't recite them that much. I'm more of a Forrest Gump fan.
Life is
Hey, Stardust. Did you know that these guys here tonight? Actually, I was trying to figure. Hold on. Jenny.
You.
Right? Jenny.
I'm sorry there, Miss Stardust. We did not mean to inform you that we are a bunch of sorry fellows because we cannot articulate. Did I say that right? I'm sorry there, Miss Stardust. I meant to say. See, there you go. That's how you do
pretty
it.
good.
Somebody's gonna clip this out of context, and you're all screwed.
I don't mind
Yeah.
being screwed. I'm gonna be honest. I like the release.
Look, they're gonna say you're appropriating other people's culture if you do that. So
I don't care. I appropriate more than my own. I mean, come on. It's acting. It's how it
I'm
goes.
just joking. I'm joking that you'd be like it would the real thing they would say, oh, you're being ableist or something. And then
That's exactly that was my joke. Yeah.
But I was gonna
it's-
say that you're appropriating,
I
disabled
fail to
culture.
understand the
So-
new generation. I really do. I fail to understand everything about it because
Dude, they got
did.
participation trophies. What's so hard to understand?
okay, I'm sorry, but our participation trophy whenever we were kids, hey, look, you got your ass whooped. You want to know how to win that? You know how to make that better? Be good. Quit being a shitty fucking player.
It was usually scars, bruises.
The irony is that it still applies.
You want to know how to not win a participation trophy? You win first place. You don't suck. Oh shit, I just got blown up my tank. Damn right. There's no such thing as second place. There's only a such thing as first.
Like, what is that even doing?
You know what, Ricky? You suck.
All right, Stardust. So, what did you think of Marvel Me with your bullshit or Get Disconnected this past week?
I really like that. That's a really, really fun show. That's really fun. Yeah. I think you're onto something.
Well, I like it, one, because there's always a problem with having participants. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You try to schedule the things, and then, like, maybe some people show up, maybe they don't. But at least then, it's like, I send them the whole, like, if you fucking know me, and you're willing to get behind a camera and a microphone, and fucking marvel me with your bullshit, right? I'm willing to take a chance on you being accepted or disconnected by chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking get in the waiting room, you know?
True.
The people that are close, as a matter of fact, and EOD can attest to this, the people that are really closer into the community ended up having to wait their fucking turn because they're closer in. EOD had to wait until very fucking last. But you know why? Because EOD is here to support the community and the content. So, you know, he was holding shit down in the waiting room. You know, so big shout out to fucking EOD. He was handling that shit.
Hell yeah.
You know, it just works. I'm waiting. You know what I'm waiting on, Stardust? I'm waiting on a streamer to, like, have a poll set up on the background, right? Or, you know, to do something, right? For their 5 or 10 minutes, to where it's not just a conversation. It's literally like almost like a talent show.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
that would be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and because it's like marvel me, whatever it is you do. It's not just about trying to come in and be a part of the conversation. This is your 5 minutes. Tell me on why you need to be in the room.
Yeah.
I'm a person of color. That's why I need to be in the room 5 minutes.
Oh, now that's just fucking wrong. Now, I totally disagree with that, just because the person of color aspect. Not just because you are a person of color, but you have to bring something colorful to a conversation.
He's taking
Wow,
the
are
bait.
you being
He's
bigoted
taking
right now? Uh
He's
oh.
taking the bait, CTV. He's taking it.
See, I already like this dude. I already
know,
like
man,
him.
no, I don't know,
Just
bro.
saying,
Like,
if you disconnect me, it's racism. That's all I'm saying.
That's right. Preach. That's right.
And
Mm.
sexism at the same time.
Yeah, man,
Okay.
no, look, I don't know, bro. It's literally like Shyla is like he's my quote unquote token guy, right? I get to live vicariously through his black card. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. He's passed it over to me a few times, right? So vicariously I can live. You know?
Only you and Buckeye. Only you and Buckeye. I gave it to Buckeye once too, just so he could have it. So he could have a valid opinion for 5 minutes. You know.
Right,
Wait,
right. I
does it count that I have a black brother? Oh yeah, you guys didn't even think about that, did you?
No,
Oh,
no. Unless
yeah.
unless you have possession of the black card, right? That's what matters.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
guys didn't know
I
about
just-
that, did you?
I just want to solve this historical travesty that is White Chicks with Sean and Marlon Wayans, where they did whiteface for the whole movie. It's an absolute travesty.
I think
That
that
was
movie was pretty good. I thought that movie was pretty funny.
It's actually one of my mother's favorite movies. I actually really like that movie. That's actually, I would say that was Terry Crews' like big comeuppance into film.
Best fucking movie ever.
It's
Good
very
movie.
good.
Whenever old boy is sitting over there in the car singing that fucking song.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry.
Carlton.
If
Great
there's
song.
ever any man in the entire world that I meet that's famous next, it would be Terry fucking Crews, because
Dude, he's awesome.
the longest yard, White Chicks. I mean, you fucking name it. This dude is hilarious. That is like one of my most favorite people ever.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I laughed so fucking hard even whenever he brought up the fucking movie. Making my way downtown, walking fast. Fuck yeah, it's hilarious.
Hell yeah.
Start
Actually,
Well, it's time to take
I
this
wanted
thing
to
and
tell
turn it
you
a little bit
something.
contentious. Are you guys ready for this?
yeah, let's get it.
Is there any way? And I was talking about this earlier on Chud Logic stream, which was kind of interesting. So, for some of y'all that are definitely one of the millions and millions of CTV fans that are out there, they got to soak up every single bit of CTV content. If you go to Chud Logic stream earlier today, you'll find me on there. We were talking about is January the 6th of, approximately 2 days ago, a year ago, right? A year and 2 days ago, comparable to 9/11.
Nope.
Not in any
Not
way,
even
shape,
close.
or form.
Not even close.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's comparable.
I brought up this point during Hippy Dippy's conversation, and there was the bonus march, which was a hell of a lot worse. There was fucking, well, obviously the things that Kamala Harris brought up, like Pearl Harbor, World War II in general, 9/11 obviously. The Civil War was pretty much worse than January 6th. January 6th was just full of a bunch of idiots.
It was.
Just taking advantage of the situation, and there's only one person that died there. The actual
There was
action.
one person that was killed. Yeah. But
Yeah.
overall, I mean, the whole damn thing is just being completely blown out of proportion with some vandals and some bullshit happened. Maybe some, Nancy Pelosi's fucking laptop or whatever. We can get into some implications there, but it wasn't, like this wave of armed militia storming the fucking Capitol and trying to take shit over. It's complete garbage, and half the people that were in there didn't even know what the fuck was going on. They were like, "Oh, this is an unguided tour. This is cool," but yeah.
Not to
Maybe
mention
once
that you
paint it like
cannot
it's-
take over a government just by taking over a building.
See,
It's gonna take a whole
and
lot more
this
than
is my thing. They try to treat that shit like it was murdering the entire Congress or whatever. You know, they try to treat it like it was so ungodly. It's like, really? You want to treat this worse than 9/11, which 3,000 plus people actually died in that event? Really?
Do we think that our government is that fragile that it can't take that? That it can't take a bunch of retards, run it into the Capitol to
Well,
deconstruct the entire government?
I'm not
I
gonna
mean, did
say.
anybody think Trump had that much pull within the military?
Right.
Okay.
I don't think it was
system?
like that. I don't think it was like that.
Okay.
What I do think that, like, I don't want to downplay it, right? I don't think it was equivalent to 9/11, but I do think that it's pretty remarkable that there were people in there with zip ties, and there were a few armed people in there. And it's pretty much like not something we've seen in a while. So
May I interject one thing to you?
Real quick. As a caveat to any conversations moving forward for the continuation of any conversations, if you need to make a reference, it has to be a silly, twisted movie reference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
That's gonna be hard.
We're making it interesting here. Okay, go ahead. Like, if you need to reference a thing, it's not got to be like you have to reference the whole. You know, it doesn't mean you got to think of a movie.
When
describe
Dr.
your idea.
Zhivago tried to take over Moscow. There we go. That's all I got.
That's all you got, huh?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
one's kind of hard
so-
to actually interject in and to actually put.
Yeah, so what that
Plausible.
actually does is it frees up the conversation because we all agreed, right, that there's not really a way to compare the two. So now the conversation can go wherever it's going to go, but
Yeah.
silly movie references. I feel like that movies are a great way to be able to explain ideas. I reference them often in panels to be able to, help. Like tonight, while I was talking to the Groiper, I referenced Batman Begins with the conversation between Ra's al Ghul and Christian Nolan, or Bruce Wayne, as it were, right? And why it is that Ra's al Ghul was unwilling to forgive someone that was stealing, right? Versus Batman was like, well, you got to have a certain amount of understanding with this shit. So,
So, in other words, if the guy that shot the girl at the Capitol, if I were to say he was a heartbreaker, heart taker, you know what movie that was from?
No, I don't know that.
Hey, that's a
That was Full
song.
Metal Jacket.
I haven't watched a whole lot of movies, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, I'm not a big movie watcher myself.
Okay, so what movies have you watched, Stardust? At least in that way, I know what kind of references I can make, and you'll be able to understand.
I've watched.
Like, what's your favorite movie?
I like this. Favorite movie right now is probably Swiss Army Man. I think that was a pretty good movie.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's about.
Daniel Radcliffe, right?
Yeah, he's dead. He's like a dead body, basically. Daniel Radcliffe plays a dead body, and the main character it discovers this dead body, and the dead body is like capable of everything. It's like a magical dead body. It's really funny.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's very funny. Yeah.
All right, well, that one was kind of a I haven't seen it, so I'm gonna have to watch it. What's another one?
Another one. I actually did like Forrest Gump a lot. That was a good one.
Well, thank you, Jenny.
Mhm.
I love Forrest Gump. It's a good one. I was gonna say it's about all the
Life
great
was
things
like
that
a
he was able-
box of chocolate.
he was able to-
You never know what you gonna get.
But Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs.
No, that ain't how he
Almost
said
shot
it.
me in
It's
the
a
butt.
He says, Lieutenant Dan,
marathon runner.
you got new
Provided
legs.
biggest problem is he got mail.
Have you seen? Okay, Stardust. Have you seen the movie Euro Trip?
No.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Many moons
Long
ago.
have.
Oh my God! If you haven't seen Euro Trip, you have to watch Euro Trip. It is absolutely hilarious.
Okay. Yeah.
As a
Oh.
matter of fact, like you remember, one of the things that is kind of a small meme in the movie, right? But what he changed his email notification to, and this was kind of the first time that anybody had ever kind of seen this be done, but he changed his AOL email notification to, "Bam, motherfucker!"
Yeah.
So that was kind of the first time that some of those things happened. And then, like, when you go through the story, like how they ended up in Europe, right? Obviously, Euro trip. And then they went to Amsterdam, and they ended up in this. One of the characters ended up in this this sex dungeon.
Probably.
What was her name? Was it Lucy Law? Is that who it was?
I don't remember. You know, it's been so many years since I've seen it. I saw it when I was over in Germany.
It's
I love the shit out of that
like
flick.
she's totally got this dominatrix outfit on. Fucking dude ends up handcuffed to this fucking railing, right? Ends up getting bent over. They got like a fucking vibrating dildo on like what appears to be like a weed eater engine, just.
What movie was this?
Euro trip.
I gotta watch it. No.
I mean, there was no penetration.
Yeah, it doesn't. Obviously, it doesn't show that, but you know, it's,
Michelle Trachtenberg is in that film, and she's a.
it does actually show penis though.
I think it shows a lot of tits too.
Yeah, it does. There's a bunch of old guys running down the beach with their, cock and balls all flopping in the wind and everything. You know,
I actually.
Your fella's memory of this movie are way more vivid than I can honestly say mine are, because I seen this shit back whenever I was like a teenager. So I give it to you boys.
Yeah, I want to say it came out while I was over in Germany at the time, so we got things like 6 months later. I think when we got it on DVDs, those ancient things. And me and a buddy were getting ready to go for a trip to Spain, and it was like, oh shit, this is like right before we're going on our leave. Shit,
like,
there it is. Like, and it kind of warned us about the new beaches, because they are not as great as you would think, because it is exactly what they portrayed there.
See, you guys talk
Anybody
about DVDs like they're
naked is not naked, and anybody you do want to see. Wait, I miscorrect. I gotta correct myself. Anybody you want to see naked
Lawless.
isn't naked.
Lucy Lawless. That's who it was.
She wasn't that?
See,
Xena Warrior Princess.
Yeah, she was. It was Xena Warrior Princess. She was the one who played the dominatrix in Euro Trip.
Oh, really? Wow,
Oh, yeah.
I do not remember that.
Oh yeah, she said it was a Flugenkeimer.
yeah, you guys talk about DVDs. Like, I watched fucking Porky's and what was that other movie?
All right,
Like,
so
there was
Stardust,
another
what's
one
the-
on VHS.
What's like the biggest movie, like the most popular movie that you've seen that you really kind of like?
I don't know. Like, I can't remember anything, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, I can't remember anything.
Did you watch any of the Marvel movies?
I didn't, no.
Really? Have you seen Star Wars?
I did, but I don't remember much of them.
What about Harry Potter?
I did watch Harry Potter, yeah.
Okay. So there's something, right? We can make some Expelliarmus jokes, and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, I get that."
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. What about Lord of the Rings? Have you seen that?
I did see Lord of the Rings, yeah. I did see
Okay. Now,
I
okay, so
fell asleep
what
during the
was your favorite Lord of the Rings movie?
Well, I don't know that I have a favorite.
They're really all complimentary.
Yeah, they all go together, really, is kind of what I got from it.
There's a best one.
Yeah, I think so too.
I can't
Yeah,
say. I haven't
I
seen
would
them.
say The Return of the King was the best.
There was a
That's
I
because,
agree with that.
that's because I bet you that has to be because of Théoden's Pelennor speech, isn't it? The speech.
The what speech?
The Fields of Pelennor speech, the ones he gives to the Riders of Rohan before they charge in front of Minas Tirith. That whole speech is freaking insane, man. It's so badass.
I do like the Rouhani charge. There is no fucking doubt about that. That plays a pivotal part into how great that movie ends up turning out. But also too, right, how the army of the dead submitted to the king's rule. Right? They understood that if they ever wanted to be free of the bondage of their ghost-like existence, they had to submit to the king's rule and fulfill their oath. You know? Like that's a big thing, Ray. That's like it's a 6 to 1, 6 to 1, half dozen the other, right? Like it's you fulfilling your own purpose while also respecting the will of the king. You know what I mean? It's a nice balance. I really enjoyed that part, And then like imagine that you're fucking Aragorn walking into that situation and like you literally see this fucking army of the dead appear out of the fucking mountain around you. And you gotta have the balls to say, you will submit. Right?
But he has
you gotta have some fucking man-sized cojones for that shit. Right?
Yeah, I think
you will submit to me. Right?
I honestly think Fellowship is the best one, just because you see the real strength of men in that, because Boromir and Aragorn both give Frodo back the ring in those films. Willingly. They willingly let the ring go in that film.
I'm not gonna lie, I fell asleep during Fellowship.
Really?
In a theater.
Well,
it was an atheist theater, but it was a theater still.
You watched it later though, right?
I have not revisited it. I don't have a whole lot of affinity to the Lords of the Rings. Now, Dune, I'm a big fan of. I did not get to see the.
So much more boring.
I mean, I guess I'm more of a politics guy, so that's why it interested me so much. I'm not big into fantasy, so I guess that's why there's a disconnect. But I know they're very similar in structure and things like that, but I've never been able to. I've tried, but I haven't read the books either. I read the Dune books while I was in Germany, and also the second one in Iraq. So that was very, very interesting reading during that time period.
I gotta say though that like there was a really, really big lesson, and I mean a fucking huge lesson in the Two Towers, if anybody was paying attention, and it was given by the hobbits, right? Which kind of brings me into a scenario that I ended up with with my cousin one night, right? Now, let's just say. So like we ended up in a philosophical question here, right? Like as we were imagining, right? If you were in fact driving inebriated, right? Because something fucking happened and you had to go, right? You knew you were probably over the line, right? But you just had to do it, right? The choice is do you drive close to the police department or further away from the police department? What do you think the right answer is there? Because at least for me, the justification that I used in the argument at the time was, well, obviously you drive close to the police department. Because the closer you are to danger, the further you are from harm.
I don't think I agree with that.
Why not?
Well, because that's the central point. Unless you're going to turn yourself in.
Well, where do you think the cops are going to be hanging out right there at the police station, or do you think that the ones that are on duty are going to be patrolling out farther away from the police station?
Well, I guess I would need to see the territory that they're controlled by.
Well, they certainly wouldn't expect it.
And where their patrol systems are and things like that. I mean, obviously, I might be thinking too tactically here.
Well, if you remember the Two Towers, right? What was happening is you had Merry and Pip. They were sitting up on the back of old Treebeard, right? And they're walking by Isengard, right? And in order to get the Ents involved with taking down Isengard, right, they had to lure Treebeard in closer so they could see what was happening to the forest. And that's when he said, the closer you are to danger, the further you are from harm, right? So that was the justification that I used in the argument. So that's why, like, if I was in one of those kind of situations, I'd probably say drive closer to the police station, because more than likely the rest of those guys are going to be out patrolling.
Unless
Like
you
I said,
get
they
their
definitely would
patrol cars shooting out there.
Well, I mean, obviously, you're not going to be able to you're going to have to use your signals. You're going to have to stop at fucking stop signs. You're going to have to obey traffic laws. You know what I mean? But I'd say you have a less likely chance of getting caught driving closer to the police station.
No, I understand where you're coming from, and again, I have not read Tolkien's actual text yet. I think Tolkien is a badass motherfucker. I just haven't read any of his stuff yet, so I don't know all of his deeper stuff at this point. That's one of the reasons why I think I'm more of a fan of Dune, because I've read that rather than just watch the movies. But I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just conversating.
There you go, EOD. You know the books are always better than the movie.
I read these books long before they became movies.
Almost always. I will still declare that Fight Club, the movie, is better than Fight Club, the book.
Can't say because I never read it.
It always is.
I think I pulled a muscle in my arm. I think I pulled a muscle really badly in my arm. I can feel it.
Will it work better?
It's a
Yeah.
little better.
Suck on it. I mean, you got to put it right in your mouth, man. That's going to make me feel better.
I told you, man, you got to tickle the whiskers with it.
I hear you. Oh, shit, what was I trying to say? Is just that I enjoyed Lord of the Rings quite a bit. I read it when I was in middle school, and as soon as I got through all 3 books, I was like, they should make fucking movies out of this. And what happened 5 years later, they ended up making the movies, and they were huge fucking successes. So that was really cool. It was like my prediction had seen the light of day.
Welcome, Vivian Wolf, to the Wolfpack chat.
Hey, what's up, CTV? What's up,
not much.
fuckers?
We're sitting here trying to figure out like a good line of conversation. We're going over Lord of the Rings and all kinds of shit.
Dude.
What's on your mind, Vivian?
Hey, I mean, I checked you a message when you guys were talking about J6. I don't know if you've moved on from that now and don't want to talk about it anymore.
You know what? If you want to talk about that and you got something interesting to say, I'm willing to listen. How's that?
Yeah, sure, why not? I think everybody was saying like, oh, it's clearly not as bad as like the Civil War. It's clearly not as bad as World War II. It's clearly not as bad as 9/11. I kind of broadly agree with that. I think comparing it to 9/11 is kind of dumb anyway because they're very sort of different events, different socio-political events. But I think what is striking about January 6th is that it really put, and the Civil War would have done this too, obviously, but it really put a lot of fear into a lot of Americans about the stability of their democracy, and it brought the right wing what the fuck, Raven, please. It really brought the conspiracist right out into the spotlight and shone a light on the dangers that they pose. Are you okay, Dark Raven? You seem to be.
All
You
of a
seem to
sudden
be
I'm getting
beeping.
like 1,000 messages. I don't know why.
Okay. Do you think you could mute yourself while that's going on, friend?
That phone
Thank
should
you.
be away from it.
Hey, look, Raven.
No,
You're,
it happens to be at work too. I'm on a phone call and I'm like, shit, my phone's blowing up. Like, shit, what am I gonna do with this? Just throw it on the fucking distance.
well, whoever that is, if you've got your
good
butt,
day, mate. Like, we're gonna do this. No, fuck off. Fuck.
Especially at this time of the night, unless you got a banger gal getting ready to just say, "Hey, we got a bang." Right
I
now.
think what Vivian was saying is true. And while this may not have been like the same, it may not be something that you can really compare to 9/11 or compare to any war. It is still like it is still notable to that there were people there who did come with zip ties, who did come with weapons. It wasn't all of the people there, obviously, but there were people there who did have weapons. There were people there who the actual security was scared of, right? And if the security at the Capitol is scared of people,
no, there was not.
What do you mean?
I mean, what for how many?
So here's the thing that I have a very difficult issue with, because I'm what I would consider a centralist, maybe more conservative, libertarian, but I'm not an extremist. I look at, but I do lean more conservative.
Makes sense, Steve.
But I think that, yeah, I know it's a weird mix of things, and I guess I'm still trying to figure out my politics as well, because I'm not well defined yet. But I'm also thinking about these things, and I haven't like slopped myself into saying, "Hey, you know what? Fucking Trump's a piece of shit and Biden's a piece of shit." It's like, no, they got bad positions.
They're definitely both pieces of shit. But like,
yeah, technically yes. I agree with you on that.
What do you have to say on the actual conversation? I genuinely don't care about people's like political identity. I care about what their beliefs are.
Yeah, and no, I agree. I mean, I've studied through geopolitics, is I drunkenly said. Geopolitics. That's my most concerning thing, and I look at a lot of the way that partisanship works here right now, and it's kind of sad actually, as we all look at it, is how everybody just says, "Oh, well, Trump's a piece of shit, so anything he did was fucking terrible."
How is this related to January 6th again?
Yeah, well, I'm getting there.
Okay.
And everybody on, and this is mostly the political parties. I mean, I'm not dissolving the political parties, because they've been structured through the American system. I mean, they are structured in the way that it works. In a very fucked up way.
Friend, I'm not trying to be rude, but it has absolutely nothing to do with what you just said.
Yeah, we need to get to the point a little bit quicker.
Not. Like, absolutely.
Okay, wait a minute. Time out. If we're going to have a fucking conversation, let somebody finish their statement. Let him fucking finish.
It's all right. I was willing to listen. I was willing to listen to their counters here. It's okay. I mean, if they want to interrupt, that's okay. I'm very
Where are you
peaceful.
guys? Because I got interrupted too. I mean, so.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just trying to get us on track. That's all.
I was fine with being interrupted, but like if we're going to if I'm going to get cut off, I feel like you should get to the point pretty quickly, right? Sorry, didn't mean to make it awkward.
Sorry. It wasn't intentional to be awkward. Sorry, I've got a weird mic here.
Yeah, like I gotta apologize. Look, it's my bad. It's my bad, right?
No, it's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it awkward. That's guys.
No, it's true. It's
true.
Hold on. You gotta understand, right? Look, this all comes back to some of the things that men just need to understand in this world, and I'm going to go ahead and lay it out like this. If a woman is taking the time to take control of a situation, just let her do her thing. You know what I'm saying, fellas? Right? Just let her do her thing, right? You're ultimately going to be happier if you just let her do her thing, right? Whatever it is.
Or you're going to be miserable and left without.
So just let her do her thing, and then you'll be happier, she'll be happier, everybody's happier. It's fucking amazing, right? So if you interrupt the lady, she's going to want some type of resolution to the climax that was building, right?
I'm
So you gotta
confused.
bring it home.
I
You
mean,
gotta bring
personally,
it
I don't
home.
care about the. I don't care about the climax. That's my issue, not hers.
Wow.
Man,
Wow.
That
You know
says
what?
a lot.
It's
I
called a race, and you're in it to
definitely
win
don't
it.
care about the climax. I wanted
Christ, you're all such generous
Mondo
lovers,
Oh,
clearly.
lie.
to go ahead
Clearly.
with
It's
So
Stardust.
what do you- what-
I wanted
climax.
them to do it.
What do you actually think about what me and Stardust said, though? General, really? General fucking
Yeah.
ballsack? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about that ballsack? What do you think about what we just said?
I kind of missed what the conversation a little bit there. What am
Okay,
I
we could
responding
tell.
to?
So I guess
Typical ball sack. Typical ball sack. Can you believe it?
I guess my 2 points were, and I think Stardust agreed with me, but she can like add her own if she doesn't. Were that January 6th like stuck out in the American mind because it made a lot of Americans feel that their democracy was fragile, and it brought out into the light the conspiracist part of the right wing, right, and illuminated the threat that they could pose in future to our democracy. Do you think?
Okay. I no. Yes. I think there was a lot of crosstalk there at the same time. So, no, I don't think that the super right wing is an issue. I don't
Okay,
think any
sorry, Ken.
right-thinking American has that issue.
Mondo.
Hold on. Let him. Hold on. Let him finish.
I
Let him
want
finish.
you to fucking.
Okay. Oh, look. Time out. Let the man finish what he's got to say, and then we'll navigate there. But he's speaking. Please let him finish.
I don't think that this extremist, the alt-right is that big of a section of the American populace. It's probably about maybe 2 to 3% of folk. And maybe 1% of them were involved in that in January 6th.
Okay.
There's the same converse though with issues with folks that want to move the country into Marxism and things like that. And I don't think that's as massive a deal within the American structure either. I do think that they are important ideologies that are very loud and very aggressive about pushing their ideals. But I don't think that they are at the same level as pretty much what I would say the broad majority of 60% of Americans are actually concerned about. Now, I do have a problem with people utilizing certain things as political tokens, as the left and right does. Both do this. You know, the right says, "Hey, look at all these Black Lives Matter." Yeah, I'll shut the fuck up. I'll shut the fuck up. I'll shut the fuck up. I'll shut the fuck up because I feel like I felt like I was kind of rambling there. Go ahead.
Okay, so first off, I didn't say the alt-right, right? I would say Charlottesville would be the event that brought the alt-right into the American consciousness, right? The Unite the Right rally. But with regards to J6, what I said was the conspiracist right, right? And I think that they are not 1, 2, 3% of the population. I think polls show that they're somewhere between 22 and 29% of the Republican Party who believe in the central conspiracy theory of QAnon. Some 14% of the American population, right? 70% of Republicans aroundabouts in the wake of January 6th believed that the election was stolen, right? So like somewhere in the middle there, between the sort of 22 to 29% of Republicans who believe in the central conspiracy theory of QAnon, and the 70% who believe that the election was stolen. Somewhere in the middle there is your number of people that like can be classed as the conspiracist right, I would say.
All right. Let me help you out with this. It's not 70 or 60, whatever percent of Republicans think that the election was stolen. It's actually higher than that because this dumbass that we have running this country has proven that the election was already stolen, because the babble of this moron's words that cannot form a fathomable sentence that half of the population in this country cannot even understand already know that there's just no way that this babbling goofy person could have actually won an election. We know this. Okay, period. We know
Can I
this.
jump in
And
real
now,
quick?
wait a minute. Yes, ma'am.
You
You
did
go
that.
ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Uh-huh.
I'll let
I'll
you finish.
stop.
I didn't realize you weren't finished, so.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay.
You can have it. But I'm just letting you know. That's the percentage.
Okay, so I don't really see either of those points as super relevant to like what I was saying or what we were saying about January 6th. Like I said, it wasn't everybody who was there with guns. It wasn't everybody who was there with zip ties. But there were some people there who had that. Yes, there may have been plenty of people there that were there and didn't know what the fuck was going on. But I think it's important to acknowledge that there were people there who were dressed in riot gear, who were dressed and had zip ties with them, who had weapons with them. And I think if I were a Republican, I would be super mad that wait a minute, I would be super mad that these people are giving me a bad name, like, you know, the other people, like, I understand that they're idiots that just like didn't know what was going on, but there, I think there is some legitimate worries about who were the people who came in, who were armed, who were calling for Mike Pence, and I think that I think that's totally valid that people are concerned about that. I forgot where I was going with this, but essentially, you know, and it's the same thing with the super far left people who do things like that. I don't like it because it makes like the rest of the left look not great. And I just would think that if I were a conservative, I would not be happy with those few people.
I will take your argument.
Yeah.
I will take your argument right there. Okay.
Yeah.
I will take the argument, and I'm going to put it into this. You name the amount of people in the 6th insurrection, what they want to call it. Okay, whatever. You put that into the riots in Baltimore. You put it into the riots of
Well, why does that
Portland.
compare?
No,
I'm saying if they're riots, like I wasn't a fan of those either.
It's the same. I wasn't either.
Every
but
time
we're
it's
gonna
just the
put it to
whataboutism.
Well, yeah, why is
No,
it? Why are you
we're
bringing in
gonna
these
put it
other
to the-
things? It doesn't
No,
matter. I'm
because
asking how
it
come?
actually-
How come you wouldn't condemn those people at January 6th when I condemn people
I'm
who
gonna
do
tell you.
rioting?
I'm going
I
to tell you,
do.
it's the same. It is actually the same. But the amount of damage between one incident versus many outweigh the masses, because you look at the left and what the hell they did versus, okay, on one day, which this was done on a single day, does not
2 days, actually,
insert
across 2 days.
2 dates.
I wa-
Bullshit. Don't even come close to me with that, because it's not even true.
There were
Well,
bombs
I mean, it was
found
the
in
evening of
DC.
I would
January
like to
5th
jump
that
in on
the
this for a
violence
second.
began.
It's not even true.
wait
You
a minute,
cannot
wait a
even
minute,
come to a
hold on.
surmountable income
There were
of
bombs
the
planted
total.
in DC though.
Did the bomb go off?
No, but
Did
does
the
that
bomb go
matter?
off?
Does
Okay.
that matter
Did
if
the-
there were bombs
if you want to
planted?
make that
Did
You're
those
buying
buildings
into
burn?
two lies. I need
And
to say something.
if-
You're buying into two lies, Stardust. Number one, nobody had guns in the Capitol. None. There was a few guns
Thank
found
you.
in a van 2
Thank
blocks
you.
away.
They
Okay,
did
Thank
have
that's
guns.
number one. Okay. Number two,
Oh, they
there
did.
wasn't one bomb. There was 2 bombs. One was at the Republican headquarters, and one was at the
DNC, yeah.
the DMC.
Yeah.
Okay. And those were planted days before.
Okay.
I wanted to
It
hear what
had
was gonna
nothing to
happen
do
with
with
bombs, too.
January 6th.
How do we
Man,
know
we
that?
got. How
do we know that
it
it has nothing to do with
We
January
gotta do
6th?
better about our
One at a
IEDs. I mean, shit.
I do want to make myself clear on one issue.
23 people
totally
were charged with
against
having
January
deadly or
6th and
dangerous
what happened.
weapons during the assault.
What are dangerous
Wait a minute,
weapons?
wait a
Nobody
minute.
had a
You said they had
firearm.
guns. Okay.
Uh,
Now,
A hammer is a
second thing
dangerous
I
weapon.
want to say that January
Can
6th
be.
was a
A
bad
pencil is a
thing.
dangerous weapon.
And let's
Oh,
explain how it
that's
happened.
dangerous. That's dangerous
First,
right
you
there.
had, wait a minute, hang on. First, you had people went to the Capitol, agitators started a bunch of shit. While Trump was still talking 45 minutes before he ended.
I'm
fully
gonna
That
drop a
started
link.
before the Trump supporters even got there. Okay. What I would call Trump supporters. Okay. Once he finished, they left and they came to the Capitol in the middle of all this shit going on, and a bunch of idiots got caught up in mob mentality. Okay. And they followed him in and they thought it was real cool. And nothing got painted on the walls. Okay. Yes, somebody stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop. Okay. But it was nothing compared to what had been going on all summer.
Stealing
Okay.
Nancy
Going on all
Pelosi's
summer,
laptop.
sometimes worse.
And that's not a good argument.
Yeah, okay.
If January 6th is this god awful thing, okay.
I never
it was
said
bad,
god
it was
awful, but I
stupid,
do
but
think that it's notable.
It is the most public example of a wave of violence.
Because the media made it more public than any other thing out there. Period.
Well, it is the most
Well,
public example.
there's no
high profile example.
All right, I'll let you go.
Of a wave of violence that was hitting state capitals around the election, right, and around polling offices, and around and threats that were being delivered towards election officials and so on, right? Like,
on all sides.
If you want to talk
right.
about like large scale events, okay, January 6th is an example of rising right wing violence around the election.
But what happens to the left wing rising violence against the whole fucking country? Where does that come from? Oh,
I've already condemned that, dude. I've already condemned that. All I'm asking is that I'm asking. Wait a minute.
You are
I have
still
already
excuse me. Recognizable fucking example of the whole.
Again, I have already condemned what has happened with rioting across the country. All I am asking is for blatant truths to not be denied when we're talking about this, and to condemn people who do those things. There were people who were found with baseball bats, chemical sprays, a captured police officer's riot shield, a crowbar, fire extinguishers, and a metal flagpole. I think those are plenty. There were people with Molotov cocktails, 11 Molotov cocktails. One was a crossbow, one was a stun gun, and then there are people saying that there were so many.
Based, I'm not gonna lie.
There were so. Wait. Let me finish. Wait. There were so many. There were so many arms. They don't know how many people have arms because they only got what they got. Basically, they only found what they found. Wait a minute. Okay, Alabama man pleads guilty to bringing Molotov cocktails, 5 loaded firearms to Capitol on January 6th. So that's another one.
Yeah, but
then there's FBI Washington field office releases video and additional information regarding the pipe bomb investigation. I'll just link this one to you guys.
You fail to realize that you are stating this as the biggest thing that ever happened in that entire year. Whenever
I am not. Wait, you're straw manning me. You're straw manning me so much, dude. I did not even claim that.
Everybody, if everybody could stop for a second, what we need is for those that have been charged.
Gonna be hold on real quick. I need you
to actually go into court.
Ballsack, I need you to pause. You gotta understand.
Go right ahead.
It's gonna be harder for you to get in considering you don't have a cam on. Just letting you know that, bro.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Why is it that whenever anybody says,
Ballsack, go ahead,
Yeah,
right?
go
But I'm
ahead.
just letting you know that it's gonna be harder for you to get in.
No, it's quite all right. I mean, it's late for me, and I don't have a very clean area right now. But anyways,
kicking your ass right now. Here's
the most important thing here, that none of them have actually had their day in court. They've been in jail for a year. Anybody that's been convicted or is pending charges for January 6th, They have
Yeah,
not
there's been like 6 that actually have
court
been
for
charged and
that portion to be actually considered.
In pretty bad conditions
This
too, from
hasn't
what I
been
hear.
put.
Oh. It's pretty fucked, isn't it? The American legal system's super fucked. It's almost like the Black Lives Matter protesters had a fucking point. Like it's almost like black folks die in fucking jail cells while awaiting trial, without any legal fucking recourse all the time. It's fucking weird how you're not up in arms about that shit.
Here's
But like,
another
I just
thing.
want to
We
point
are.
out, it's really fucking weird.
Dude,
How, like, whenever anybody
There's
says,
fi-
burning over
As
that
the only
shit.
as the only brown
Whenever-
person here, I'm not.
I can wait my turn.
if
Whenever
I can,
anybody
oh,
says like J6 bad, the immediate response is, "Oh, but what about BLM? What about BLM?" You can't just like bite the fucking bullet and be like, "Yeah, no,
Look.
J6 fucking like really bad. Actually, it was kind of sucky. Like they tried to interrupt the certification of the vote.
Can-
That's
can
a
you
key
bl-
part
can you-
of our democratic process. If they'd
can
managed
you-
to do that, it would have been really scary."
Can
Like,
you
why
blame
can't
these
just-
people though? I mean, can for the people that have listened to this stuff, right, for the longest time about
yes,
how
I can.
well, no, hold on, you're not understanding me. When I'm talking about blaming the people that are resistant and always want to bring up BLM, right? At that
No,
moment in
I
time, they
can't.
were saying the same things then that they are now in response, and they were constantly ignored, and all of their concerns were downplayed constantly about those things, right? They were constant. It's not that big of a deal. No, they're out there protesting for Black lives. They're out there doing the right thing. So it's not
93%
surprising.
Sure.
It's not surprising to me that people's natural response to anybody that brings up January 6th is always going to be still, because they weren't heard then, and the BLM stuff was worse. So
Okay,
it's not
so
surprising to me that
Right.
people feel that way.
if I can just jump in real quick, what I would say is that it doesn't matter what other people were saying. What I'm saying now, I've already indicated several times in this conversation, is that I condemn any of the rioting that happened during that. So all I'm asking for in return is that people acknowledge what happened and condemn that as well.
Hey, we got
have
Montreal
Ivy
player in here
It's a
tonight.
party now.
We gotta
Not
make sure
really.
we point out a motherfucking founder here of the fucking Wolf Pack whenever he comes into the room. Montreal player, motherfucking OG. What's going on with you, brother?
Apparently, you guys are still talking about January 6th. Fucking get over it, Americans.
You know what, Canadian?
Don't drink
You know
some
what? We're
syrup.
gonna pass back over to Stardust now. I don't know.
That
what
was
to tell you.
days ago.
To be clear, like one person has denounced it, but I think like is it Mando? I don't know. He's got the fucking weird gothic font, but like Mando, I think,
Yeah, that's Mando.
thinks that the election was genuinely stolen, which apparently he's managed to surmise from the fact that he doesn't like Joe Biden, and therefore the rest of the country must have not liked Joe Biden, right? So he must have thought that they were somewhat justified in doing what they did. Because if the election
No, I never
truly
said
was
that.
stolen,
Also,
never,
what I've
never said that they were justified in doing what they were did. And honestly, I do believe the attack on the whole Capitol. I don't agree with it, but we
what
have a
should
lot
we
of
do if
pissed
the
off.
election was stolen?
Well, here's the thing.
Then
You
you should
denied
go back-
denied that there were
Wait a
any
minute.
arms.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You weren't asked. Please hold your seat. And I'm not trying to be rude, ma'am.
No problem.
In my opinion, what it should be done was there should be a massive recount, but you can't do that because everything is already rigged, and you're going to put Joe Biden in place again because this country is so fucked up by dumbass liberals. Because liberals have their heads so poked so far up their fucking ass that think you should get a fucking poke because of the coronavirus every 6 months, or not every 6 months, but every 3 months, because you're going to have the first one, the second one, the third one, the
People who
fourth
deny
one,
the
the fifth one.
scientists don't have their head
Yeah.
up their ass.
Okay,
That's
so
Can we
crazy
also
logic.
What?
acknowledge that their demand was a legal action?
Insane.
They demanded that the votes be recounted and re-looked at. What wasn't outside the bounds
No.
of.
I'm
I
trying to
mean,
listen to
they
the
went
young
about
man
it the
in the
wrong way.
fucking. I'm trying to listen to the young man that just had something to say. What did you say?
Oh, me? I said it's funny that you call the leftists the ones who have their head up their asses for believing in the scientists, whereas the right wing doesn't believe in the
Believing,
scientists.
okay,
Come
you're
at
gonna.
that, man.
It wasn't even
argument for
leftists. He
authority.
said
No,
liberals,
no,
which is
wait,
funny because
wait,
leftists hate liberals
wait.
too. So
Wait, hold on. He just
True.
said you
Fuck
believe in the
liberals.
scientists, right? You believe in the scientists whenever a vaccine has not even been fully tested, fully even examined, but you're going to sit there and believe within a year.
They had
1
clinical
year.
trials of
No,
over
It's an
100,000
even
inoculation.
people in
bullshit
Europe.
me with that clinical trial shit. You've had 1
mRNAs have
year
been
to
studied for
produce a
30
The
vaccine.
years.
answer is yes, no matter
100,000
how long
people.
you're gonna ramble
You're
about
not
it,
even
the
letting
answer
me
is yes.
finish my statement. You're
Over
not
The
even
answer is
letting me
still yes.
100,000
finish.
participants because you're lying. You said there
Oh,
weren't.
oh,
There wasn't.
okay,
There
yeah.
wasn't research done
You're
into
going to
its
produce.
efficacy.
Also, if
You're
I
going
can
to
call out
produce a
another,
vaccine. I
Over
can't even talk to you
100,000
morons. I swear to God, y'all are all
Hey,
idiots.
slow down just a little bit.
Well,
Okay,
and
go
you're the one who
ahead.
thinks the
Hold
election
on,
was stolen
Really?
because you don't know
Really?
Joe Biden.
Really? Okay, yeah.
Whatever up to Stephen Knight.
Okay, yeah. Idiots.
I love this song.
Right,
You're
it's a
embarrassing
good
yourself,
fucking
friend.
song, right? So look,
Humiliating.
Mando, finish your point. Vivian, shut the fuck up. Let him finish his point,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And ooh, I like it. Mando, finish up.
Now that I have a chance to speak, so you're going to have a 1 year of producing a vaccine with hardly no clinical testing, but yet everybody, oh, it's going to save this person, it's going to save me, it's going to save that person, it's going to save this person, my family. I want to go ahead and take it. Within 1 year, you're just going to jump in line and take something that you don't even know what the fuck's in it, and you're right in line with it. That's okay. Yeah, it's going to save the population. Wow, that
So
is
you said
absolutely. What have I not fucking finished speaking?
I don't know. It sounded like you had,
It's hard to
but
tell,
sorry, carry
honestly.
Have
on.
I had not finished speaking?
It's hard to
Go
tell.
ahead,
But
when
you're
man,
gonna
finish up.
jump.
pouring that much.
You're gonna jump in that fucking line and go ahead and get that shot, and don't even know what the fuck's
Holy
in it.
shit.
But it's okay.
I call
Yeah, that's
next.
fine. Go
You're
ahead and
repeating
jab me. But yet there is 1 shot, 2 shot. Now there's 3 shots. Next time there's going to be 4 shots. Next time there's going to be fucking 6 shots. By the end of the year, you're going to be poked with so many fucking drugs you didn't know what the fuck's in it because you don't ask that question of what am I getting hit with? What is this for? Why? And all this other shit. You're just going to be like, oh, government says it's okay. I have to get it. So, yep, I'm in.
Is
Yeah,
that what you think I do? Hold on, guys. I think he was addressing.
Yeah, I wanna.
how blind?
Three glad you muted yourself by accident. I do want to throw it to Three Glad next. So go ahead and unmute yourself, and then Stardust, and
didn't mute
we'll
myself.
see where it goes from there.
It's kind of weird. So
Three Glad. There you go.
it's just amusing that like you actually think that I think that you think that you think that whatever the new science is or whatever the new vaccine is that comes out that I don't do any of my own research to it. That's amusing to me. You think that everyone who takes the vaccine doesn't do research. You think that you're the only one in the world who does research. And you think that other people have their head up their ass. You're funny. And then the whole reason that I came here was that we were comparing BLM to January 6th. And like I think it's just astounding that we can compare people who are exercising their First Amendment right to gather in the streets versus
burn
people
down
who
shit.
storm the Capitol. Versus people who storm the Capitol. And as far as like burning down shit goes, I think it's also a vast difference when a private business happens to get looted during one of the 300 or 400 protests across the nation or across the world. It is a shitty thing, but I think there's a vast fucking difference between that and the Capitol. Do you agree?
No.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay,
I
you don't
So,
agree with that. All right.
I
And you think
agree
that
in
we have our
some
head up our
sense,
ass.
but I
You're fucking
disagree.
delusional, bro.
Or a piece
Okay,
of
okay. If I can jump in
Seattle?
here real quick. Okay, so first off, I'm not going to agree with everything that you say. I do think that there's. I don't think it's useful for us to be comparing BLM and January 6th. I personally do not agree with rioting and looting, especially private businesses, because often that happens in minority communities and it affects those minority communities for years to come. So I'm not okay with that. And oftentimes those communities don't like that happening anyways. So then the second thing I would say is I don't even like them burning down police places because there are, what happens to the rape kits? Like, I don't know, like, or what happens to the evidence that's kept there? What happens to the ongoing investigations? However, my point is that I have already fucking condemned that. I don't see why you have to deny things that are backed up that we have confirmed are true. Things like people were there armed, and also the pipe bombs. That was blatantly false what you said, because they were planted there the night before. Things like the fact that
the night before.
The night before, yeah. I think that's very that's very that's very alarming to me.
Stardust. The issue is that there's not a good comparison.
Okay,
between
well,
the two,
can I
and
finish
there's
my
no
point?
denial about that.
Can I finish my point? Thirdly,
Yes, ma'am.
Thirdly, what I was going to say is that mRNA vaccines have been in development for 30 years. So yeah, I actually do trust that they've been in development for 30 years, and that we've got this new technology that is so great. Yeah, I do trust it. And if I wanted to look up things, if you want to look up things, if you want to look up what's in those vaccines, you can go ahead and look up. It's publicly available to you. You can look up the mRNA technology. It's all there for you to look at. So,
do you honestly
Okay,
believe that your
I
government
gotta-
will tell you the truth?
yeah,
I
it's
gotta
not the
say that you
government.
were right.
It's the
It was
scientists.
the night before. Okay,
The scientists
and
who
I did
invented
mistake
mRNA?
that.
They said it's not
hold
right.
on, hold on, hold on.
think they're
There is-
deliberately
there's
lying?
a conversation happening. There's a conversation happening. Stardust specifically, I'd have to say, I don't know that I would trust the government first, considering that the scientists that were brought before the government, specifically during the 50s, with regard to leaded or unleaded gasoline, right, are notorious for actually selling us on leaded gasoline, even though it was putting lead into the air, which then further led to legislation later down the road where those scientists were proven wrong, right? And then we ended up with unleaded gasoline versus leaded. So I'd have to agree with everybody else. I do take what scientists, especially when they're in the employ of government officials, actually say, to Congress, just because of that.
I
Can I
think
respond to that?
And also, 4 out of 5
Hold on,
doctors.
I addressed Stardust there, so I want to give her a
Yeah.
chance to respond.
Okay.
Then y'all can go again.
So yeah, they're just because we've had failures in the government before. I'm not denying that, and just because we've had instances before where we've been let down by our public officials. Okay, all right, Milwaukee. Do you want to? Okay, all right, that's fine. I don't make fun of you for whatever impediments you have, so I would appreciate if you don't do that to me. Dude, okay, I'm not even gonna go there. Anyways, right. Just because we had failures
I'm sorry.
Look, man, the dude's got I don't know, fetal alcohol syndrome or something. Don't come at me for me stammering. Jeez, dude. Fetal alcohol spina bifida or whatever. Okay, so anyways,
Spinal bifida.
Yeah, whatever it is. Okay, so anyways, what I was saying is just, we've had failures from our public officials and from our government before, and from scientists even. That doesn't mean that everything that they do, it needs to be tainted from those failures, right? There are plenty of good things that come out of the government. There are plenty of good things that come out of science, come out of medicine. And I don't think that we need to be looking at these instances. Obviously, they were bad, but we don't need to be basing our entire view of the government and our entire view of science and medicine based off of those few things.
I sure will. I'm sorry.
I did want to say that you were right. It was the night before. It wasn't 2 days. It's been a year, and I knew I was close, but okay, the night before. There were no guns at the Capitol. It was 2 blocks away. No Molotov cocktails at the Capitol. They were in that same van with the guns, all in a van. Okay, he didn't take them out, bring them. Some people did have zip ties. Yes, there were weapons when you consider flagpoles that they were hitting people with. You're right. Okay, there were weapons. Okay, nothing like what was going on all summer. Okay, millions of dollars. Okay, we're talking damage, millions that happened all over. You look at Portland.
Hey, the police probably shouldn't have been attacking.
I don't know how many times I have to condemn that.
And everything else.
How many times do I have to condemn that, though?
I thought we done
maybe
got
the police
past all
shouldn't.
that.
Maybe the police shouldn't have rioted. Huh?
America was fed up with what had been going on all summer, and then they bought into a stupid thing that the agitators did before Trump ever finished his damn speech. So, yes, they went there, they got caught up in it. It was bad, it was stupid, it was moronic, it was idiotic.
Okay.
It's everything you can think of. But, okay, I will not downplay what went on all summer. Okay.
Now, I might
that
say
has
this.
to end.
I won't
I might
downplay
say
what
this.
happened
Hold
in the
on.
summer either.
super angry at the police for
I might
attacking
say
protesters
this.
and starting riots, right?
If you think about it, right? Hold on. The Capitol building is the most protected building other than the White House in the entire United States. Am I not correct?
And they
You're
used
correct.
enough
Usually,
violence
no,
on Jason.
You
time
are
out.
incorrect.
Shut up.
I'm
and
pretty
hear
sure
my
the Pentagon is more
fucking point.
protected than that. But that got hit
I
too.
gotta be maybe a little bit honest here, right? I feel like there's some military bases that are more secure than the Capitol, simply because
but-
we haven't seen military bases actually be overrun. You know what I mean?
As is.
Correct.
If you think about it,
Correct, sir.
if you think about it, while that Congress is
Maybe you should think
in
about it.
possession, that building is protected. How do those people get in? It wasn't just a sheer number of force, because if they didn't want to let them in, there would have been rounds popping off and people falling before that gate. Before the
Okay,
door
so
even opened.
No,
there's
it makes
a
more sense to let
plethora.
them in and get them on video. It makes
There's a
much more
plethora of
sense to let
videos.
them in and get them on video.
Okay, so yes, there were
Well,
some.
you
There
know
were
what-
some.
That's exactly what they did with the.
There
with the
were
police
some that
in-
were let
in
in, but there
Minneapolis.
were some
was a
that
plan.
were outside. There's plenty of video
It was a plan
footage
by George
of.
Soros and Antifa to make the right look bad. I know. I know.
Oh
Okay,
my
so
God, here we
real
go.
quick,
I'm
real quick. Hold
I
on,
would
hold
like
on.
to
so
please
hard.
distance me, okay, from
Mate, you've been
the.
stroking it all fucking panel, dude.
A lot of crosstalk going on.
Oh no, but I'm gonna start singing. I'm gonna start singing. I'm gonna start singing. Anybody know what song I'm gonna start singing? Anybody know?
Dada dada
You
dada.
are so beautiful
No,
to me.
I'm gonna start singing. Hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I give anything to make you mine,
Yeah,
oh
I'll say that's
mine.
my
I'll
song.
do your bidding and bitch beck and call. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna start singing. The Grundy County auction. That's right. All right, so this is what we're gonna do: Montreal, Stardust, Vivian, then back to Mando. Make it happen.
Okay. Yeah. No, it makes a lot more sense to just let them in, close the doors, and get them on video. Okay. Anybody who breaks the law or breaks some shit, okay, you should get them on video and pick them up later. Okay. That's exactly what they did when they burnt down the police station in Minneapolis. Okay. They just, you know what? Rubber bullets. Like, we're not going to do anything about this. Just let them in. We'll get them on video. It's everything everyone wanted. No violent interactions. Just get them on video. Pick them up later. Okay. It's like the best way to like de-escalate violence. It's just stuff. At least it's not people. Okay. And that's it. You just let them in, get them on video, pick them up later. Okay. It makes the most sense to just do that.
Stardust.
Right. Okay. So yes, there were some people who may have walked in, but there's tons of video footage. I can just link it to you. Of January 6th, Data Hoarder actually compiled everything you could ever want to see, and there's plenty of footage of Capitol police and rioters head to head, and they look very scared. I would be scared too, given the vitriol of the crowd out there. The second thing I would say is that you previously said that liberals have their heads up their ass. I would just like to inform you, leftists hate liberals too, and I don't agree with everything that leftists say, because I don't agree with the rioting that happened during BLM. I think a lot of minority communities were affected negatively by that, and I think a lot of I think a lot of victims of different crimes probably didn't get their closure to things. And businesses can be somebody's whole life. That can be like if somebody spent their whole life building that business and it gets burned to the ground, then yeah, that can be really, really detrimental to them.
I have to bow out and say goodnight. My wife wants to go to bed, and I'm in the bedroom. So, guys, it's been fun talking. Y'all have a
Great,
good one.
appreciate you
Have a
coming
good night,
here
man.
tonight. Give the wife our best.
I will do that.
Okay, good. Outstanding. Appreciate you, brother. All right.
I forgot where I was. I guess I forgot where I was. I forgot what my third.
They were
point was.
splicing the
If
protest.
you remember, we'll come back to it. Vivian, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, if you've got it.
I just would say I'm tired. I'm like, we've already acknowledged BLM. I would like to move past that point. So.
Yeah.
Can I? Oh, sorry. No.
So, yeah.
I think that specifically with regard to BLM, though, it's going to be hard to untie the knot between BLM and Antifa, considering Antifa did show up to BLM riots, and considered the 300 or 400, riots / lootings that we're possibly talking about here.
You can't say that because if one fucking Nazi little group showed up with that whole thing, then you'd have to tie the whole thing together
and
like
they
that.
did the NSC
for the same rules. Yeah. So it would apply for the same rules then.
Well, if they did show up, they would have done that.
I think
anyway,
it was my turn.
Vivian, take it away.
So I'll back up Stardust on the left, not really liking liberals. Fuck liberals, okay? Like, I'm a batshit insane anarchist, okay? And I'm here to say fuck Joe Biden, and liberals inevitably end up siding with fascists. All right, that's how that's how the majority of us think about them. Okay,
it's okay. I'm used to being hated.
I was
liberals are fair weather friends.
Classical liberals are great.
That was
classical
damn
liberals
base
are even
right
more
there.
cringe. Classical liberals are just
wrong again.
Well, I mean, if you
want
want to
liberalism is awesome.
Hold on.
Sorry.
If you want to sit there and suck off Sargon of Akkad,
you're not letting.
feel free.
Time out. You're not letting them speak. If you want to speak, it's her turn to speak. Stop speaking.
Oh my God, she's saying fuck liberals. This is clearly a meme moment. There's nothing personal. What the fuck?
Yeah,
that's okay. That's totally fine.
I'm moderating the room and nobody else. Vivian, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, look, I work with liberals, even some conservatives in anti-fascism, right? But broadly, the left considers liberals to be like fair weather friends, and we have significant fucking differences with them, right? You want to talk about like the BLM protest? I think it's really, really important to recognize that like a significant amount of violence was like initiated by the police, right? They would call curfew, and then they would start attacking protesters without giving them a chance to clear. Okay, I'm not going to say that there wasn't violence and looting and fucking burning down of buildings that was done by Black Lives Matter protesters, people who might have just turned up to the riot for a fun time, anti-fascists who might have been present there to support the protests, right? I'm sure that shit happened too. Okay, but like in terms of how many of those Black Lives Matter protests were violent, it was a minority, right? And of that minority, a significant amount of the violence was initiated by police, and some of it was enacted by right-wingers. There were over 100 vehicular attacks on protesters. Boogaloo Boys were fucking out in force trying to incite violence. We had the I still don't know who the dude was who smashed the fucking windows at the AutoZone, but we obviously had the police ambush attack, right? Where one Boogaloo dude fucking like murdered multiple police officers. Okay, people like to attribute the killings in Chaz/Chop to anarchists. This is also broadly not the fucking case. Some were shot by right wingers just outside of Chaz. And sorry,
who's running the security at Chaz, Vivian? I mean, they were passing out rifles to kids.
What's up, dude?
Trying to guard the walls.
Yeah, look. This is not me like running defense and saying absolutely everything that happened in BLM was good. It's me saying that this situation is like, it's
Mando hot mic.
It's me saying that this situation like is actually pretty complicated.
I know you don't like her, and it's clear.
And the right wing fury against BLM for like the violence that happened, right, should also be directed at the police. Should also be directed at the elements of the far right who incited violence at those rallies, right, and attacked protesters and killed police officers, even, right? So like,
all right,
yeah.
All right.
Get some people's attention.
Brett, oh my God, you're retarded.
Wow, people have been kind of loose with that R word here lately.
Yeah, is that allowed?
I think it's allowed, but it's awful loose language. I feel like a little bit more cleverness is kind of what I like out of people. You know, like Mando. If I was to say that your background makes you look, pretty spiffy. Pretty
No, that's
pretty loose
because
with the keys.
that's because my microphone, you, little
No,
mute button,
I'm just
and
saying,
it
like,
doesn't mute.
there's a lot more
Right,
clever
right, yeah.
things you could
You
like.
can use more
Yeah.
exact language.
Well,
Based
I
CTV
was
calling Kim Jong Un a fascist in chat, by the way.
I was on the phone
Fucking
calling
absolutely right.
somebody
Okay.
that is my apologies, and I can't stand to step on somebody's personal preferences. That is my apologies.
And it's not
No,
hard
no.
to get into the Discord, guys. We got some people asking. It's not hard to get in here, right?
But
There's 2 requirements. One, you be sub to the channel so that you can jump into the Wolfpack chat. And in order for you to do that, you have to have your Twitch and Discord connected, right? These things are put in place to keep out fucking trolls, right? I'm trying to run a legitimate community here where people can come together and have ideas.
That's right. And if you want to say something dumb, it's gonna cost
you got a
$5.
dumbass tanker.
I
in
posted
here,
the
so,
mega
I mean, shit.
compilation of all the
As a
January
part-
6th footage also in the chat.
Yeah, and as a part of like the conservative philosophy here, I'm still a capitalist, right? I'm not trying to, every fucking 30-minute show for the channel, but when it comes to gatekeeping ideas, I feel like a subscription is a way to do that. I don't know what to tell you.
No moral objection to taking money.
And
No.
honestly, chat kind of proves my point.
I
as
don't.
well,
The
with
only
the-
moral
with the
objection
level
I
of
have.
By the way, what the fuck, guys? I've been doing so well. I've been kicking ass. Y'all better start opening those wallets. That's all I'm saying. Jeez.
Those protests last year, so many right wingers were encouraging like blood on the streets, fucking shooting down in a hail of bullets and shit. You got Dilbro in CTV's chat, asking for a massive bludgeoning wall of batons, right? Like, I don't want to be engaging in like preemptive violence at all. I think anti-fascists should try and engage in defensive violence only when necessary, right? But like,
How do you define defensive violence?
how do I define defensive violence? If somebody tries to punch you in the fucking face, you can punch them back. But it's
Master
the right. It's
baton
the right
sounds
that's
British. They don't use that
It's the
over
right
here
that's
after
continuously
Rodney King.
encouraging violence and murder. It's disgusting.
I don't know that it's just the right that's encouraging that. I say the left is doing a fair bit amount of encouraging of that too.
I didn't want to go into the Boston Massacre, but I just started thinking about it right there.
Yeah, that's where I get a little confused about how, again, I think there's a weird expectation that people aren't going to try to draw similarities between these things, and that's why I think that's a natural inclination for people, is that the second people mention January 6th, they have this gut reaction to go immediately to the BLM rights. But I do want to answer Star's question earlier, where she asked something along the lines of are you, as like a Republican or conservative, now a little bit like disappointed? Was that your question, right? Something about that, like of their behavior, basically, and kind of like they
At
said
least
that
by the violent
It's
ones,
literally
right?
the whole point of talking
for
about
sure.
January 6th all the
For
goddamn
sure.
time is to look at conservatives and tell them, see, are you proud of what your side did? I mean, it's literally been the
I'm just
content for
tired of
last
the
year.
denial. That's
Well,
all.
yeah,
I'm
because you
tired of
guys
the
are violent,
denial
fucking
of.
insane conspiracists
Okay.
who allow
You guys-
violence
So
in
please,
movement with
please don't
nutjobs.
associate
I'm the
anything that
classical
Vivian
liberal
says with me. Okay,
conservative who's
please don't
Canadian.
associate anything that
I
Vivian
think
says
it's
with me.
more of
Time out.
importance
Well, no, you wanna-
that
you wanna-
has
you wanna
been
time
pressed
out,
upon
motherfucker.
January 6th.
I need to ask one question.
Should not have
Hold on.
been
Can I
placed
finish
upon it.
answering her question?
I mean, we had a national address about January 6th with multiple things. I mean, there's
a lot of
motions to make
symbolism
this
and
the
made for
most
great TV, but it
important-
was basically just bad crowd control.
I think we can
I
just
mean,
all agree that
no,
Stardust needs to
there's
hydrate.
I mean, there's no denial that January 6th was a shitty thing. Shouldn't have happened. I didn't like Trump myself.
Oh, CTV's more handsome brother.
Despite my right-leaning concern, I guess you could call me a rhino if you want to. I'm not a fascist.
Always
so.
this about
I mean,
showing
I
us really
don't
good
believe
research.
I mean,
Trump
that
is a
basically makes
fascist.
you a
I think it's
rhino.
a
Thanks for
fascist
clarifying
idea.
that one.
That
But
basically
I
makes
think
you a
there's
rhino
lot
at
of
this point,
issues.
mate. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I said, yeah, not being a fascist basically makes you a rhino at this point. Yeah.
Declaring
It's a dangerous thing.
you're not a
It's a dangerous
fascist is the
thing
most
because
fascist thing you can possibly do.
there are important things going on in the right that need to be figured out, but there's also things on the left that need to be figured out as well. I mean, does the right want to move towards, fascism type of style of government? Does
I don't think
left
that's the
want to move
mainstream
towards
thought
that
there.
same kind of direction
The
and
thought
just
of
in a
about
different
30% of
style?
Republicans.
I mean, there. Say again.
Oh, somebody said I don't think that's mainstream thought, and I said it's the thought of about 30% of
What does that
Republicans.
even
I
mean?
think
Going to
everybody's been
what does that even
pushing.
mean? Going to
It might have
fascism?
been
Going
me.
to
It
some
might have been
authoritarian
me.
government? Is that what
Yeah,
that means?
It means subverting democracy in favor of a hyper nationalist ideology, right?
Right, and the left and part of the left
often with a focus on
proceed
powerful
towards some other
military.
ideology, right?
That seeks to purify the nation, purify the Volk, rather, the in-group, right, of undesirables based on unique traits.
Don't worry, I've done a lot of studies.
Some people want to subvert democracy to install, I don't know, the ideology of scientism,
or declare someone else the enemy. That
the
this
ideology
other
of science.
this other person, and America's a different country because we're full of we're the most diverse country in the world. I mean, there's no denying about that. You could even throw Yugoslavia at me.
I don't know, man.
And say
I
that-
don't know. Tiberius D has never seen an Asian person. Okay.
Huh?
Oh wow,
Okay.
that's weird.
No, but I mean, I'm just telling you, the diversity doesn't exactly reach everywhere.
Well,
if you're genuinely worried about like
Small ass
fascism in
mountains
the
you live in.
Republican Party, you only need to look to like Gosar and his embracement of like America first and the fucking groypers, right? And the way the Republican Party.
Well, no, I mean, there's a reason why America is declared as the greatest country in the world because it has that weird ass melting pot that we've actually been able to go through. I will declare this that we are the oldest damn country in the world.
I think the only reason that
We're
people say
oldest.
that is because they've been.
I don't know about that one, bro.
Oldest country.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, continent of America and the Clifford's culture.
Go ahead and challenge me. Change my mind. Who is older than us?
I think what he means, right? I think what he means, and this is the claim that's usually thrown out, is that America is the oldest surviving democracy, right? Rather than the oldest country.
I mean, we're a republic.
No, we're the oldest country, period. Okay, we're the oldest country.
Idea.
I'm trying real hard to be charitable, okay?
Okay, maybe modern, maybe that might work better.
But he's just wrong. There are older surviving democracies, but it is a very common claim that America is the oldest surviving democracy.
Maybe
Wow,
it's
does it go all the way
if you want
does
to
it go
throw that
all the
out,
way back
but
to Adam and Eve?
I can't think of any comparators.
Does it go back to American Jesus? Is that how old America is?
Yeah.
All right, that comment is just stupid as hell.
I'm not a Mormon, so that doesn't
right?
count.
That's long.
It's all America.
It's
There's nothing else. It's just America. So.
It's the only country. It's
CTV's
America and
vision.
others.
There's just one country in the world. It's America.
That's CTV's ultimate vision.
Yeah, that's how we want to do it, man. For sure.
That's right. Yeah, there you go. One country.
Hey, I'm
one
glad
America.
that we can agree, at least on this panel. I think we can agree. Diversity good.
Yeah. One world under our fascist American democracy.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Monty.
Jesus Christ, that was terrible.
Why's it got to be fascist? I don't understand.
I don't know. I just picked one.
Fascism is family values, don't you know? Fascism is
No,
like.
wait, yeah, we're red flag and
I'm
hammer
joking.
and sickle.
I'm joking, but you know, if you look at it, if you look at fascism, it makes sense, like that some people are really into it because it's very patriarchal in a lot of ways, you know, and it's like you trust, you give up, the will of the people is given up basically in service for like you give all your power basically to like one central leader. And that person is supposed to like take care of you, kind of like, you know, kind of like a daddy, like a government daddy or something. I don't know.
Negative. In America, we take care of ourselves.
I'm not gonna disagree with Starlight there.
Well, no, I'm just talking about fascism. I'm not talking about America. I don't want fascism, dude. I'm just saying. I'm explaining it.
Come in and defeat all the Democrats.
I'm just
So I guess
explaining.
no
that's
one's
all.
gonna acknowledge
Fuck
how nice
those
CTV's
Democrats. We
bathroom
Donald
is.
Trump doesn't
we
sound
gotta
that
get a
southern.
war with them.
I have a
National
question.
I'm just saying
Fuck
it
it.
helps to understand why people
If
come to the conclusions that
Donald-
they do, so you can like argue with them a little bit better, you know.
If
So
Trump was so bad, how the hell was his economy so good? If Donald Trump was so bad, how the fuck was our economy so good at that point?
First of all, our president is not.
wait, I'm not calling anything fascist.
I'm not
I will meet
challenging
you a
that.
dude and
I think that's. I
I'm
think
just
that's the
talking
problem.
about
I think- I
fascism
think
in
that-
general.
I think
So
that's the
many people
biggest
out of work.
problem on the right, that everybody looks at Donald Trump as like the best goddamn president ever.
Oh
And
Lord have mercy!
he
Somebody's
was
taking the Lord's name in
not.
vain.
Yep.
My goodness, I
I don't-
really don't have hardly any. Matter of fact, I
We
only
just
got
had
one
shitty
rule.
presidents for the last 20 years.
If the economy is bad now, it's Donald Trump's fault. Everyone
Yo,
inherits
remember
that.
when our
Focus on the
president,
economy?
our
Yeah,
biggest
he
problem was
great.
his getting a blowjob in the White House?
Our economy was so
thought that was-
fucking
Oh,
horrible.
okay, yeah.
but
Okay,
now
I'll give you this,
worse.
Starlight.
Honestly.
Yes,
Madness.
the 90s
Do you remember
were
Obama?
awesome.
He
That was
wore-
the apex
he
of
wore, like,
American
beige once, and he
history.
ordered Dijon mustard.
The tan
It was
suit
fucking wild.
debacle.
Wait, what happened with Dijon mustard?
Cinco de
Obama
Mayo,
ordered
apparently.
Obama ordered Dijon mustard on his.
If
hot
our
dog, and it
economy was
like the
so
fucking
bad,
news
why
cycle
is it
for
worse?
Wait,
I'm
I
sorry, I
thought-
can't hear
thought
anything you're
fucking
saying.
Yeah,
I know,
can't
it's
hear it
wild.
either. I thought Obama ordered that fucking Grey Poupon shit.
He ordered Dijon mustard for his hot dog, and Fox wouldn't shut up about it for about 4 or 5 months. It was
Well, he
fucking,
should have
it
got
was
Grey
fucking
Poupon.
deranged.
They wouldn't have had as much of a fucking problem, right?
Like, you
I
wanna-
love Grey Poupon. And fuck,
Vivian. I mean, for
fuck what Fox News says. Why are we paying attention to what Fox News says? I mean,
don't
you
know,
know,
'cause,
that's
like,
that's
it's
that's the
significant
whole
Yeah,
thing.
Vivian, don't
You
you
know,
know?
I would
We can't
expect
trust any
everybody
media
here,
now.
I would expect everybody here to be like at least limitedly intelligent.
I mean,
So
I
one
think
point
you're
order-
expecting a
to
lot from me.
utilize
One point order out there.
the information.
I think we're just
that
shooting the
comes
shit
from
at this
that
point. We're not.
Expectations might be
which I
pretty
consider
fucking
Fox.
I don't think you should take
Mustard
anything
thing.
that's coming out of our
That's
mouth
actually
seriously
people.
right now.
Okay, so
Yeah,
one point
I
order.
I
okay,
wouldn't
there's-
accept- I would accept-
there's one general rule, all right, when you come into the voice chat, and that's do not take the Lord's name in vain, please. Avoid the GD. That's the one thing General Ballsack. Please go.
Our word's a yellow card.
Wait, what's the Lord's
I'm a
name?
Christian myself, sir.
I'm sorry.
I can.
That's great.
Yeah, that's my rule, just to be clear, right? The EOD's only putting that out for me so that I don't have to
Okay.
be the only one harping
Yeah.
on the same bullshit. Go ahead.
Okay,
Oh,
sure.
okay, my apologies. My apologies. Sorry, maybe my Christianity doesn't work the same
No
way.
worries.
but I
Don't
apologize.
get hung up on it. Just fucking move past it and learn the lesson. It's all good.
Nobody's
It's all
perfect.
done. It's all
yeah,
done.
exactly. Nobody's perfect.
Like, all I'm saying is, if you want to criticize Democratic presidents, you should come right over to the far left, okay? Because we're really good at it. You criticize them for fucking ordering Dijon mustard. We criticize them for fucking drone strikes and for his garbage performance in Flint.
Do you want him?
Do
Do you really want him? Because I swear to God, you can have that sorry son of a bitch. You can have him. I swear, just straight up above, you can have that.
Am I saying I want Obama? Is that
You
what I
can
just
have
said?
him.
Is
You
that
can
what I
have
just
him.
said?
Wait. I think you're misunderstanding.
When did
Can I
Michigan become an
can I explain real quick? I just want to explain to Mondo.
Stardust.
Okay, yeah.
Because
So
I will
Mon-
straight up, I will give that dude to anybody. Y'all can have him, and I.
Okay.
no,
All right, Mondo.
I literally just said. I literally.
Mondo,
just
I
said
think
I
Vivian's
understood-
on your
I
side with
understood
that one.
exactly.
I don't think
I
Oh my
understood
God.
what she said. Trust me.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry. I
understood
did
what
it
she
again.
said.
Oh,
Sorry.
there's
I
no need
straight
to
up
posture
understood.
so hard.
Yeah, what did you understand? What did I say?
No, I completely understood what you said, but you
Okay,
know
what
what? We'll
was
give
it?
him away.
What was it?
I
what
knew
was
you
it
were
I said?
criticizing. I knew you were criticizing him, but I'm like, we'll give him away too. Honestly, we'll give him away.
Okay, then I don't understand why the fuck you would say that. It's very weird.
We're talking about the ownership of Obama, okay?
Yeah.
Because
Right?
nobody wants him. And
No,
exactly
we're
why the
just
fuck
I don't know.
people trading the life of this person amongst ourselves for some amount of imaginary cash.
Yeah, Obama's still
Yikes.
alive, guys.
Yeah.
I don't give a
Yeah.
shit.
Okay.
I'm just
I
saying
don't
the right has no
understand what we're
significant
doing
votes.
right now.
The right has no significant what?
Oh, I was saying the right has a lot of trouble with providing significant critique of like Democratic presidents. The far left
No, we
is
don't.
much better at it.
I think we
No,
should
we
auction
don't.
Carter
Obama.
sucked.
Wait,
A
you think the
lot.
far left does a better job of critiquing Democrat presidents than what the right does?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
You criticize
Okay.
Obama.
Yeah, good
you
job on that
criticize
one.
Obama for Dijon
But
mustard
see, the
and
far
wearing a
left
beige
just
suit.
hates
We
everybody,
criticize him for
though.
drone strike.
We're really upset about this mustard thing.
The far left
Well, yeah,
just hates everyone.
I mean, the right was super fucking upset about it at the time. Yeah, it was fucking weird, right?
20% mortgage interest rates are nowhere near as bad as mustard.
Oh my
God,
god,
right?
mortgage
Right.
interest rates make me so
Look,
mad.
this
That's
isn't the
fucking
first time
horrific.
we've seen this by Democrat politicians, though, right? Fucking Hillary Clinton was supposedly carrying around hot sauce in her purse, right? As an
Right.
I
attempt
don't
to try
care.
to
I don't
pander
care
to
what
black
kind of
people,
condiments
you know?
Wait, what's
President
wrong with
Biden-
hot sauce in the purse, dude? Why are you coming for me like this? I like spicy food. God damn.
This is the first time I ever heard about the mustard
I need you to
thing.
stop doing that.
I just literally don't care about what kind of condiments a
I'll
president
tell you what,
likes,
Stardust,
and
if
I
you
don't
got hot
understand
sauce
why
in your
people
purse
do.
right now, you know what? You name what it is that you'd like.
If you don't have hot
If you
sauce in
got
your
hot
purse right
sauce
now,
in
you're
your
a racist.
purse right the fuck now, you name what it is that you want. But that's you being honest about it, though, right? Because obviously I only have your camera's view to be able to see your fucking world, but that's you being honest, right? So if
My
you got
purse
hot
is
sauce,
upstairs, but yeah.
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 I
Yeah,
can understand
I'd
having
like
hot
to
sauce
see
in
the hot
purse.
sauce sometime. Yeah.
It seems like a good idea, honestly, carrying
Well-
around some hot sauce.
Yeah, well,
Bonus points
technically
if it's
Sri
in
Rock
It's a
does,
small
but you know,
glass.
it's
Not like the
shit.
fast food packets.
I would prefer chili oil than hot sauce.
Chili oil is
It's
pretty
some
good
kind of-
too. That's a good idea, but it's messy, so you know.
Yeah, it's oil. It's hard to get out of things.
Yeah, you can't put that in your purse. It's too risky.
Which- oh, yeah.
I don't like.
Not with
For the
that
dweebs
attitude, you
in-
won't.
for
Usually
the
I eat
dweebs
at
in,
home.
for the dweebs in chat who are like talking about the far left breaking down into convulsions over pronouns, those pronoun havers were like over in fucking Syria kicking the shit out of ISIS. All right, we had
Pronoun
fucking
havers
we
That
had
is
the
true.
queer insurrection and liberation army.
I do have to give the
fucking
pronoun havers
raising
that,
the
you know?
LGBT flags over
A lot of
Raqqa,
veterans.
Okay,
A lot of
so
veterans.
get the fuck out.
Yeah.
All right. Not even just veterans, but like entire fucking queer anarchist brigades fighting ISIS. Okay, let me know when. Let me know when
Wait
your
a minute,
dipshit
hold on.
local militia's gonna fucking go and do something.
Hold on. Did you just? I gotta ask this question, Vivian, because you say some very interesting things. Did you
I
just
did.
say what was it? Gay anarchist fighters? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, the queer. Yeah, the
I'm
queer.
just curious.
I don't know
I'm
if
just,
he
look,
knows
look,
exactly
the
what
only
he's
thing
talking
I'm
about.
curious about.
Yeah, you seen
right?
my Twitter, right?
Not really.
Okay.
But
well,
the
What
thing
makes
that-
them anarchist?
Hold on. The thing that I'm most
what
curious
makes them
about.
anarchist?
The
Okay,
thing that
sorry.
I'm most curious about is what kind of uniforms did they have?
What kind of
Are they-
uniforms? do they
are they
wore
rainbow?
combat. They wore combat fatigues. Like, what else are they gonna fucking wear?
I don't fucking know. I just feel like a group as unique as that maybe would have some unique uniforms. I don't know.
They're anarchists. What are they going to do? Put flags on? Come on.
They're wearing normal camis, but the morale patches are off the hook.
Oh,
I mean, hey, look.
Look,
all I'm-
what's
all-
more fucking masculine
All I'm saying
than
is you accuse these
Wingtips.
like marginalized people of being fucking snowflakes or whatever, right? And what I see is these marginalized people going out in the fucking streets, putting their fucking lives and bodies on the line for their for their fellow marginalized peoples, and sometimes even forming fucking battalions and going and fighting ISIS in fucking Syria. Okay, I don't see that from
Do you know
like a
how
whole
large
bunch
a
of
battalion is?
Sorry.
Do you know how large a battalion is?
Yeah. No, I don't.
It's at least 600 people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that,
A military organization.
Well, there were at least 600 people, probably quite a lot more, in the Queer
In a
Insurrection
military
and Liberation
organization.
Army. Yes, and
I think you're probably referring to the Kurdish Communist Party.
I'm referring.
And I don't think that there's, especially after ISIS rolled through there, I don't think that there's that many, especially LPGQT.
I'm referring to
whatever it
the
is.
I'm referring to the International Freedom Battalions, right? Of which the Queer Insurrection and Liberation Army were a division, which was
Is that similar to
like the
Soldiers Without
specific.
They're
Borders?
getting- holy shit, they're getting bigger and bigger.
Well, when people are trying to kill you, you tend to take up arms against them,
Yeah, but who are they fighting though?
People are trying to kill them
Thank you
for
for the
being
gifted
themselves.
sub 9,001.
Yeah.
That is so
What we're really
kind of
talking
you.
about is kind of a
Guys,
leftover in a
if you like
runoff
this
from
content, if you like me
the-
fighting with
the
people,
Free- what
please
is that?
click
The
the
French
subscribe
Legion-
button.
French Legion.
I truly appreciate it. You guys are dope.
I'm having difficulty understanding exactly the.
Y'all keep
the-
saying divisions, battalions, like
Yeah. He's using.
there's
He's,
so
Who is
many.
y'all?
I mean,
Who is
I'm
y'all?
not. I'm not blaming.
Who
I'm
is
not blaming
y'all?
him on this.
Fighting
who's
forces.
y'all?
Yeah,
Y'all.
Who is y'all?
Yeah.
Y'all are y'all, and y'all have a
Okay.
good night.
What is the name of this organization?
Eh? Well, the Queer Insurrection and Liberation Army have disbanded now, but the International Freedom Battalions are still a thing. But like,
So I'm actually interested because as long as they're fighting for freedom, then that's fine with me.
oh yeah, man, fucking killing ISIS, fuck those people, man. Fucking people go out and kill ISIS. That shit's fucking based as hell. All right, fuck those people.
Oh yeah,
fuck
yeah, I
ISIS.
know that.
So,
Yeah.
so would you
So,
support
like,
all
those
of the
goddamn
militias that work
motherfuckers.
for the CIA and the United States military that were fighting ISIS in the Middle East?
I would
Like
probably
the private
support.
military organizations, like Blackwater and whatnot.
I mean, I would probably support some of them, but I think the people who
They're
like
called
fight for
Academy
money are
now.
Yeah,
different.
no. This looks like one of the Kurdish socialist organizations.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually classify them as well as Blackwater because Blackwater's probably much more organized. But yeah.
I mean,
I don't know
I
anything
love
about
it.
this
I
subject, so I'm just going to stay out of
I saw
it.
them fight. I saw them fight. I
combat forces.
love the goddamn Kurds.
All I'm saying, right, is like I was
Oh,
getting some
there's the
fucking
queer
there was some fucking shit in chat about like pronoun havers and snowflakes and all that sort of shit. And I just want to say that like the queer people I know are some of the bravest fucking people that I've ever fucking met. All right, they have to deal with so much fucking shit in just everyday life, right? And they battle the fuck through it, and they still have the energy left over to go out and fucking protest. And some of them will even go overseas and fight fascists over there. Okay, and these people have my ultimate fucking respect and admiration because
Hold
they are
on.
incredibly brave and strong fucking people. And
Hold on.
most of the people who go, oh, fucking snowflake pronoun havers or whatever,
No.
couldn't fucking live 2 minutes in their shoes.
I don't agree with that because me being a right-leaning type person, my family being a big part of the Marine Corps, and I have two friends that were in the Marine Corps they found each other. We're both in the Marines, and yeah, they got married or whatever. But these two people are one of the biggest parts of my life as far as an influence, and as far as the sexuality, that means nothing to me.
And who says foxholes don't bring people together? Marines? That ought to be something to celebrate.
Exactly. But even though these two guys were Marines and they're gay, you know what? If you're happy, you know what? I want you to be happy. I want you to have that good time. But just because you're gay and you choose to fight for something, you know what? I give you a thumbs up and I'll tip my hat to you. You know what? You do you, boo boo. But that's a fucking beautiful thing. But as far as just people being gay and fighting, okay, I could support that.
I don't even know how sexuality comes into
but exactly.
I think what Vivian was responding to was somebody in chat who was trying to make a jab at LGBT people.
Oh, so that's where that came from. But you know, I really don't see how sexuality comes into the whole thing. But you know what? If you're fighting for what the hell you going for,
hold on, Mando. Hold on.
Good
Right,
for
I
it.
gotta address chat for a minute. We got like at least fucking 400 people watching us right now. Fact of the matter is, chat, you're a part of the conversation. That's right. That's right. It may not be that place. It may not be that way in other spaces, but chat is paid attention to here. You're a part of the conversation. Y'all been directing this shit. You hear me? Now we're all sitting there talking about what somebody said in chat.
It's
Amazing.
very interactive. Very interactive here.
Very interactive. We're all about tickling it around here.
There we go.
I just don't like this characterization of like of like queer people as being fragile or whatever because they speak up for their rights. Like I can't think of anything more fucking fragile than somebody going, oh shit, somebody in a weird wig is reading to my kid. I'm fucking terrified. I'm gonna start an entire fucking movement to attack drag queen story hours.
You're talking about that
Yeah.
freaking dude with the dildo hanging off of his crotch reading stuff to kids.
Well,
wait,
wait.
Who the fuck with the dildo hanging off their crotch is reading
if
to
I
kids?
can just,
that would
like,
be unacceptable, obviously.
Yeah, if I can just moderate here, like I do think that what Vivian is talking about, there were people in chat or somebody in chat, I guess, who made a jab at LGBTQ people, calling them like snowflakes or whatever, and I don't think that's right because you know any marginalized person in America is I don't think it's a snowflake thing to just want to be treated like normal and stuff.
No,
You can say what you want.
They have a much better.
Wait a minute. Okay, so there you can say like there are some people who might be a little bit hyper, but there's some people who are a little bit hyper in any group, right? And so I think what Vivian was trying to say is that it's not right to call an entire group a bunch of snowflakes because they've got their own struggles, they live their own life, and it's not fair to call somebody names just because they're trying their best to live their life, basically. So
especially not when you're on the side that gets all fucking conniptions about somebody saying, hey, slavery existed. Like, it's fucking wild. Conservatives are the most fragile fuckers in the entire United States. They get triggered over every tiny thing.
I don't know if that's necessarily true to be
Yeah, I
able to
don't
put that
agree
on
with that either.
conservatives, right? Let's be honest. I think that the ones that are more on the that are closer to total government control end up being more of the snowflakes, more so than the ones that are fine with just like a little bit of government and leave me the fuck alone.
Right. Okay, I see. You think that you think the people who want some government daddy to take care of everything are pussies, or sorry, whatever
I think
sorry
they're
for my sexist term. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And then there's the people who are just fine with like being subject to some risk, okay, in order to gain some freedoms in life and follow their own enterprises.
Yeah,
yeah,
kind of like that. It's kind of like in this world, we've got a few things that we got to make sure that we have in order to make sure that we're protected. You know what I mean? And sometimes with that, it means protecting some very fundamental rights, i.e., like your firearm rights. You know what I mean?
Fucking Second Amendment. Woo-wee.
Second Amendment, baby. And this is where like you got to be real fucking careful with how you fucking handle this thing, because shit.
Yeah. Hey, let's not have a comedy bit go wrong here.
Okay, we're gonna set that down now. We're gonna set that down.
Yeah, be careful, be careful with those fucking accidental discharges, CTV.
I really liked how he kept that booger hook off
accidental
that.
discharges.
I really like how he kept that damn booger hook off that damn boom switch. That was very nice, sir. Loved it.
Vivian, don't interact with the masturbator in chat, okay? That's all.
I think
they're baiting you. They're a masturbator.
They're doing it.
So.
Yeah, if you interact with them, they'll have an accidental discharge.
Yeah, that's true.
I just want to say really quick. I think the snowflake thing, that comment really comes from the idea of when people are saying things like, "Oh, you need to do this for me." I think that a lot of the times that comes off as a vulnerability to people, right? So when I talk about people, like, again, I'm CTV's token, right? I try to let him live vicariously through me.
Oh, why don't you put the camera on? You look good.
Listen. I got my pineapple shirt on right now. I know you'd love it.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds great.
Food boy.
Anyway.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Okay, for the love of God. Okay, there. Okay, so.
There he is.
Yes.
We got him.
Plenty. I am not. I'm very accustomed to people having called me the N-word before. Okay, right? It's happened plenty of times. Okay, but the thing that people like hearing the most, and it's not even that they like hearing it, but what brings positivity is the fact that I don't let that bother me. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. It's bothered me only one time before. This girl that I was dating, her grandfather wouldn't shake my hand and all this stuff. It was a mess, but that's fine. I was young and I learned.
Sounds like an awkward 90s movie. Right, go on.
But I just don't let that stuff bother me. I don't let words bother me. And people see strength in resolve. They don't see strength in things where people are like, "Oh, you need I can't believe this person said this to me, or they called me this, or they didn't do this for me, or they didn't say this." And I'm not trying to minimize those people's experiences, but I think that when people hear that behavior, they see that behavior, it comes off as weakness, right? So like where I live, there's this trans pastor, and anytime I love listening to her talk because she immediately jumps up everybody's ass who tries to say, "Oh, you're oppressed and marginalized." She just immediately jumps up and like, "Look, I'm not a victim. You're not making me a victim. You're not painting me as a victim. I'm a strong individual. I don't need anybody. I know who I am. I don't need anybody to tell me that I need this or that I'm this or this or this. You know, nobody's going to offend me. Nobody's going to do anything to me and make me less of a person." And I love it when she blasts people off like that. It's amazing. But people respect, like I said, they want to see that resolve. They want to see that strength. They tend to respect that more. That's why I love when people are just like they just don't care, you know.
Okay,
And they're
I
just
mean,
like,
That's
honestly,
actually a very good
I've
point right there.
it's
Because I
I
mean, I've gone through the don't ask, don't tell period of the military and all that, and you know, I'm a '90s kid, so I don't I still got some of the like the gay fears and things like that. But you know, as long as someone actually acknowledges, hey, this is where I'm going to be, this is who I am, I'm still going to treat them as an individual. I don't. There's no reason to
like
like
gay guys all the time.
yell at them.
Okay, look, Charlotte, so I get what you're saying. Like on an individual level, I'm sure this is very empowering for this individual, the trans pastor that you're talking about. I'm sure it's very empowering for you as a black person, right? I'm not going to speak on like black issues, but at least for trans issues, right? CTV's seen me on here, like I get some fucking weird ass transphobic horse shit sometimes. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't really faze me, right? I'm not worried about like the individual being a cunt to me. If I was worried about that, I wouldn't be able to exist as a trans person on the fucking internet because it's literally constant, right? What I'm worried about is like its prevalence within society and the way it affects legislation and social interactions between people. Is the reason that 1/3 of British employers are perfectly willing to say that they won't hire a trans person, right? It's the reason that like trans people are so fucking overrepresented in homelessness, drug addiction, sex work, and yes, suicide statistics, right? Like I'm when I say like things like, hey, trans people need to be respected for who they are, or like trans people need to have access to like medical care, or you need to stop speaking to trans people like this, talking about trans people like this, is because the attitudes that people have from talking about trans people like this directly impact their lives, right? So it's not this individual one-on-one, oh, you called me some mean name, so now I'm upset and offended. This denotes an attitude prevalent within society that is fucking killing us, dude.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
look, I try to tell everybody all the time. It's like this, Viv, right? Like, fact of the matter is if you've got a trans person that's hitting on you, right? Maybe take it as a compliment that somebody finds you attractive in this world instead of trying to be disgusted because of, some other fucking reason that you might be holding, right? Be appreciative of the fact that somebody finds you attractive. You can obviously turn them down, say, hey, look, I'm not interested. But that doesn't mean you got to act like a fucking cunt about it, right? Somebody finds you attractive. Say fucking thank you, right? And move on smartly away from it if you're not interested.
Can I just say also, that is so refreshing to hear.
Viv, I'm constantly having to say, Viv, look, I'm a married man, right? But, I can appreciate, you coming on to me,
Can
I'm
I
not
just
gonna
say-
lie, those Speedo pictures. Whoo-wee.
I appreciate CTV saying that because there are so many dudes out there who get so fucking mad. Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. And one thing that I would add is that like
I'd honestly give the same advice to women who get catcalled too.
Yeah.
Be appreciative that somebody found your ass attractive and wanted to fucking tell you, right? Instead of finding a reason to bitch about it. Way too much fucking bitching going on in the world.
Well, I mean, we can talk about that another time. But one thing that I would add on to what you guys are talking about, like on an individual basis, and when you're used to like a certain amount of it, a certain amount of bigotry and a certain amount of vitriol directed at you, you get used to it. It's normalized and it doesn't affect you as much. But there are times when you get a new wave of vitriol, a new wave of bigotry directed towards you. And when you get that wave, sure, you can power through it, but I don't think anybody can deny at the end of the day that when you have all of that accumulated, it does affect you in some way. And I don't think that it's wrong for people to be vulnerable or to express how it affects them. I think that if anything, we lack a little bit of empathy sometimes. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think when you make yourself more like Vivian, you're gonna produce a stronger group. That's basically my argument. That's always my argument to everybody is this, if you are, you know, as an individual stronger, the group that you make up will be better. You know, if all of the players on the team are better players, then the team will be more successful.
Okay, well, some people just don't have that in them, and
Okay,
even the people who don't deserve
here's the issue.
Well, hold on really quickly. I just want to say,
respect and protection.
I'll let you finish.
hold on really quickly. From my perspective, all that is really, I'm not saying that's not a reality, because it is. I get that, but to me, that doesn't stop the reality of still have to lead by example. And then to me, that's the soft bigotry of low expectations. That's saying that somebody isn't capable of doing something when I think that they are capable of doing that thing. I don't think we can always just say, well, this person is this way, so they can't really handle it. I think that if we put them in a position where they can learn, and especially when we have good, strong examples like yourself, then they will have an example where they can be better and they can be stronger and they can learn.
Sure.
I don't want them to have to be. Like, I don't think that people should have to deal with all the fucking horse shit that comes at them, right? Like, I put myself in the fucking firing line because I want other people to feel represented in this fight without having to deal with all the fucking bullshit that I deal with, right? And the amount of bullshit that I deal with, right, is fucking death threats on a weekly basis, right? Transphobic comments on the fucking daily, constant fucking horse shit, constantly having to like listen to people make
I'm more
arguments
offended about the fact that you got the British accent.
I totally understand, but some people are not. But yeah, sorry, constant fucking transphobic bullshit on a daily basis, and constantly having to stand there and argue against people who are saying, "Hey, you should not have the rights to healthcare. You should not have the rights to, live your life as you see fit." And I don't think that everybody should be put under that constant fucking strain, right?
I just think that that's the reality of life.
For fuck's sake.
Hold on, just really quickly.
Redneq, how are you doing, buddy?
What's cracking, fam?
What's up, where Redneq?
You know what? I got a feeling there's about to be a few
Texas
eggs.
is the best
cracking,
country.
But you know how it
Hey,
is.
I just want to say I'm glad we've got one more person of color on the panel because, I thought we were feeling a little bit white in here, but now we got Redneq. I think representation's kind of evened out a little bit.
True. I'll be right back.
I was just gonna.
Oh,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, sir. No.
I was just gonna. I just like I really am a huge fan of the quote. Prepare not the road for the child, but the child for the road. I just don't think we can spend. I don't think it's efficacious for us to spend a lot of time not preparing people for the reality that the world is harsh, people are terrible, monsters exist. We can't legislate all monsters away. We can't do any of that stuff. I think that it is better to be prepared and to be strong and to be a strong individual.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think placing that burden entirely upon the marginalized people is in fact allowing those people of the majority to be children, right, and not be challenged constantly on the way they treat other people. I think those people need to be challenged constantly on the way they treat other people, and to not be doing that is coddling them and babying them and pretending like they don't know any better. Right, those monsters that you're talking about, they should be fucking challenged, not just allow them to go, "Hey, what you doing, N-word?" or "What you doing, tranny?" Right? Like, sure. I don't think you should just be like, "Hey, fuck you, dude. That shit ain't fucking acceptable."
Yeah,
right?
and all I'm really saying to support your point is that it would be better if more people had the ability to do that, and the message would be stronger and better. I don't think you should be the only one doing that.
Well, I think when we do it, we get called snowflakes, right? We're being snowflakey by saying, "Oh, fuck you, dude. Don't call me a fucking tranny." Right?
Oh, I get called a snowflake because, I fucking show emotion, or I think that, there are times when a man should apologize for the things that he does when he knows he's fucking wrong, instead of taking a line that says, "Oh, I'll never apologize for anything," right?
I've never
I feel
been
like
wrong in
that
my
shows
life.
If I
I've never
can
been
jump
wrong
in real
either,
quick as
right?
well,
You know, but
I can see what both of you guys are saying here, and I do agree. There is like a level of there's a level of strength, I guess, that you have to kind of exhibit on a daily basis when you are from a marginalized group, and 100% for doing that. People will respect you, but yeah, I do think that sometimes people who can't at least exercise basic respect for other people, like basic human respect for another person, are sometimes acting like babies, right? I'm not asking for special. I'm not asking for special treatment or anything like that. And I don't think a lot of people are asking for special treatment. Maybe some are. And I agree with. I've had plenty of things levied at me, especially being like, who I am on the internet. But yeah, I do think that there are babies on both sides. So basically, some people need to toughen up and start treating other people with respect, with basic human dignity and respect. And some people need to toughen up and realize that the world is not going to bend over backwards for everything.
Well,
so
lady on the left, right there.
I don't think we're asking the world to bend over backwards. At least when I talk about transitions,
I don't
we're
think
not
you are
asking-
either.
we're
I don't
asking
think you
for
are either.
very-
Yeah.
We're
Well,
asking
me
for very,
being
very
from-
basic shit, just like equal opportunity and
Mhm.
employment, healthcare, and housing and stuff like that. Those are the things that we're like currently fighting on.
Yeah, and those are
everybody
basic
wants to turn
human.
it- yeah.
Those are basic human things. I think that's those. Every human should be given the same amount of dignity and the same amount of respect. So.
Well, me being from where I am, and anybody who has any other orientation of whoever you are, me being from Texas and being brought up respectful, and I try to be respectful to everybody here. Sometimes I'm really not, because that's a curse of the monster. It's called the drink. But I don't really care who you are. If I meet you in person or if I run into you, I'm always going to be respectful, and I believe that everybody should be treated with that same respect. I don't care your orientation. I don't care if you're trans, gay, or whatever. I just try to be the nicest person, but that's in different discussion. But whenever we're in discourse, that's where I'm different.
If I could interject some positivity for just a moment. Stardust, what you said you like CTV's analogy, or not analogy, but as example, like with catcalls, to get the positive out of it. That's a practical example of Hanlon's razor, which is don't attribute to malice what can be easily explained by ignorance, paraphrased.
Yeah, so if I can just
somebody catcalling you, that you take the positive from that, because it doesn't mean
Sure.
it doesn't
If I can just elaborate on why I might disagree on some points with that, is that not all catcalling looks the same, and some catcalling involves like a dude following you down the street for like 10 blocks, So
that's not.
Yeah.
That's not catcalling then. That's
I was going to say that's harassment.
And that's for not attributing.
It starts off as catcalling. It starts off as basic, just a dude saying like saying something to you, and maybe you don't really acknowledge it, but you just kind of ignoring it, and then he gets mad and he starts yelling at you. Yeah, he starts yelling at you. He starts yelling at you for the next 10 blocks that you're walking.
Yeah.
You're too good for me. Why the fuck aren't you looking at me? Why the fuck aren't you looking at me? Why the fuck aren't you looking at me?
Does that though?
Yeah, I've had that happen. I've had dudes like lunge at me on the street before, but that was more like late at night. But still, it's not fun. Like, not all catcalling is the same.
Well, yeah, I can expect that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want a
I think
bunch
you're
of
lumping things into catcalling that aren't necessarily catcalling, but
As for what my
I don't know.
good friend
The dude's
Noodle
yelling
was
at me
saying,
still.
though.
So
Okay, well, real quick. I know, Viv. I know.
Okay.
Redneck, you jumped in here, brother. What's on your mind, man?
I mean, apparently you got everything under control with all this bullshit and drama I'm listening to. Are we now getting to the point where everybody's saying, "Oh, let's be kumbaya now that we all that we're called conspiracy theorists, traitors, and all the other fuckery, the Hitlers, the Nazis, the homophobes, the transphobes, the bigots, all the other isms and the racists."
I don't know. Why don't you call me a pedophile again, Redneck?
Are we
I mean,
all
this-
are we
I mean-
all starting to say let's all be very nice to each other and let's not let words hurt us? Is that where we're at now?
No.
Did we
Yeah,
finally get there?
I mean, yeah.
Thank
I mean,
God.
this is the
So we can
Wolfpack
now.
chat.
I don't
so
think
now we
any
can
of us.
actually.
Did
so
I
now
call
we can
you that?
actually have.
I have never called
Do you
anybody
do you have
here
a guilty
that.
conscience?
No, it's
Do you have a
more-
guilty conscience? Did I say you?
Yeah, it's more
Did I
about
say
like
anybody?
past things. You got to realize when Redneq was talking, he's talking about like the last year of interaction he's had with the community.
It's very
Fucking
bad.
last 2 years. What are you talking about?
I get that there's a lot of stuff that happened within the last year.
Okay, I clearly don't
No,
know.
I mean,
It's got to be real hard for you calling all the gay people PD.
Here's where it is. Here's where it is for me. I am a glutton of sarcasm and just spewing out of me right now. No, it's coming out right now because I literally am going to watch y'all fold your faces into the fucking earth with stupidity because you're going to go, oh shit, we have to live with COVID. All these people we told were fucking idiots for wearing masks and getting vaccines or not getting them. Oh my God, you finally realized that it's all been a fucking game and you've been played and you were one of the first sheeple they made. And
Living
you,
with it probably
especially
means getting
Viv,
boosted.
you fucking specifically for 2 years have preached this fucking bullshit from your little troll minion status. So anytime I come on a space and your fucking ass is here, I'm gonna call your bitch ass out for fucking
what am I preaching that you disagree with?
blatantly preaching a fucking hatred, government controlled, big money
What am I
fucking pharma piece of equipment to control
what are you
people's
talking
lives.
about?
You fucking cuck fascist.
What are you
Thank you.
literally? What are you literally fucking talking about? I've barely spoken on COVID, honestly. Like, it's not one of my popular topics at all.
It's not popular because you like masks, you believe in mandates, and you want to force vaccinations. That's why it's not popular. So you're not
What?
talking about it no more, huh?
What? I've specifically said I don't believe in mandates. I think there's a real. I'm an anarchist. I think there's a real conflict in like personal bodily autonomy when it comes to mandates. What the fuck are you talking about, Redneq?
Well, I'm just need to be clear on your stance. Then let's hear where you're at today.
I'm not 100% sure where I stand on like vaccine mandates. I think there's a real conflict with personal bodily autonomy. I think we need to like try and work out a way through that. I haven't.
I
had
will.
many-
I will say we
I
did
haven't
have
had
earlier
like I
that
said to
loved
you,
it.
like I said to you earlier, Redneq. I haven't talked about it all that much, right?
What is your stance on masks?
On masks, I think
Mhm.
I think you should probably try and be respectful. Masks seem to be effective at like preventing the spread if you're infected towards other people. So, like,
What's your exact
maybe
stance?
wear a
Yes
mask
or
and-
no? You need a force mask? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, but
probably-
your eyes are scaring me right now.
Probably not.
Let's start us. Get her troll status going. She's memeing right now. Let her have her meme while I'm fucking up.
I think
Vivian
you're
here.
memeing right now,
I mean,
Redneq.
you're doing a real good job. of
Well,
it.
no, I
Yeah.
just do. I like to do the zoom in thing. My chat really
Hey,
likes it.
If I,
So.
if I accuse all the lefties of doing things, I want to make sure which lefties I'm accusing of what. I
think
know
it's
what
re- I think
I
it's
know what you
reasonable
really
for-
are bad at, but I'm trying to
think
get a clarity on your your past 2 years of what you claim you did and what you
Past
haven't
2
done.
years
Because
of what?
I
Like,
do have
really haven't
receipts.
spoken on COVID that much.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so what
If
is
I
your
could
stance tonight?
If I can just
What's my
clarify
stance
really
tonight? My
quick.
stance tonight is I think it's probably reasonable for people to like require people to wear masks if they come into a space that they own, right? I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to like force masks on people in places where it's not necessary, like outside walking
exemptions?
down the street, for example. I think
Any
maybe on
exemptions?
tightly packed like public transport, it might be reasonable to say you should wear a mask before you use this. I think
Any
maybe.
exemptions?
What
Any
do you mean
exemptions you want
exemptions?
Oh, I
religious
like
or
that. That's
medical?
cool.
I literally don't give a fuck about your religious objections to like societal policy. I couldn't give a
Okay.
fuck.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't think they're really based in any kind of.
Okay,
because
so-
I can have
so-
a
so-
religious objection to allowing Redneq to exist on the planet, right? That's my
So,
religious exemption.
Your stance.
okay?
Your stance is
My
so.
God
Your
tells
stance
me
exactly.
Redneq's a fucking degenerate and needs to go.
So your
So,
stance
like,
is
I don't
exactly the
expect-
stance the world is taking against transgenders, and you don't like it, and you're
What?
doing it yourself.
What
So
are you
try to
talking
wrap it up
about?
in your simple
Wait,
brain.
how
You
is
just let me
anti-
talk it in 3 minutes.
Wow, that
Wait,
got,
how
that
is
got
how is somebody's
disgusting
personal
real fast
identity?
there.
How is somebody's identity equivalent to their like
because she doesn't give a fuck about any other person. She doesn't give a fuck about any other person's medical or religious exemptions for her own safety and
Wait,
pleasure.
is there a medical exemption to treating people respectfully?
I asked a simple question. She answered. She
Is there a medical exemption to treating people with respect?
Is
there a medical exemption to treating people with respect?
Okay,
slow down.
okay. It's time for me to start singing. We're getting closer and closer to the Grundy County auction, people. I'm telling you.
I didn't say
telling
anything
you,
about.
I'll start singing motherfucking. What's that song that EOD? Help me out. What's that? No,
Kumbaya?
that's a good one. That's a good
Dust
one.
in a baggie.
No,
Country
that
Road?
country song. God is
Du hast.
God's country. I'll start singing God's
Good God.
country. Don't think I won't. I'll do it. I'll do it, y'all. Now, I will throw it back into the room, right? The first one, as a matter of fact, and this is where if you have a camera, you're obviously going to have bias here. First one to raise your hand.
Raised it.
Look at that. Stardust.
Fuck you. Beat you,
Stardust got it.
Stardust.
Stardust was quick on that hammer. But I will say Redneq was after that. So Stardust and Redneq, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. When I zoom in, that I do that because my chat thinks it's funny. I don't do that for.
I think it's
else,
hilarious.
It's memeing. It's fine.
Okay, just wanted to make
memeing.
sure it's
All
not meant
yours.
to be disrespectful or anything like that.
It doesn't matter if it is.
Yes,
it's your
not-
business. It's your channel. So you're doing your thing.
I mean,
Okay,
Redneq
but
is
it's
a
not.
movie
It's not meant to be.
respect anyway, so
It's not
I
meant to
wouldn't
be disrespectful or anything like that. I just wanted to make that clear.
I think
Secondly,
everybody likes getting a closer look at Stardust. I'm going to be honest with you.
I'm sorry.
A lot of that.
I think everybody likes getting a closer look at Stardust. I'm going to be honest with you.
That's very kind of you, CTV.
That's true.
Secondly, I would say I don't understand how, and maybe this is really Vivian's thing, so I'm not going to try and take over the conversation here. I just wanted to ask, like.
But you did. You interjected yourself, so let's hear it.
So
Okay.
did you, asshole. You just came in here and started mudslinging it.
Look,
Whoa,
I'm just trying to
everybody.
ask.
So defensive.
Okay, I just want to ask.
I don't know
a-
what the problem is.
Okay,
Hold on,
it's
it's
fine.
Stardust fucking time to talk. Damn it, if I got to start, I swear to God, I'm going to start singing. I'm telling you, you over here start singing again, do some more interrupting. Right? Stardust and Redneq, let's try this shit again.
Okay, so I'm not trying to take over the conversation here. All I find interesting is I don't understand how there's any relation into the policy around vaccines and the policy related to or any policy really in treating like other people with just basic respect. I
There's
don't
no
understand
connection.
that.
Redneck's full of shit. I mean, I don't know why we're even listening to him
Is
on
this
policy.
is this fuck? Did he call your name fuckface? Did he?
No,
No,
I'm
he didn't
just
call your name.
clarifying
He
that
said
you don't know what the
Redneq.
fuck you're
No, you're just trying
talking
to
about.
you're trying to jump in on shit that ain't getting a business. Do you got your little meme card ready? You want your little meme card ready,
I like
lawyer
making fun
boy?
of you because you're stupid and because your policy suggestions
Oh,
and connections
see,
and
look
ideas
at this
are
guy.
Hold on.
Has got me.
Pisco, that's lowbrow.
I
Here he
just heard.
comes.
Hold on.
You're a lawyer. You got to raise the bar.
See how easy it is?
I will do
See
it.
it?
I will start singing. I will
Yeah,
start
you know,
singing.
I'm sorry, I have to agree with him.
Oh my God,
Sorry.
everybody! I will start exercising mute buttons while I'm singing. I swear to goodness, I will. Got a new voice in the chat. Want to make sure chat's aware who just jumped in the
You
room.
might as well here.
A motherfucking
Pisco.
founder here in the
Because
Wolf Pack,
there are
which is
just
Jesus. Look at these
rolling
sidebar
on each
conversations
other.
happening while I'm talking. I want to find out who it is. Start hitting the mute button. Anybody want to volunteer? Anybody?
I'm hitting mute button.
Anybody? Oh, EOD's about to get muted. Look at that. About to happen. Anybody? Anybody? Good. I'm glad we understand the order of things now. Pisco just came into the room, hot and heavy against Redneq. We're gonna let them two hash it out here for a minute. Pisco, then Redneq. Pisco, then
Yeah.
Redneq for a minute.
How's
Right?
it going
you
before
guys
Wait
think
a
that's-
minute. I asked him a question, and Pisco
go ahead.
interjected. I'm sorry,
Yeah, go
Pisco. As
ahead.
much as I respect you, I didn't ask you that question. I asked Redneq.
That's
So
right.
Wow. Okay, so there you go. That's been solved. It's Stardust, then Redneq, and then Pisco. There you go. Go ahead.
It was quite simple. I didn't disrespect Viv at all. I was treating her with respect and asking simple questions. From the time I joined this chat, from the very moment I joined this chat, she had sniped comments and continued to snipe comments. So then I intentionally led a very simple question into her that said, do you believe in the vaccinations, mask mandates? Because she claims she didn't push that agenda on all these panels she's been on. So I stepped back and said, okay, then clarify exactly your stance tonight. And she did. And she clarified that she believes that masks should be mandated. She doesn't give a fuck if there's a religious or a medical exemption.
About? That is not what I said at all.
That's exactly what you said.
She said the opposite.
Clarify again.
So
Hang
what
on.
I said is
She's
that
jumping in.
no, you're lying.
Is this allowed,
You're
or do you
fucking
want
lying.
to?
Is he allowed to just sit here and lie about what I said? Can I clarify? Is that okay?
Hold on. Look. I've just real quick. I have made it clear, right? So between Stardust, Viv, Redneq, we're going to get this thing settled out here for a minute. So everybody kind of be patient while we do this, right? Try to treat this more like a conversation, right? Somebody start disagreeing, maybe take a moment to listen, right? Then respond, right? You know, that way these things flow naturally to allow everybody else into it. It ends up being a really, really great dance, right? Anybody ever seen like any of that Irish tap dancing, right? That shit looks so fucking good, right? The river dancing, right? You seen that?
I've seen it. Yeah,
great. That's how a good conversation can flow.
Great
whenever
show.
you know. So
If I
between the
could finish
three,
speaking the point and nobody
ahead.
interrupt me, I swear it would be respectful because I've proven that this isn't just.
Well,
It
I mean,
just
you're just
literally
lying.
just
But
happened.
go ahead. You tell the
even
lies.
if my
I'll tell you why they're lies. Okay, you say your thing, and then
All
I'll
right, all right, hold
respond
on.
and tell you why you're
All right, man.
talking shit.
All right, Bill, go. Just give him a sec. Redneq, go ahead.
So, no matter my take, she stated, I don't give a fuck what your medical or your religious beliefs are. That doesn't exempt you. So whatever stance she wants to claim, those are the words that came out of her mouth. And I repeated them and said, so you don't give a shit about my medical exemptions or my own.
I said religious exemptions. I started talking about religious exemptions, right? And before I got to
Okay, so you
medical
don't believe in
exemptions,
those? You don't believe in those?
Before I got to medical exemptions, you cut me off and started ranting like a deranged fucking lunatic.
Do you believe I
okay?
have I have a religious exemption or not? Do I have a religious exemption or not?
If there is
No, I don't believe in them.
So if there is a
I don't believe in them.
if there is a reasonable medical exemption, right, that is recognized by a doctor, I don't think that I could oppose that, right? Also, I didn't say that people should like be forced to wear them in public places, except maybe tightly packed public transport, possibly, right? Which was like
What's your religious
and I
exemption?
also
Or
said,
Redneq?
and I also said, right? I also said that, like, obviously, if somebody's on your private property, you can say, "I want you to behave in a
Sure.
certain way, or you're getting off this
Okay.
private property."
And I will take
think
those 2
that's
points.
So
They still
personally,
are
there for you, Redneq,
Just-
what is
so
what is your
nobody interrupt.
religious
Nobody
exemption?
interrupt.
So at
That's
no
your
point,
Nobody fucking interrupt.
at no point, Redneck, did I say I don't give a fuck about your medical exemptions. Okay, so please
So you
stop
were
fucking
wrong about
lying.
that, right, Redneq? Redneq, were you wrong about that?
No, that's what I heard her say. She
You're
doesn't
not
give a
wrong
fuck
about
about
that?
my exemptions.
I said I didn't
At
give a
all.
fuck about religious exemptions. Okay,
Did we
Because
not
I
just say
don't
don't
Okay,
fucking
fair.
interrupt?
Then fair. Pisco, if you interrupt one more time, man. I mean, I'm like, fuck it. Like you're literally going to prove this point even worse. So I would keep your fucking mouth shut for the next 3 minutes. And just let me get this fucking out, okay? Because I heard her say, I don't give a fuck about your exemptions, and she just clarified that. She goes, well, I can see in tight places. My comment back to her after her being continually disrespectful was exactly the point, and I'm going to say it again. I said what I said, so I'm going to say it again. Her same feeling about how she feels about people with masks and tight quarters and being willing to say fuck their exemptions is the same way that the community as a whole, the global community, treats the trans community, and she doesn't like it. So why is she preaching it? And you then started jumping on me, Stardust, sitting there going duh, 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 disrespectful, and then three or four other people did the exact same fucking thing and started attacking me. And then look at and Pisco even came in and started attacking me. So there's your proof, Stardust, that disrespect happens all the fucking time when you make an opinion statement.
Yeah,
you motherfuckers can't accept opinions that don't align with you, and y'all become disrespectful. Fuck every one of y'all. Y'all ain't changed shit.
All right, so let me clarify. Let me clarify.
Pisco, this is for you too, bitch.
Okay, so if I can clarify really quickly why I was asking what I was asking, is because you had asked Vivian her views on I believe mask mandates, and after she elaborated on those views, you said, well, Vivian, you have the same policies as the rest of the world has for trans people. And so
yes.
I don't understand how there can be a medical exemption to treating like a trans person with just basic respect.
I mean, it's fine. I'm
basic
trans.
respect for
That's
the
my
religion
medical
too.
exemption.
Like literally the willingness that she is, the willingness that the hypocrisy in her stance, just the simplest, even with a mass stance. Oh, I can see why, even in a crowded little space, that we should force that upon somebody, irregardless of a religious exemption.
I said I
Just
think there
one,
could be a good
just
argument
even
for
the.
it. I'm not.
Can I at least? Can I ever
Well, I
just
mean,
finish?
no, because you keep
Let him
lying,
finish
dude.
his diatribe here.
I mean, if he just stops lying, I won't have to interrupt him.
Well, I
What
think
I
the
said
main
was,
thing
I
is.
don't have a
Okay,
particularly
I tell you what. I tell you what I'm
strong
gonna do.
stance
I
on
tell
it.
you what I'm
I
gonna do.
think there's an
I
argument to
tell
be
you what
made.
I'm gonna. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, Viv.
Open it up, CTV.
Hold on. Right. If Redneq gets interrupted for the next, and you know what? I'll even set a fucking timer here on my fucking phone. All right. If he gets interrupted for the next minute and a half, right? Whoever interrupts him is gonna get muted for 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. I gotta fucking maintain some kind of order. Y'all
Can I ask a
motherfuckers
question,
fucking
CTV?
easy.
You gonna do the same for me after?
Right now, to you, not to him, to you.
Why
Can I
don't we
ask you a
just try to
question?
be fucking courteous to one another and let people finish what the fuck they're trying to say? I mean, that's really what we're trying to.
Tell you
we're
what,
trying
first
to
thing
do.
we're going to do is we're going to listen for a minute and a half to Redneq because that's the fair thing to do. We'll get to questions after that. Cool? Cool. Great. Redneq, you got the floor, a minute and a half. Anybody
Sir.
talks, they get muted.
Thank you. So I came in and didn't even say a word for the first 10 minutes. And then I chatted to CTV saying, what am I here for? And he goes, oh, we're just having a good conversation. And y'all were talking about how people can have great conversations if they just respect each other. And I knew that if I said the first thing I say, as soon as Redneq speaks on any of these panels, disrespect starts coming to me. And who was the very first motherfucker who started talking shit? Vivian's bitch ass. And then what happened? I started making a simple conversation with her going, okay, fuck it. Let's prove her hypocrisy. And I did prove her hypocrisy, even at the simplest of level, which y'all are like trying to like move it around. But it's basically this simple. If someone doesn't like your ideas or your opinions, they're going to jump down your fucking throat, irregardless if they agree or not, especially when they want to push a perception upon somebody that they're the most hated and most toxic motherfucker in the world. So guess what now has happened? 3 of you motherfuckers have talked shit and said I've been the biggest disrespectful dude in the world. And a fucking cocksucker jumps in saying, oh, I'm going to defend Vivian and you're a liar, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, lawyers. Fuck you, Abrams Hanks. Fuck everybody if y'all going to talk all that shit and not realize I literally set this bitch up on a platter. I set everybody up on a platter and y'all lashed out and brought the disrespect yourselves. Go back and watch this VOD. You're going to love it because realistically, it was calm as day. I made a simple comment that y'all may not agree with. And no, we couldn't walk down the path in the rabbit hole to talk it out. We couldn't even ask the questions because guess what ended up happening? Stardust jumped. Viv jumped, Pisco jumped, homeboy up in the upper corner jumped, guy in the bottom left jumped. Literally 6 people start jumping on it. So that's what happens every time something is said by somebody on the right, or especially me, and it's something that y'all don't agree with or don't like. Y'all take it to the nth worst and you just dogpile. So no, there will never be a respect level until y'all learn what respect is. That's
All right,
it.
we let
Okay,
you go.
if I can respond.
Hold on. I made it specifically that I was going to be taking control of the mic after that. Right? So that was a minute and a half. Outstanding. Everybody was able to keep their mouth shut. Amazing. Pisco, you had a question for me. What's your question?
Well, I had a question for you if I could talk next and do it without interruptions from Mr. Redneq.
Is the question still not valid?
What do you mean is the question? The question's still valid, I think.
Okay, so then ask the question.
Respond?
Now's your time.
Yeah, well, I have a statement to make. One is everything that comes out of Redneq's mouth is absolutely inane. The comparison he's making between mask mandates and trans policy is like the most tenuous thing I've ever heard in my life. Just because someone disagrees with something else on trans policy doesn't make it related to a stance on mask mandates. I failed this hypocrisy. You didn't explain it well. You didn't serve anyone well. All you've done, I think, is illustrate your bigotry by calling me a cocksucker when I come on here, by repeatedly hurling names at people for no reason when all you do is come on these panels, talk shit, give your stupid ass opinion. And yeah, I support mask mandates. I do. That's a reasonable position to have. And guess what? This is even like more moderate than mine. All Viv is saying is she supports it in like tight places or in small public places where the government probably has more control than any place else. She's explicitly like not vax mandate.
To be clear, Pisco, I didn't even go hard on that. I said I think there's a good argument to be made, right? Like I'm still not fully convinced of it.
I want to know
And you're
how
a
I
bully
was
trying to bring it to-
disrespectful. I want to know how
Yeah.
I was disrespectful when I was just asking a question and I was repeating it because people kept talking over me. Pisco and Viv. So, I just want to know. I had to repeat that question a little bit louder. I'm sorry if that came off as disrespectful to you, Redneq, but that was not what it meant. I wanted to ask, what is the equivalence between this mask mandate policy and treating, trans people with like just a basic dignity? But I'm sorry if that sounds disrespectful to you. It certainly wasn't meant to be. It certainly wasn't meant to be. But if you want to take it as disrespectful,
Ask your question again. Ask it exactly the same way. You just said, I don't see how mask policies or vaccine policies, right? That's because I was talking about both. I asked both lines of questioning.
Yes.
She didn't take a vaccine stance. The simplest of mandating to someone else what they can and can't do with their body over the auspice of generalized safety for the world or for your surroundings is literally what is happening, and what she and other transgender are explaining, that they can't even live their lives how they feel they should live them. It's the same comparison, even though y'all want to make it simple and say it's just a fucking mask.
That's all I needed.
Some people,
that's all I needed.
It's fine.
There
I
you
have
go.
a.
That's all I wanted was looking for. All I was looking for was an explanation of how you were equivocating these two. I wasn't meaning to jump down your throat or disrespect you or whatever other mischaracterizations you're throwing at me, which I disagree with.
Even if we want to make, even if
I
we
said
want to
you
make
jumped in.
this ridiculous comparison, right? There is a very, very easy defeater to this argument, which is that the vast majority of people would agree with medical exceptions, and trans people can claim a medical exception. Like their condition is a medical one. So like I don't know what the fuck you want.
Also, taken to this logical conclusion, it's so stupid. Anytime the government imposes itself in your life on any way, you could say that it's like limiting your bodily freedom in some way. It proves way too much.
Just like trans people.
Okay, but we have laws against murder. We have laws against drunk
before
driving,
you
we
were
have
born,
laws against
before you
assault.
were born, there was a community.
Hold on, right? Pisco just started speaking. Let's let him finish. Pisco.
Yeah. So the reason why his comparison fails is because it proves too much. It's a far too broad comparison that can be said about any government action. The reason he picked trans policy is because Viv is trans. But you could say the same thing about any tax policy. Or like I'm sure anyone on here is probably in support of laws against like murder or assault or drunk driving. These can all be said to like limit your freedom in some way. That's the nature of laws. Oftentimes, most of the time, especially like punitive laws or the tax-based laws, in many cases these mandates take the form of taxes, is to conform your conduct. And the only reason you pick the trans example is because Viv is trans. But your comparison would, it's the same comparison you can make
Isn't that
about
what
any
you're supposed to
government
do when you make a comparison? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? You're a lawyer.
fails.
That's why you're jumping right in here and come right at me, because you have a target that you want to try to get your little points on.
No,
You're simple-minded. As an attorney, you are so fucking simple-minded. I would love to take a case against your ass. Why don't you sue me, bitch? Sue me.
I wouldn't want to sue you for
fucking sue me.
What would he
but
sue
I
you
think
for?
that when the
I don't
government,
know. Why not make some libelous statement? Like honestly, Redneq, go for
no,
it.
he's judgment proof. He's
We
judgment proof. It wouldn't be worth the money to like file the lawsuit to sue him.
That's all right. I'll donate to you. It's fine.
I'm guessing that it's not worth my time to try to pursue a case against him. Nor would I want to, even if he said something. Because no one takes his opinion. In libel case, you have to prove damages. No one takes his opinion seriously.
That is a good point. Actually, there wouldn't really be any damages.
Yeah, it would be like someone who's selling cups or selling like penciled out of cups on in the middle of the street. His opinion is libelous. Like it doesn't have any damages.
Keep that timer going, CTV. We'll see how long this lasts.
Be honest, the comparison sucks because it's the same comparison you can make about any government policy that restricts your quote unquote bodily freedom in any way. And so there's nothing specific about trans policy that stands out in that regard. And so it's a stupid, dumb, anarcho-capitalist comparison that fails on all fronts and is boring.
You ready? I got you. You ready for the argument? Ooh. So you want to use the car? You want to use the seatbelt? Like the seatbelt? You want to use that argument? That's why it's okay.
Man. Hell yeah!
You want that one? Pisco?
Are you asking me? No, I mean I just gave a bunch.
I'm ready to argue with you. What do you want to argue with? You want to argue that you don't see the comparison because you say you don't see the. So you don't understand how the policies.
TLC cage match. Redneq bring the heat.
the government by,
Bring the steel
having
chair match, y'all. Bring the steel chairs.
Do I need to
government by
do that?
having-
Look, I don't mind fucking incorporating other shit, right, from other fucking platforms, right? I don't mind doing that at all. If I need to put two people, mute everyone else in order for a conversation to happen, I got no problem doing that. No problem doing that. So who's talking? That'd be Pisco and Redneq, right?
Yeah, Redneq is trying to ask me like, do you want to go down this drunk driving route? I'd be happy to do that, but we don't even have to do that, right? Anytime the government says you can't assault someone, or the government says, you're not allowed to bribe foreign officials or something like that, any law it passes that puts a limitation on your quote unquote freedom is conceivably open to the same comparison that you just tried to make between that and trans policy. All you're saying is,
that's not you as a lawyer, you're literally putting your own perception of what I said into a legal narrative that you can present, and that's not what I said, and that's not even the point I was making. You were so off based, and that's funny. That's why I said for him to go ahead and put a timer up and just let you two spew your bullshit, because you don't even hear this. I even said this is the simplest I can tell you when I explained it to Stardust, when I explained my point of view. Anytime somebody in power decides that they can restrict something of others, of how they live their lives, whether it's religious exemptions, medical exemptions, she didn't give a shit. She was saying even with the religious, I don't give a fuck about that, but the medical she could see in tight quarters, but she still was hesitant. Even the hesitancy showed the sheeple mentality that the past year and a half, 2 years, those of us that have been against mask and vaccine mandates, telling the rest of the world there's not a fucking thing the government can do to save you. There's nothing we can do to save. There's nothing. Viv, I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him right now.
I'm just in for the ride.
On me though.
At this point, I'm just in for the ride.
Why can I never finish Why can I never finish? Why? Because the point's about to be made, and you motherfuckers like, oh my God, I am being coherent, and you can't stand the fact that I'm laying it out as simple as I can for everybody to comprehend, but y'all don't want to listen.
Me a sheeple for being hesitant, like clearly.
Yes, exactly.
Isn't the point?
I'm trying.
Isn't the point of
I'm trying
somebody
to,
a sheep saying that they're blindly following? Surely hesitancy would be an indicator that they're not in fact blindly following.
I didn't even get Viv. I hadn't even gone to the next one, which is the quarantine. Okay. Like, I know you've been trolled up inside your fucking sheltered rock for over 2 years. You don't go out in the sun much. You've even admitted that shit. So when you want to talk to me about quarantining and masking and all of these policies, I know for a fact. Oh, no, definitely, because I have one too, so we could play the check off who's got the most victimization. Let's fucking play that.
I'm not saying victimization. You got all fucking upset at me calling you a chicken fucker because apparently those chickens are for therapy. Now you're going to start fucking having a go at me because I had a disability.
Hold on. Let me slow down a little bit here. Slow down, right? Like, gotta be honest with you, Viv, right? Like, calling somebody a chicken fucker just because they have chickens, right, would be like calling somebody a dog or a cat fucker just because they have dogs or cats, right? Like, that just, I don't know.
It's very true. It wasn't a very well supported argument.
It pisses you off so much, Redneq. That's the only thing.
It wasn't a very well supported argument.
Actually doesn't.
I agree.
It actually said that they can enjoy and keep doing it because I'm a person that believes in freedom of speech, and I can't be hypocritical and claim it hurts my fucking feelings, but then turn around and say that you can call me whatever the fuck you want. I live by my own standard, but yeah, I'm like, they are my service animal. Funny enough, that was the fucking joke, but they know that joke, so they're going to use it in a personal attack, and that's the point I was trying to make. The little nuances, but I can't sit here. But I can't sit here and just share that little moment and go, you know what, you can say whatever the fuck you want. You can try to hurt my feelings, but that was exactly the comment earlier that homeboy made when he said, look, people, we got to learn just to let people be assholes. There's fucking assholes out there. And I guess I've been trying to tell y'all for fucking 2 years.
So just be an asshole.
You got it. Hate speech
is that what you want to be though?
It's a speech you fucking hate.
Okay, we're not talking about.
I want to be the asshole.
You got super fucking upset about the chicken.
I give people a mirrors. I'm a mirror. I give them what they get. And I give them it all.
Literally the most
I literally was taking all this bullshit as soon as I came in here. You don't realize how many fucking trans friends I have.
Too much
I'm only with that with you. I'm only with that with you and fucking demon mama bitch ass and the rest of the white progressive cunt motherfuckers I think are assholes.
Yeah,
you are one of those
weird
assholes.
How it's all trans people and gay people, huh?
No, it's only white, male to female, transgender on Twitch platforms.
Let him go.
I fucking hate them.
For you.
the male to female transgenders. I hate them.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense, honestly. I mean, trans misogyny is
because you
generally
guys are the
sort of-
ones sitting there trying. You guys are the ones trying to cancel like Dave Chappelle. You're the ones that are claiming that your fucking sexuality is
ain't
more important than somebody else. Somebody else's life and
sexuality?
choice.
I barely even
because
talk about my
transgenderism
sexuality.
is basically how you want to be, how you want to live in life outside of your own body that you weren't born with. You don't
do with
like
my
it.
sexuality.
I
What?
understand it.
Hey, I got something.
I understand it.
This is kind of big. It's kind of big, right? Kind of big. And Josie Rosie, you're more than welcome to hop in here in the Wolfpack chat, especially considering
58.
that we have one amongst us that gave Josie her black balls. Does anybody know who that was? They are amongst us. It's EOD. EOD handing out some black balls. Welcome, buddy. Appreciate you. Josie, welcome to the Wolfpack. Hop into the Wolfpack chat, hon. That's where we're having the conversation.
You know why male to female trans people on this platform give you so much shit? Because male to female trans people are overrepresented among trans people on this platform, and you keep saying fucking transphobic horse shit. So when trans people call you out, it's going to be a majority male to female trans people.
The only ones that have called me out are you and Demon Mama. The very first transgender interaction
And
I
most
had
people
was
just
with
ignore you, to
Simon.
be fair, yeah.
Was with Simon, and me and Simon had a 2-hour conversation on my very first stream, and she laughed and I laughed, and we talked about a whole bunch of shit, and she helped me understand a whole plethora of things that I'd never been exposed to, which is what it's supposed to be about. But you know what my second interaction was? Your bitch ass and fucking the other two collectives between the our fucking two. Our other what were their names at that point? They have like fucking 40 different fucking names that they use.
What?
Let me see. What
do you mean?
Why are you so angry though?
What is a collective?
I'm not angry. I have a lot of passion. I'm animated, dude. Y'all get it twisted. Y'all think my passion about animation is anger?
Well,
It's not.
I'm confused
I'm a
as
high-energy
to
motherfucker.
where your specific point is coming from. Why are you
because
upset that,
look, you guys don't understand the history. You don't realize for the past almost
I'm
full years.
pretty sure I understand history, but you can
dealt with
educate
a history
me.
on here.
I have literally barely talked to you, Redneck.
History.
Like, I've had about 4, maybe 5 conversations with you.
literally-
Each time you've lost your living shit and just rambled incoherently.
Because I think you're the biggest fucking cunt in the world. I think you preach hate.
I literally
I think you
don't
preach
care,
a ton of hate. I think your
Okay, what
policies are
hate do I
hypocritical.
preach?
And I think
what hate do I preach?
You've been preaching it pretty much for the past 30 minutes.
What preached
about what?
Sorry, does anybody else here think that I've been preaching hate for the last 30 minutes?
I don't think so.
I don't think you've been preaching hate, but what I do want to say is, one, welcome to Josie Rosie jumping in here in the Wolfpack chat. How you doing tonight, hon?
Doing well.
I know you just came by to check me out. I can't blame you, right? I felt like
Well,
Stardust was getting ready to say something though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stardust, did you have something? I thought you were.
No, I wasn't saying anything. No. Welcome.
Okay, so Josie,
welcome to the
you
stream.
can continue and checking me out. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and say it. I am a trans woman. I'm Latina. If that changes your opinion of me.
It does, absolutely. 100%.
It does. It actually does.
I'm going to be honest with you, Josie. You say Latina, I'm expecting a little more tongue action, okay?
It's Latina.
I'm expecting a little bit more hip action.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I do got the hip action. That I can do that.
Yo comprende español? ¿Se habla español?
I do.
Muy poquito.
Enough.
Mira, pinche pendeja, güeros.
Oh my god.
No más.
I do not agree with that. And just saying, I'm gonna speak English because I don't feel comfortable talking Spanish all the time. But anyways, so I'm feeling like the situation. I came in kind of late. It's like a superpower I have when like trans people are being mentioned enough on Twitch. I can like appear. But it's my superpower. But I would love to have a conversation with you because I'm actually a trans researcher that actually researches like the experiences of trans people in the United States. I actually run the largest survey in the country, and the U.S. Trans Survey, which is the previous survey, is actually the largest data source. It surveys about 28,000 trans people, and I really want to know like what is the main issue with trans people in particular that just really gets you angry? Like you know, these.
I don't have a problem with trans people. I have a problem with white trans man to females on Twitch. That's it.
Why?
That's it. It's narrowed down, and I've even explained it. I've even named them. There's only like 5 that I have a problem with, like 5 or 6.
You're a stupid conservative and called you out, and that's why.
I mean, I don't understand. I don't.
Now, hey! I'm a conservative now. I don't know what
I
kind
know,
of
but-
labeling you think you're doing around here.
Hey,
But
look, CTV, you're not a stupid conservative, though. You're sort of an average to middling level intelligent conservative, okay?
He's not gonna like that. He's not gonna like that.
You'd say average, middle of the
He
road
just called you
intelligence,
out.
but,
CTV
but
just got called
exceedingly
mediocre.
huge,
Exceedingly huge
fucking
dick.
cock, right?
In
with
hu- yeah,
massive
massive.
balls.
If it
and
matters
handsome
to you,
good looks. I
if
can
it matters
understand.
to you, yeah, I mean, those speedos can barely contain the colossal package therein.
True.
Yeah.
It's true.
The answer,
right?
Josie, is Redneck is a bully. He'll go after you for your personal characteristics.
I don't think Redneck is a bully.
He's a bully.
I think
He is.
I
no.
think he's been making a case
That's his
for
pattern in
his
practice.
for his issues.
No, his case is absolutely nonsensical, CTV. He's talking about comparisons between trans policy and mask mandates on the most tenuous grounds just because the government imposes some form of restraint on your conduct. It's the silliest thing you've ever heard. He just did it to
didn't
get
hear that
a quick
argument.
tone, a quick tone on Viv, and that's all
I
it
missed
was.
that
He's a
one.
bully.
And he
That's
just
all it
embarrassed
was.
himself. But, like, so CTV,
Okay, so
actually,
hold on.
the reason...
To be clear, Redneck didn't jump in here with any agenda. I just sent him a DM and said, "Hey,
Are you
man, we're having
kidding,
a-
CTV?
I'm dead. I am dead fucking serious. I sent this man a DM and I said, "Hey, we're having a chat, Wolfpack chat. If you're not doing nothing, hop on over." And he fucking hopped on over because I like talking to Redneck.
And then he saw me and he lost his shit. Redneck has some pretty strong opinions
I mean,
on, like...
I can't do anything. All I can do is like just facilitate the meeting. I like talking to the man.
Well,
I guess
Redneck has some... Wait. So Redneck said he doesn't have a problem with trans people. He does have some pretty strong opinions on, like trans healthcare, for example, right? Which is one of the reasons that, like, trans people like myself have, like, challenged him on those things. And why he's so butthurt, because he can't win those arguments. So now he wants to make himself out
I
as
have
a
said it
victim.
over and over, and since you brought, since we have a new person, Josie,
That was
Let's
bad
I'm-
phrasing right there.
Tag me in, Vivian. I'm ready. Let's
Yeah,
go.
go for it,
Let's do
Rosie.
this.
I mean, you're
Okay,
Latina,
look.
so when you shit on him, it won't
Yeah.
be like a white male.
And
So-
I'm a veteran too, U.S. Navy veteran too. So I got
Yeah,
a
well,
lot of things
so-
that give me. And I was a conservative and born and raised in Texas. So, so yeah, I have
Great.
a lot of things in common with Redneck.
Congratulations. You got
Well, that explains it.
You got to play that
maybe.
conservative identity politics, you know.
Okay, so look, here's the
Okay,
deal.
go ahead.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
From the time I started streaming online, since you don't know my history yet, I was open about everything and was like, I'm just sharing my own. And my 2 biggest things are mental health, because we're veterans, right? And
Sure,
the
yeah.
22 suicides a day, fucking can't
Yeah,
stand it. And that was a
absolutely.
commonality I shared with the transgender community. And that was the very first Simon and me talked about this. And she's the one that exposed me that it is actually higher than the 44%, blah, blah, blah. Like she was letting me know all these questions. Like it's one of my oldest videos. I think it still might be online. I had a great laugh, great time. She exposed me to understanding the gender spectrum and how at that time it was being described, because I truly had never heard it defined in the way that she was explaining. That's where the belief was coming from, that the gender is fluid, blah 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 blah. So
Can
my
you
next
tell me, Redneck, just because you're getting into a personal thing?
sakes,
Can you,
man.
no, I'm just
ahead.
asking. What year do you serve?
Yeah, I served 89 to 91 in the first, and that was my first enlistment.
Okay,
Second enlistment was
way
the
before
first.
my time. Then okay, gotcha. All right, continue.
Oh yeah. Well, if it's relevant, I've
19
served from
kilo?
2004 to 10. Like so.
Kilo,
Go ahead,
19
go
kilo armor, first Gulf. So,
I did Enduring Freedom and
I got the sequel.
Okay,
It's okay.
let's go.
Okay,
I think
so
about half this panel is vets, right, meow.
So,
okay, go for it.
my next panel experiences was on a Prime panel, and I was exposed to Samantha Banana, and then another. I forgot this other one's name. God damn her! Oh, she was brutal too. And the hatred then started coming from those two, and then also on
do that.
Dylan's panel was huh? Oh, I said the word. I apologize.
again.
I did say it that time. I apologize. You're gonna need to keep a little tip jar thing set aside for me. I'll start having to pay you for every time I do it.
What, every time I have to call it out, I feel like, there should be like a
No,
dollar,
you
know
seriously,
what,
just put a dollar on it.
$5 donation. I'm telling you.
One per. Come on,
no,
man.
you say one, right? But I think that leaves it open.
Say it so damn much, man.
It can't be that cheap. It can't be that cheap. If it's a dollar, it's too cheap. It has to be expensive.
It's a Biden economy, bro. Inflation. What the fuck do you want from me? All right.
So the hate has come from Josie and them, and I was told I had to learn. Right? I am very passionate about my identity. I understand identity of self.
Yeah,
And I've asked the simple question, and this is where I got flamed. And so I started flaming them back. I asked them, if you expect the general pop to understand transgender, then you need to understand transracial. Because it exists.
No, that's not true.
Well, guess what?
I can help you there.
You've lost me there. You can't help me there.
No,
you cannot help me there.
I can
It doesn't
explain
exist.
it.
No, you can't. I'm done.
Explain
We're
it
done.
to you on the reference.
Go ahead. You're talking to the wind.
I was just saying, you can't compare the two. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Sonia.
Hi. Hey, Zonia.
They're both social constructs. They're both social constructs.
Hey, Zonia, how you doing tonight, hon?
Doing all right.
Hey, Zonia.
I'm telling you what, I'm getting checked out by so many people tonight. I'm feeling a little hot over here. You know what I'm saying?
We need a hype train, guys.
I don't want you.
Also, chat, you better be giving me some fucking subs,
I am trying to have
We're
a conversation
80%.
with you about actually like the differences and nuances between the two things and how that could be seen as offensive. Now, I can have that conversation with you, and if you really did have the intention to learn, I am here right now to talk to you about this. So you can pout.
What do you want me to learn? What do you want me to learn? What do you think I don't know?
I'm not going to say
what do you think I don't
know. I'm just gonna say
because everybody thinks I don't know something. But here's the thing: no matter what I tell you, look, how many transgender are in here now, and how many are in your chat?
How
many are here
for
now?
continuing the gift sub. I appreciate
How many
you.
trans people? Let's go.
It's not a pylon. I'm literally having a conversation.
This is glorious. I was brought in for the shit show. Let's go. It's troll night with the transgender community. Let's do it. Let's go.
I had insomnia, and I decided to log on to CTV's channel because of whatever fucking problem I had, and then I saw what was happening, and I decided to come in. I don't understand. I don't understand how you think me coming in, like when I was just like wanting to have a conversation with you and actually and have a conversation. I literally just said one thing, that comparing race, transracialism, and transgender. No, look, I know.
Do you believe that?
You're
Do you
having
believe
a
in
conversation
transracial?
with me.
I'm asking you this, and you said no. You said you don't believe in transracial. You said no.
I don't believe that is the issue when we talk about the relevance.
I didn't ask you that question. I asked
issues.
you, do you believe?
Okay, do you want to know?
Hang on, I asked you a simple question.
I'm gonna answer the simple question. I'm not an expert on that, and I don't know.
But it's okay for you to sit there and tell me that you're an expert on genderism, and I have to accept that.
Do you not
so
listen
how is this?
to what I'm
How do y'all not
saying
get
to
it?
you? Do you not listen to what I'm saying? Listen to what I'm telling you. When you compare those two things, I'm
not comparing
skirting the real issue.
You?
Then why did you bring it up then?
Because
why did you bring it up if they're not related?
If my own lived experience, from the age of 8 to 24, I hated my own skin color because I wasn't raised in it.
Okay.
I could then stop and understand with you when you say, "Oh, I was born in this body, but this ain't me." I get you there. But guess who? A majority of the community says, don't compare it. Y'all fucking slice that. You fucking slice that line right away and say, don't you dare fucking try to do that because, that's not the same thing. But sexuality, AKA gender, is a social fucking
It's
construct.
both. It's not
Just
both.
like,
It's not the
just
same.
like
Those are two
fucking.
different
Hang on a
things.
second. The fuck it is. Just like race is a social
Wait,
fucking
what?
construct.
Let me finish.
Let me fucking finish.
I
Because
can't stand to listen to this anymore. Honestly,
You're yelling at me. I'm
You don't wanna
literally
hear it.
trying to have a conversation.
She's
with
trying
you.
to
I
have a
have
conversation with
raised
you.
my voice
I am trying
once,
to finish
you
my.
and you are
and
yelling
Redneq,
at me.
CTV, may I say something?
He's just impassioned, y'all.
You are,
I'm trying to tell.
you are
Like, literally,
misrepresenting the way that
Okay. Slow down. Slow down.
I'm not misrepresenting
you
my
are
own thought. I'm
misrepresenting the
telling
way
you what
that
my
this.
own fucking thought is.
Slow.
You bitches don't let nobody talk. That's the problem.
I'm not saying anything.
Slow down. Slow down. You know what? You know what I might do? You know what I might do? Hell, we got what, like 20 fucking people in the call right now? We may end up shifting this motherfucker over to marvel me with your bullshit, right? Or be disconnected. Fucking start clearing the fucking room out, right? We'll let chat solve this fucking problem. I don't know.
I've
So
taken
what
a
we're
lot
gonna
of
do?
space.
Hold on. That's right.
You know
I
what,
got music
CTV,
playing in
you
the
are
background.
funny. Like, I will say that you are pretty good at memeing.
It's
You
true.
know,
It's
we
true.
disagree on a lot of things, but I understand why you're entertaining.
See, look at that. You
CTV,
know what,
I
y'all?
need to be
That
able to
was
finish
hold
my
on.
point, please.
That was
Do.
that tongue action. I knew Josie was going to bring me the tongue action. I just knew it. Right?
Oh,
All
you
right. Now
couldn't
what we're going
handle
to do here is we're going to let Redneq finish. Right? I'm going to start another timer. Okay. Redneq finish, and try to be more relaxed, bro.
I'm very passionate. You know that.
I know you're passionate. I'm just asking you to be a little bit more relaxed. We're going to give you another minute and a half. Starting time now. Let's go.
Okay, you guys thinking I'm angry all the time? That's a good example of a disability. My passion is perceived as anger. Okay?
Fair. All right. Continue.
Okay, I want to say this. You weren't in the room a minute ago. Anybody talks during this minute and a half, which now I have
sorry.
now I have to reset.
I apologize. I didn't know
Right?
the rules.
Yeah.
It's my fault.
Anybody talks during this time gets muted for 10 minutes as a result of their inability to be able to follow simple directions. And I think we know about simple directions, right, Josie? We were in the Navy, right?
Yeah, we were.
That's right. Okay, so
we
Redneq,
know instructions.
minute and a half. I restarted the clock here for you, brother. Right? Redneq, take it away.
So as I was saying, based on my passion, yeah, I'm a high energy guy. I turn 51 next month. So I carry a lot of energy. It's fucking almost 2 o'clock in the morning at my time, and I am still wide awake. No problems. I do this all the time. I am stuck in this fucking mode. They say that you're stuck at your most traumatic time in your life. So 19 years old was my most traumatic time of my life. That's where I'm stuck in my fucking head. So it's not a joke to me to say that to people. Yeah, I'm immature in a lot of ways, but my point is simple. I will never be able to comprehend your gender fluidity identity problem if you can't accept my take on race, because they're both gender constructs to me. And I don't see skin color any different than a fucking attribute. I do not label another human being based off their fucking skin color. Of course I see skin color. I see it like I have hair, right? Oh, a very little, but that doesn't make me any fucking different than you
I'll
with
turn
hair.
the game
And
volume
I see
down.
the same thing with your mental ability. If you are born in a certain body, but you don't feel like you fit in that body, I understand, because those things have multiple layers. It could be environment. It could be fuckery. I mean, it could be a shit ton of stuff, because based on my understanding, I could have that same thing inside the white world that I was born in, but didn't get raised in, because I experienced a shit ton of reverse type of racism because I was the minority. Got the shit kicked out of me because I was white. Got the shit kicked out of me because I was white, hanging out with the wrong colored people. Like, for fuck's sakes, if y'all can't even accept that there is gender, if you can accept that race is a social construct and we have to look past people's skin color and look at them as just people, then you were stuck in just your world. And I believe that transgenders are fighting just for their own gender and sexuality identity and not even looking at the bigger picture, and they're stepping on top of the race relations we have. And that's why I got with Dave Chappelle shit. That's why I got even more angry about the shit, because what he's saying, I am 9,000% with.
So to respond, that whole fucking thing, right? The whole transracialism thing. He didn't even fucking bring that up at first. He spent fucking a good couple of panels calling trans people pedos for arguing that like trans kids should have fucking access to medical care. And when he started getting pushed back on that shit, that's when he brought up the fucking transracialism. That's why I say he's misrepresenting the fucking history
That's
here.
wrong, and you know it. We clarified it because
why-
they were saying without parental consent. They were saying minors. Hang on, Viv got kicked off the panel the other night for saying this. You better be careful.
You know what?
Be careful.
Like, CTV doesn't want me to express that opinion on here, but
That's
like,
the opinion.
regardless
That's exactly what y'all were saying.
Regardless
Yeah.
of
No,
whether,
no,
regardless of whether or
here's
not,
the problem, Redneq.
regardless of whether or not that
Wait.
is my opinion, it would still not be pedophilia.
So why
Well,
even
I don't know. I don't know
definition,
where
right?
that came in. I
Like-
don't know where pedophilia came in here because I don't think that's.
So I don't know why you brought it up.
Did you say that? Did you say that,
Redneq loves,
Redneq?
Redneck loves accusing.
I didn't say
Redneck
it.
loves
I didn't say
accusing
it at all
queer
tonight.
people of being pedos because he's a fucking bigot.
See, okay, here again, hyperbolic and bullshit. I'll elaborate
He's
my
called
point
me a
in
pedo
position.
multiple times.
I don't know. No, you're elaborating.
You've called Dylan a
what-
pedo.
Explain it. Explain your
can
position.
I-
How many
Explain
other
your
queer
position,
people have
Ryan.
you called
Can I
pedophiles?
get
This
a-
is not something
Can
that
I get a
I'm
swing at it?
very familiar. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So generally when we look at rights, and I will push back immediately on like trans people don't focus on other rights. The Equality Act actually strengthens rights for trans, or it gives rights to trans people, as well as it strengthens rights with racial minority groups, as well as sex protections as well. So actually, if you give trans people rights with the Equality Act, we actually strengthen protections for all minorities that need those type of protections. But really, that's the crux, right, of like the idea of the identities of trans people, is that we're just trying to exist, which apparently you agree with. Now, one of the things that the issue that, and this is I'm just going to tell you from my own experience, that people who normally I'm that bring up transracialism, it's usually a way to discredit my existence as a trans woman. And that's why every single one of us trans women on this panel were like, holy shit, why are you doing that? Because people use that as a meme and an argument to try to discredit our own existence as humans that we are. Because
Is that what I did? Is that what I did?
when you make the comparison,
When I said what I
and when you-
said.
Well,
if he's
there-
not
there-
actually
there is
trying
a-
to use
there
it
is
to
an
discredit us,
issue,
then it's not that big of a
and
deal.
I hate to interject, but there is an issue between where conservatives come from, which I'm assuming Redneq is, and yourself. I don't know, Josie.
Yeah, right.
All right. You know, I'm a heterosexual white male. I'm a wasp, for Christ's sake.
Mhm.
I'm a libertarian at the same time. I'm trying to figure out where y'all are coming from a libertarian perspective, because I want you to be just free. You know, what you do whatever you want to do. But the one other thing that we don't want on the conservative side, which I think is where Redneq is coming from, is that we don't want it legislated.
What do you
Because we
mean
don't
legislate? Like,
believe, because we still believe in biology and things like that. I'm just trying to be that middle guy here.
I'll tell you where Redneck's coming from. He gets fucking blasted on his dumb fuck opinions on like race and CRT.
Well, yeah,
He goes,
fuck
I'm
Redneq.
I'm transracial and I'm one of you. And he gets blasted on his dumb fuck opinions on fucking
Hold on, Vivian. Hold on, Vivian. I'm trying to break ice between the sides.
I'm trying to actually engage the arguments right now.
There's no point when he's not being honest.
Well,
and I know there's problems on the right as well, and I understand that. I mean,
I actually think
okay.
I actually think Josie engaging with this argument is good.
Go ahead.
Because
I'm not going to
Well-
shut up, but I'll let you go ahead and argue his points and mine.
He uses
Stardust,
this
wanted to
shit.
say something?
Oh yeah, well I just wanted to say I think it's valuable for Josie to actually engage with that in an honest way, because even if other people aren't, there are probably people in the audience who will learn something, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine with her
That's true.
engaging
Like,
with it,
hold on,
right?
slow down, right? Because I want to piggyback off of that specifically. right? Because it's like it's one thing to sit here and be ad hominem, and sure, you could create a little blood sports content, right here in the Wolfpack chat, and sure, I'll sit back here and kind of laugh at all of it. It's kind of funny, right? Because the room can't figure out how to get along without me stepping in every once in a while and smacking the hell out of everybody, which frankly, I don't mind doing. I've got a great singing voice. I'll keep everybody fucking entertained, right?
Oh, I love it.
But, right? More specifically, I think that if people come into the conversations being a little bit more open-minded about whatever their takes are, and maybe trying to see that the other person isn't that evil boogeyman that maybe you believe exists out there, that's been painted by the media, then maybe we start to see each other as, if nothing else, members of the wolf pack, right? A part of this community that can
Sure.
be separate and apart from the politics of what the parties would be trying to push onto people, so that we end up figuring out how to have these conversations with the other side, and then be able to engage, other people outside of the immediate community, and then end up bringing people further in because they're like, hey, we can all have rational discussions over here. You know what I mean?
I'm fine with the rational
So-
discussions. Can I just say one thing and then I'll just let Rosie and Redneq go at it and I'll shut the
Tell
fuck
you
up.
what, I kind of want to do a line, right? I want to hear from Vivian, then I want to hear from Josie, and then I want to hear from Zonia. Okay?
Yay.
And in that fucking order, right? I want to go like that. Okay, Vivian, Josie, Zonia, take it away.
Okay, so to what CTV said, I don't view Redneq as like representative of conservatives. I think that would be wild to think that he's representative of conservatives as a whole. He's quite clearly, and I'll say this as charitably as possible, a very unique character. Okay, but his weaponizing of like this weird identity politics is basically what he uses this transracial fucking argument for. He would say something transphobic. He'll be like, "I'm transracial, so I'm just like you, so I can't possibly be transphobic." He'll say something racist. He'll be like, "I'm transracial, so I care about black issues. I can't possibly be racist," right? And he does this all the fucking time. And he did the same shit earlier with the fucking like disabled shit. Like it's fucking wild to me how much this guy like uses fucking idpol. I obviously I can't call him a conservative because no conservative would do that constantly. Anyway, whatever. Go at it. Like transracialism.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Vivian. So Redneck, I would like to engage in that one little piece though. But first I would like to first engage with the comment that was made by General. You said that we shouldn't legislate like human rights. Is that what you said?
He's shaking his
Because
head
that-
no.
Oh wait.
No,
oh, in
no,
general-
no. That's me. I was the person that you probably responded to something that I said during our conversation.
Wait. Somebody
Right,
said
yes.
we shouldn't legislate human rights.
Well, no, I think you misunderstand what I mean there.
But you said.
But
because-
it shouldn't
because,
be
like,
legislated. It shouldn't be a political point. And I think that that's
I agree.
the
Human
important
rights
thing.
shouldn't be a political point. I think that
But
Equality Act should
where-
fly right through. It should be
here's
obvious.
here's the problem that and again I have no problems with gay rights and I've come a long way from where I used to be.
Fair.
I used to be a Christian conservative, for Christ's sake.
Same. I had a lot to deal with a lot of internalized transphobia. But yeah.
So
mhm.
I understand the transition that those are your individual rights. They should not be legislated on a governmental level.
But
And
it should be
that's where the
protected at a governmental level, right? It should be
how
protected
pro-
because
how protected. So here's the
protected
crux
like
of the
race.
issue though.
Ooh, that gets
Here's
you
the
into
crux.
hold on, slow down.
It is a
Pause,
crux
pause,
of
pause,
it. It is the
pause,
damn.
pause the both of you. Pause the pause. That's
It's
gonna
the
get
crux
us
of the
into
issue right there.
hold on,
Is
that's not the
how
direction
we
I want to go.
legislate.
That's not the ball sack.
Fair enough.
That's not the
how
direction
it-
that I want. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!
How it actually.
Shut the fuck up! Shut up! I don't know whose house you think you're in, but you're in my fucking house. And I shouldn't have to get like this talking to anybody in this fucking room. You know why everybody else shut the fuck up? Because they know CTV will have a motherfucking reaction. The next thing that happens is motherfucking mute, motherfucking disconnect, and I don't give a fuck.
Have I been
Right?
muted?
I'm sitting here trying to moderate a fucking panel with fucking 20 people in this fucking call. If you can't have the patience necessary to allow me to do that, get the fuck out of the room. Now, Josie specifically, and Ballsack, I don't want to get into that because you're going to end up opening up the conversation a little bit more, and I do want to get over to Zonia, okay? So if we're along those lines there, I want to put a fucking pin in that and hand it over to Zonia. You know what I mean?
Well, sure. Do you want me to go after because I do want to address Redneq too. But
Okay, well,
if you want to
finish
let
with that,
Zonia go
and then
first.
I want to get over to Zonia.
For
She
sure.
hopped in. She hasn't had a chance to speak.
Fair. So Redneq, like the original point that I was talking about the fact that using like I guess I'll get off of the transracialist comment because regardless, I still believe that people should have human rights and people should be dealing with
Brown,
issues that
savage,
we all deal with.
disgusting
So like
animal.
aside from all of that, if you actually believe from a libertarian stance, it really doesn't bother me. But you can't. It's so for me, it's an argument
thanks
that I don't want
for-
to.
Thanks for the
Interact
gifted
with,
sub,
but
Crazy
I do
Monk.
want to interact with the point that you said that sex and gender aren't different. Do you believe that? That sex and gender are separate.
I believe your body is biology, and that's the only science.
That's
I believe. Okay, when I give my answer, please don't interrupt because I get quoted and misquoted and misrepresented too much, and it's already been happening. So I want to make sure everybody clearly hears me when I say these words. I believe that the way you're born is the science. It is biology. It is what nature decided to give you. And the only reason we have sex in a natural system is for procreation. Now, society and entertainment and fun and all the other things bring sex along with it. Transgender has broken the barriers between a normal man and woman concept in society, which transgender people have said that gender has nothing to do with sex because some genders don't even have sex. So that are two different things. So I am clearly aware that we're playing a fuckery game, talking about who you're attracted to and who you want or don't want to have sex with. That is the bottom fucking line when it comes down to the brass tacks. It is identifying yourself in society on who you want to correlate or relate with. Period. And that's why I look at race the same fucking way, because y'all want to dumb this bullshit down based off skin color. And you want to define racism as somebody that just looks at other black people and says, I don't like them. You're a fucking racist. No, motherfucker, you're just prejudiced or you're biased. If you actually try to harm and hurt and hold somebody back from them living the life they see, then you're a fucking bigot. Then you're a fucking homophobe. Then you're a racist, because clearly you are holding yourself at a higher standard than that person you're trying to oppress. And if you don't believe in racism or transracial identity as being something that's exactly the fucking same as your gender identity or your sexual identity, then I can't fucking help you, because my mind is elevated to that level. I have no problem with who you want to have sex with. I have no problem with who you want.
I didn't mean to laugh out loud. I apologize.
Can I just say trans racism sounded really fucking appropriate?
You do gotta, Redneq. You do gotta understand at a certain point.
So it'd be nice if we
you're gonna
had
have to
trans
say
racism.
something, right? So at this moment,
yeah,
at this
I
moment,
wanna engage.
No, Josie. I
Okay,
do want to throw
fine.
it specifically and
I can't
directly
write it down.
and
Fuck it.
only to Zonia. Feel like
Yo,
I've
yo,
been
yo.
pretty patient getting around to Zonia, right? So Zonia.
All right, so Redneq, do you identify as transracial? Is that correct?
I said that from the age of 8 to the age of 24, I did not like my own skin color. I didn't know what to call it because it wasn't there was no term for other than self-hate. You hated yourself for who you were. But mine was environmental. It was literally the area I was raised in, who I was raised around, and the life experiences I had to live. That was it.
And you brought that up as
can't-
like a relatable point to being
I said
transgender.
that if you can understand, of course, because I didn't believe that I was supposed to be who I was. I didn't believe that I was born to the right family. How did the Creator put me in this fuckery and this body if I don't think this way, if I don't feel this way, if this is not how I look at things, is by what my environment tells me.
To be more specific here for a moment, because I am, familiar with Redneq's story. He grew up in a family that was pretty much all black except for Redneq, right? So he grows up in a family
No,
environment, right?
Well,
you know,
basically, my Texas family was predominantly Hispanic and black.
Okay.
Then I moved to California as a teen and got jumped into an all black, predominantly black gang. And that's when it really got, and then all the way up to my military career and until out, I didn't even identify as white. Like we told everybody I was albino, and that was what they told me to say because of where I was at and what was going on in society at that time. It was, I mean, if you served in the military, you can get it. You would get it.
This doesn't compare to being transgender.
Yeah,
because,
so I was going to say.
But how does it not?
I mean, my
Don't
first
explain your
military
Wait, let me
platoon was full of Hispanics.
Hang on, let me get my part in because I was asking him for clarification. So, so you had an environmental conflict, like an internal conflict that didn't match up with your environment, and at some point in time,
I had an internal conflict.
And
an
at
internal
some
conflict
point
in
in
my brain.
time, that ceased to be.
No, I just learned that society is what it is. I'm who I am. I'm proud to be who I am. My skin color truly doesn't fucking matter. I got tired of playing the game. I learned and I was like, wait a second. My skin color doesn't define who I am and what I am. Why have I been conditioned to think it does? What the fuck? Why?
So
why?
not
Why
all
did I hate
trans-
myself?
You were raised in a
have-
society where skin color did matter, maybe?
Yeah.
You're raised in an environment where sex matters too, and your
not all
gender matters too.
Not all trans people have dysphoria, but dysphoria is something that is pretty common among transgender people. And how do you feel that your situation at all relates to transgender people who struggle with dysphoria?
If a transgender person suffers from dysphoria, I think I can understand what they're going through. I think I can understand it if they're able to understand what I'm seeing. Like you totally feel like you're not in the right body.
I can understand societal displacement, yeah, but like,
That's
but
what I'm
it's,
talking
it's,
about.
But yeah,
there
but we're
can
talking
be
about like
incongruence with society, but then there's something.
Isn't transgenders the outliers of society as well? So you are actually affected by that same thing, Josie?
Depends on the transgender person, but those who have dysphoria.
Guys, okay, but now hang on, but now you're agreeing with my generalization that I made earlier that I am getting shit on for making. Like now you're not softening.
We're not quite there.
Well, I think we need to give Zonia a chance. I think we need to give Zonia
Yeah.
a chance to explain a little bit more because I promise she'll be charitable to what you're saying, Redneq. She's very good at talking about
I
these
like
things.
Zonia.
Yeah.
So there are some transgender people who do struggle with society incongruence, and many of them end up moving in the direction of non-binary or gender fluid. Those who tend to have dysphoria tend to fit more along one of the polar portions of the bimodal spectrum. So either being more masculine identifying or more feminine identifying. And that tends to be how things play out. And for those who have dysphoria and have that situation, there isn't really a like coping with incongruence with society, right? It comes down to being allowed to be oneself and do the things necessary to make their body best match the way that they feel. And
I'm sorry,
it
Sonia,
doesn't.
are you saying that non-binary people don't experience dysphoria? Or that
I didn't say that.
Okay.
That's why I didn't use any absolutes in this. I don't usually use absolutes, but so that's a different kind of situation because it's not something that you can usually just.
But it exists,
adapt
Sonia.
to
You just said it. But
internally.
you said it exists. You said this exists. My scenario exists, does it not? In the transgender world.
Yeah, yeah. There are some that tend to go in the direction of for them, like if you talk to them, they tend to identify as non-binary or gender fluid. And
So if I said for those 8 years, the 16 years, I didn't identify as white, that wouldn't be the same though, huh?
That's
well.
I don't I don't think you see yourself as
Specific
right
to
fit
who
for
you
replace
are,
yourself
though.
as
I mean,
well.
Wait. Let's let
Zonia.
Let's let Zonia finish. Right.
If your situation, if you're very genuine about what you're talking about, it sounds like you
Why wouldn't I be?
adapted.
Why would
you
I sit here?
would-
Why would I sit here being
Hold on,
retarded?
Redneck.
Wait. Let's let Zonia will give you
Yeah.
plenty of charitability. I promise. I promise.
So a lot of people do end up having, like, just in general, not just transgender people, but people grow up in environmental conditions that are incongruent with the way that they themselves fit within that society. And people will oftentimes adapt to that over time and develop within it. And a lot of trans people who go the direction of being gender fluid or non-binary oftentimes find that same balance that they can strike in an incongruent world where things are very binary and very polarized in the gender presentation of everybody in the society. When they're able to move between those or not identify with either, it gives them the feeling of being able to fit in and being able to be comfortable with themselves despite the incongruence of the environment. So that's not everyone, though, because those who have and though there are some non-binary and fluid people who deal with dysphoria, most people who have dysphoria don't tend to have that ability to just be able to sort of psychologically adapt to the incongruence in their environment, and then usually need to go in the direction of sort of a form of treatment. Like I am on HRT, and I have there are other things that I've done as well. Some people have had surgeries, some people have changed their names, etc., stuff like that. I've changed my name. There's all kinds of things that people do to allow themselves to better fit in the gender expression that best matches how they feel. And so their situation is a little different because there isn't just a psychological adaptation to it like what you're talking about.
You think it's just a psychological?
So I'm actually going to defend
described it as such.
Redneq here because I feel like there's.
You just described it as such, Redneq, unless I'm
way
incorrect.
the way that Redneq described himself here, it kind of makes sense. I
don't think Zonia's saying
despite
anything
the fact
different.
that I don't know his story.
Zonia's agreeing. Zonia's agreeing.
Speak very shortly here.
Hey, Balzac. I think you missed what I was saying. I'm agreeing with
I think I actually did. I'd be going at it in a different length than you did, but I do understand it. And don't worry, I'm on your side at the same time as I'm with Redneq here.
She empathized with Redneq.
So what I heard during your description, what I heard during your description is like, transsexuals have this very weird perspective of the world, and they're not feeling comfortable. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it this way because I don't know you very well, Redneq, but if you're not used to the world, there are separate ways of pulling away from it. And I keep on using those ifs and those suppositions here, and I know that's different for folks that want to transition and do all that shit. Trust me, I got a good friend that did that.
Well, because there's an even deeper
It's
level to
fucking
that
weird
for
to
those
me.
who
It's
transition.
fucking weird to me. It trust me. I mean, I wouldn't want any surgeon to cut my dick off or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Because you're
But-
cis. It's all cis.
Yeah.
I'm a heterosexual male.
There's one.
Look, stop.
Go ahead. Throw it out.
Shut the
Throw it out. Throw the nukes at me.
No worries. Did it. Okay. Anybody else feel like that, forcing me to have to yell into the fucking microphone is the way to be? Anybody else? I didn't think so. Okay, so we're going to continue with Zonia's point. Zonia, please.
Yeah, so what you were describing, Redneq, your adaptation, right? It describes a psychological adaptation to your environment and conditions and the incongruence that you have with it. And that's not necessarily incorrect for some people in the trans community. But then if you've got dysphoria, it goes deeper than that. And like the next level deeper to that, for those who actually do transition with surgery and such and with HRT, one thing that we're finding with more and more data as we do more and more research on this is that we're actually finding um, physical physical similarities in the brain and in the
I read the
neurochemistry of the
study.
brain.
I read this study. That's the study I've used, and it was sent to me. Yeah, I've been lectured on. My point, I know you agreed with me, but the fact that you agreed with me, but then you're still trying to narrow it down to a very minuscule number.
Well,
is
you're using
deeper-
broad strokes, and I'm trying to not use them. I'm a very explicit person, and I'm very exact, and I
Here's
don't
the
use
point.
absolutes or broad
Here's
brushing.
the point. I have spent the past 2 years being called the worst of worst because I used that analogy when I tried to tell them,
Redneq,
look,
I'm
if-
here
if-
to
if
give you
people
hugs
think-
if you need them.
I don't want hugs.
Sonia,
I just
don't
want
give
you
too
guys to
much.
understand that Dave
You're giving
Chappelle's
too much.
stance fucking matters. And I'm going to keep preaching it from my fucking
wait.
privilege.
Wait,
I think
okay.
I just disagree with Zonia. I just disagree.
I
with
have to
Zonia
disagree
there.
with Zonia
Like,
too. Yeah.
Fucking Redneq was talking about this as some kind of like
And
environmentally.
because I brought up Dave Chappelle, now you're hearing him separate from what Eva Zonia said because she charited and gave me the.
No, I
That's
give
what I'm
you
trying to
acknowledge
get
it
specific.
too.
I want to acknowledge it
That's where I'm
because we
trying
can
to.
prove
That's
the
where I'm
Oh my
trying to get
god! Can
specific.
I at least explain
Oh
why?
my
Like
god,
Redneq
really?
Sure.
Redneq
I agree
explained
with.
this as some kind of environmentally caused phenomena, and I don't think that being trans is like an environmentally caused phenomena. I'm sorry, I don't. I think
Yeah,
that
I
there
don't
is,
either.
I think that gender identity is a thing
Did I
that
say
is
that
like
though?
intrinsic to the person. Well, no,
Well, you
Redneck
compared
is
non-binary people, didn't you?
yeah, to a certain extent.
Depends
You
on the
said that
Kind of.
depends on the non-binary person. How many have you met?
I mean,
I
I
know
mean,
a lot.
if y'all can't even
I mean,
figure out where y'all
I mean,
stand between your own
I'm
thoughts, I don't
one,
expect the rest of
If
the
you don't
bio.
know
This is what I'm
non-binary
at,
people who
people.
choose that
I mean,
because
right.
Can y'all
they
please
don't like
explain me
the-
this?
Sonia, you are aware that like Josie Rose, like earlier, did state that that she is the shit.
I know what
fucking
Josie does.
US,
Project
yeah,
manager. Yeah,
right.
I'm
So,
gonna,
like,
yeah.
from
so, like,
Josie's
yeah,
role.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, she would have an understanding of like a huge amount of non-binary people's experiences.
Then
I'm
Josie
non-binary
also
person.
knows that it's not a correct statement to say that, to disagree and say that all non-binary people are not non-binary because
the
of
equivalent-
environmental
No,
incongruence.
the equivalent to what yeah, but that's not the equivalent to what Redneck's saying. The equivalent to what Redneck is saying is if somebody was like, I don't even know, like
raised in a
as
household
raised
and a
as boy
neighborhood of
who
nothing but
grew up
girls,
women,
for
yeah,
example.
or something
That's
like
not what
that.
I'm saying. That's not how simple I mean.
What I did was I said some people. I was very, very specific. And one thing to get to know about me is that I get very explicit. I don't tend to use broad strokes of any kind. And the reason why I'm doing this is because
whoa, Sonia, come on now.
the reason why
there was that one time. You remember when you had the broad strokes? Okay, that one
yeah,
time.
when I said that I hate all such and such people.
Stop
yeah,
it, please. Okay, Zonia,
Okay,
there's another thing
but-
I want to say really quick is the brain study. I don't really use that study very much either
Same.
because it's
Yeah.
still a bimodal curve, and it's like using the brain study is like using the average width of people's shoulders, right?
And it's incomplete right now too.
Yeah,
There needs to be more
absolutely.
research.
And you also have to die to get your brain scanned, and
Well,
there's
this is
like
what
all
I
these
found.
different.
This is why I said we're
Yeah.
finding similarities instead
Right,
of
but
saying
I try to
that
stay
we've
away from the
found.
meta arguments. Meta arguments
Yeah.
are always dangerous because it can really lead to the
Yeah,
whole
when it's incomplete, you can nitpick it to death, and then it
Yeah,
devalues the
it-
argument.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Zonia was making a
exactly.
point
But-
before I rudely interrupted her. Go ahead, Zonia.
No, I was just trying to assume that Redneck is actually coming with good faith in this, and if that's the case, and there are some cases, would that do align with this? But it's not.
No.
I wouldn't say it's
I don't
general.
think so.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Gender
So
identity is an
Josie,
internal intrinsic component, whereas racial identity is something that is entirely imposed upon people by society. That's the
gender
the
is also
difference.
imposed by society right now.
Yeah,
though.
Yeah, thank you very much for explaining that back to the hypocrite.
So
If we actually,
I'm willing, it's like I'm totally willing to take kind of what Josie says on this, because Josie is technically the expert in the room on this. But
Oh, okay, sure.
I just feel that what Josie said was a little bit too broad
We're just
to be accurate.
lump like non-binary people into this category of people who are just like
What
sort of
did I
vaguely
say?
trying to
Maybe-
fit in with societal shit.
It would
and
be
then
nice
go,
if you
well,
actually said back to me what it was that I said and tell me how it is that you think that I lumped non-binary people into that.
You said non-binary people are more likely to fall into this category, which I don't think even
I didn't say
exists.
that.
She didn't
And
say more
so-
likely.
I said that those who deal with environmental incongruence oftentimes end up identifying non-binary.
Why do they
So
deal
can
with
I-
the environmental incongruence? What causes the environmental incongruence? The
Well,
internal scheme,
of a lot of
right?
of a lot
How
of
is
the
that
gender
related?
identity.
a lot of the non-binary people I've met, they've said that they just don't really feel like they can really pick between one or the other, and that the world is very divided up into the binary, and they'd rather be able to just move between
Okay,
it.
but why can't they pick between one or the other? It's not because it's because of something intrinsic to them, right? Like
Assholes, maybe?
something about
Mhm.
them
Fuck it.
is like
Maybe they're
incongruent with
assholes.
the environment.
Mhm.
It's not that they've been taught about the concepts of gender and raised as one specific gender, and then like, and then feel that they should be that kind of gender because they don't fit with it, right? You're talking about like raising a boy as a girl in a fucking neighborhood full of girls, right?
Mhm.
That's not what like maybe you can find a case or two of that happening somewhere. That'd be a very interesting scientific anomaly, but it is not the trans experience.
Well, let's just, yeah, I agree with you. Now let's just make sure that we're clear and we don't reword what I was saying. I said those who deal with environmental incongruence oftentimes end up identifying as either gender fluid or non-binary. I didn't say that that non-binary I didn't say that non-binary and gender fluid people end up dealing with environmental incongruence. That would be a really egregious statement to make, and I would never say that.
And so you will slice up your
No, so
community
you're
to
allowing
prove that
the-
next point is not valid. I got
You're
y'all. I
using-
understand now. Now I
Wait,
got
what?
it.
there
No,
are-
what are you
gotta
talking
protect the
about?
racists. You gotta protect the racism. I got y'all. Got to protect.
What do you mean?
What
Wait,
are your
what?
environmental incongruity?
Why are you
I'm
doing
confused
this?
about that.
So exactly.
Yeah, but
Environmental
I'm-
incongruence is doing a lot of work here, and
What
you're using it to
point
encompass.
can you two agree on?
Oh
hold
God.
on. Let me ask. You know what? I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to make a statement. Environmental incongruity. That's the two words that got put together. Am I correct?
Incongruence, but yeah.
Incongruence. Okay, so just hearing these two words and the conversation in general, it seems like that the distinction made would be the difference of what a trans individual would experience being born of a biological sex and then becoming more aware of their body and the differences in the way that it works versus race, which is something that inherently doesn't have the ability to change. Is that kind of what we're talking about here?
Well,
I
I'm
would
just
say
saying that Sonia's allowing environmental incongruence to be used in this conversation to both encompass Redneq's experience and to encompass the experience of non-binary people. When I believe that
some
non-binary people.
Some
We should,
non-binary
you should
people.
definitely be very careful because the
Okay.
way you're
I just
wording
wanna,
it makes
like,
me sound
am
really
Okay,
bad.
but look, I'm
hold on,
speaking
hold on,
very, very
hold on.
quickly because as soon as I start talking,
Oh.
people start talking over me. So I'm
Yeah,
sorry if I
Fair.
make mistakes,
yeah,
right?
trust me, I know how that.
But, like-
I definitely
but,
know how
like,
that
so-
works.
So,
like,
so you're
real
using
quick,
it to cover the experiences of some non-binary people and the experience that Redneq is describing, and I think that there is a substantial difference between them, and you're allowing these two things to be conflated by using the same term for both of them.
I'm not
Are they
sure because
not-
I can't actually know where he's coming from. I can only infer from past behavior, and he does have a track record of being a bit of a troll. But I'm trying to be a little bit charitable here, and that may be a failing of mine. However, if I were to just engage with his argument and kind of walk the line with it a little bit here, I can do so safely and still say that, yes, there are some parallels with some people who end up choosing to address the issue by identifying non-binary or expressing non-binary and sometimes gender fluid. But it would be a problem, it would be folly to take his argument and apply it in any kind of really meaningful sense, right? Because it does, like you said, it sort of opens a door for people who with malicious intent, not necessarily you, Redneck, but people with
Right.
malicious intent to try to use this argument to say to
Use the
effective
argument of somebody's skin color is what you're saying is the problem to proving that gender and that gender is the same social construct that race is. That's
It's
what
a
you're about to
different
tell. That's,
Look, so the
it's
way I
still
see it,
a social contract with it is a contract
It's
that was
still a
established in
different
society.
So,
That's
so
it.
here's the
It
thing.
is a
I
societal
don't.
contract
I'll
that
admit something
society
to you.
lives by.
I don't have
Come
the
on.
actual argument to
Really,
divide.
people.
I don't have
Sorry.
the
Different
argument
concept.
to actually divide the line between them personally. It's something I've been over before on one of Stardust panels, and we couldn't figure out how to do it. And I've gotten into the argument with Viv before. I've gotten into it with Alice before. And I don't really have an answer for it.
No,
The way I
only
see
disagree with you so that I can
You're willing
actually
to you're willing
well,
to
the way
cut
I
away
see
being
things-
charitable, Zanya. You're being charitable. You're
Yeah.
willing to cut the transgender community and the binary and non-binaries out and say, well,
No, we're
you
not.
know
No,
which
she's
one
not
is only
saying
valued.
that.
Hang on
No,
a
she's
second.
not
Let me
applying it
finish.
to all
Let me finish.
non-binary.
And you're reversing what I was saying. That's not really
You said
appropriate.
this. You said my scenario only works in the non-binary and
Nope.
in the environmental incongruence of non-binaries.
No,
Well,
that's not what you said.
What I said was some people have a similar story and deal with environmental incongruence with how it is that they choose to express themselves in the environment and choose to identify or express as non-binary and sometimes as gender fluid. But it's very much a some thing. It's some people.
Okay. So
It's
some,
very
but
specific.
you're willing to say that my analogy of how I'm comprehending, I'm comparing race and the gender argument for transgender. You're saying no, it's not. Your argument can't apply to transgender. It only can apply to the non-binary and binary and gender
Those
fluids.
are still transgender. Those are some people will argue.
Okay, so
differently,
it is a
Can we
valid
just
argument.
agree?
I guess I
Can we
gotta,
just
I gotta,
agree that
I gotta,
different
I gotta.
social constructs are different? Is that
Yeah.
okay? Can we do that? Different
Yeah.
social
So,
constructs are different. Gender and race, they are not the
I
same.
know.
fucking thing.
That's a brother to me.
So-
That's all I'm gonna
so
say.
Clarifying
from my
question.
personal perspective,
I gotta clarifying question. Is that because some part of this is, because it is tied to sexuality and not race? Is that a part
No,
of
not
the
sexuality.
calculus here?
well, okay. So one thing that we
Not
do
sexuality,
have.
but sex. Sorry.
So,
Gary.
there are some social gender traits that stem from sexuality, but those over time are becoming less and less a thing. So gender has been divorcing itself from sexuality for quite a long time. It was greatly divorced from sexuality originally, and then became tightly coupled with sexuality in the last 100 years, and then started divorcing itself from sexuality again in recent decades. So that's something that's very social about it, and there are some social traits that still stem from it that are that could be tied to sexuality, but those are so insignificant that it doesn't really matter anymore, especially when you've got those of us like in modern times having the ability to go through certain operations to allow our bodies to better match our internal.
No, Discord restarted. Stay with me. Don't go anywhere. My Discord restarted.
Thinking about the things that we're talking about, it doesn't make a lot of sense to map it strongly to sexuality. That kind of defeats the whole purpose of this discussion.
Right. So I just want to say too, Sonia, thank you for all that. Is that no trans people don't deny the existence of biological sex, and like I understand that I was born male. That happened. I know that happened. My doctors know that happened. is a thing that was surrounding my life for 34 years. So the reason, but that doesn't change who I am as a woman, right? Like it's the idea that if sex was so important, then if you were to lose your like sexual organ, then you would cease to exist as a gender at all if you were to link them so closely. It just seems to make more sense. So for example, Redneq, it's a part of language too. So if you were to like see a trans woman off doing something, right, and you just like clock them somehow, like let's say you just have this like bloodhound nose and you know that that person is like a trans person, and I'm not saying you in particular, I'm just saying a person doing such, and were to
Of
go into
course.
society
Redneq
and
just blasting a trans in the face. Got it. Let's go. Come on.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm
Holy
saying
That's the image you started with.
No, it's not.
No.
She's not saying
Not
that at
even
all.
remotely.
I'm putting a
It's
hypothetical.
No,
Everything
It's a
that they've
hypothetical.
done, Redneq.
I'm talking about language. I'm talking about language and how we use it in society. So you see a trans woman, and let's say not you, I'm gonna say just a general person. I use the general you a lot. If you watch my streams, that I use that. So the intent, that's a hypothetical situation. We're just in a crowd of people, and one person has like a blood nose hound and refuses and knows all trans people. They just have like this power to just know that all the trans people exist, and they can point them out in a crowd, and they will intentionally misgender them in public, and they're like, hey, that guy over there, and there's like a group of women, and they're like, what guy? And they're like, that guy, you know, the one, the man, the person that was biologically born, the dude right there, right? The language wouldn't even make sense, right? Because you're not being accurate with your language. It's the whole concept that
What color am I? What color am I?
For shit's sake.
I don't know.
Just
What do
let-
you
just
identify
make,
as?
Make your point. Make your point. Make your point.
See,
Redneq. Let them make their point, and then kind of go on.
Feels like that's
maybe
the superpower
I don't
respond after the point
play
is done.
these. I don't play
Respond
these
after the point is
troll
done, right?
games. Yeah, I
It's not a troll game. I'm
definitely-
trying to say. See, here's the
I
problem.
literally answered your
guys
question,
don't
and you
listen.
didn't hear what I said.
I
You
did.
didn't
I
hear
did hear what you said.
What did I
Redneq
say?
lost
I
cause,
would
I'm
say
afraid.
peach.
What did I say, Redneck? If you knew what I said.
Redneq, they
Go
didn't
ahead.
finish their statement, so just
I
let them finish.
said,
You know?
that's what I'm saying. I said, what do you identify as? Because it's impossible for me to know your history like that.
If society says I'm white, then I'm white. And guess what? If society says you're a man, you're a man. And that is the problem where we are all wrapped around.
Wait.
Because
Society
let me
doesn't
finish
say
my
I'm a
point.
man.
Because hang on a second. You said I was born and that happened. I lived 34 years of my life. That's because society told the family, hey, guess what? It's a boy. It's got a penis. Holy shit. Science. Thank you. Go forward, young son.
I didn't deny
life was
that.
lived. Okay, and
I
I'm
never
not denying I
denied
was
it.
born fucking white. So what is your
Yeah.
existence different from mine if I say that I'm not white? And you're saying you're not a man. What
My
existence is different?
That I have less rights in this country. That's
And so
the difference.
and so do I. And so do I. If I
You
if I
have
if,
significantly more rights as a
because of
white
my skin
cis
color,
hetero male.
oh my fucking, I'm done. CTV, this is literally
Do you not really
epitome of why
believe
this
that?
is bullshit. You got
Can I-
transgenders
can I
out here
try-
sitting there speaking this
I have
bullshit.
less
all the
rights.
fucking time.
I have less rights. You asked for the difference. I told
I just
you.
want to interject something here. Okay, there
I
is
told
the
you the
fact
difference.
that in affirmative action that there, if you are a minority race, then you get some preference towards a particular position. Okay, so there's a
Lean
right
into the
that
mic,
does not-
Yodi.
This is a right that does not necessarily exist for Redneq, because he grew up in a black family and was part of a black family for the majority of his life, right? So that's all I'm saying.
I'm just talking just the
No, it was
statistically
I
with
was
the
raised in a
data.
minority family, not just black. It was Mexican and black, mostly people. Don't my influence, my cultural influence, my environmental congruence was black culture, if that's an acceptable term, or if we call it that. So when I hear a whole bunch of white transgenders, and not this one, this one's Hispanic, I was told, Latina.
Yeah.
When they tell
Yeah,
me
I
that
am.
skin color is not something that fucking matters to their agenda,
I never said that.
because it doesn't have. You just got through saying it.
I have
Because
to say, Redneq,
I'll say it
I have
again.
to say,
I'll say it again. I'm
Josie,
gonna say it
Josie's
again.
been really charitable with you. It'd be kind of cool if you extended
I'll
some
be
of that charity
I'm
to
trying
her.
to be charitable, and I'm going to say it again real slowly. She said that if a person was getting the shit kicked out of them because they were a transgender in society, and a person was like, "Look at that man over there, that fucking man over there," and she was pointing to the fact that that person was born a man. True. She also personalized it. Says, I lived that life.
Born male. Yeah. Go ahead. But go ahead. I'm listening.
So,
Please.
as society sees that person as the contract the society already has. When that child was born, labeled a man, has a penis, that's a man. There's nothing that you can do about it as a transgender person. It happened to you, but you do not believe this is who you are. You do not believe that nature was fair to you. You do not believe that it has the same concept of who you are as a person. And when I tell you that I feel the exact same way because of my fucking skin color, your immediate response is, "Oh no, you guys can't compare them." And you know why I hate fucking, hang on, I'm finishing it. I'm done talking about this transgender issue because this is the final rug I'm gonna pull. I am so fucking tired of you guys not even accepting it. And that's why I think every one of it, especially because considering 7 out of fucking 10 male to female transgenders are white. It makes me feel like this is the biggest racial fucking overlord play in the fucking world, and I feel that you guys are trying to play the oppression Olympics, and that's the bullshit, and that's why I call this shit out every day.
Done that
Hang on a second. I'm wrapping it up because no matter what y'all say, no matter what you say, no matter how much charity you're giving me, the charity you're giving me is what you demand everybody else to accept de facto. You give me the same respect that you expect everybody to give you, and you're gonna get it. I don't misgender anyone on purpose, and I don't walk around slapping fucking transgender in the face. I do not agree. I don't understand. I don't understand. Apparently, I'm a boomer, whatever the fuck you want to call me. But don't ever think this is that my fucking focus on race is anything but true. Because goddamn it, I'm tired of seeing the white fucking world think they're more oppressed than everybody else and jumping ahead of the line. And that's what I see happening here. It's fucking.
Before we move on, I just want to reiterate.
Josie said.
Avoid the GD, please. Avoid the GD. Thank you.
There is no line, and frankly, if you never talk about trans people again, that'll be great, Redneq. There'll be a lot less pedophile accusations flying around.
I was confused by that rant.
I was
Well,
too
it was
because
a
I didn't do anything.
It's not a rant. It's not a rant. Zonia, you laid out the fact, and you even said that you agreed with my analogy if I'm in good faith. And
I don't understand your response.
Hang on. You don't understand it because y'all will stop at that line that starts to prove that your narrative is not more important than race.
No, Redneq. No, Redneq. Clearly, you're very angry about this. Clearly, you're very angry about this. Okay, and you want to get
Why
it
are
out
you
and express it.
interjecting now? You haven't even been here.
Because
Montreal, why are you interjecting? Jump on the bandwagon. Montreal, do not jump on the fucking
and then
bandwagon.
getting angry at them.
I think I can understand I think I can understand maybe what Redneq is. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. So, but I can understand in some ways what Redneq is saying. Like the minimization of like, I don't know. I feel like there is some minimization sometimes of other marginalized groups. Sometimes, but I don't think that's descriptive of the entire community. I think that like I've got so many friends who are really great. I can empathize with what you're saying, Redneq. I think it's tough growing up in an area where you don't. While you might see people who are the same race as you, your media is plastered with with people who are different. When you go to school, everybody is different. Your neighbors are different. So it's very it's very easy when all your media and everything you do and everything you read is somebody else to start to resent yourself. I can definitely relate to that. But I don't think I don't know that. I think eventually I learned to accept myself. And I don't know that. I'm sure there are people who have the same sort of like crisis with their gender, but maybe they are not trans. Maybe they are maybe that type of crisis of identity is, and tell me if I'm wrong, I could be wrong, but maybe that type of crisis of identity, maybe that's something that people explore, and then they find themselves after a while. Maybe they don't, maybe those aren't transgender people who have that same thing with gender and come to find themselves. I'm not sure.
Life is a journey, right? We're all discovering ourselves every day.
Like they're like that's
problem
why puberty blockers are 100% reversible, right? Like the point is like
I don't know if that's true.
yeah, it is. Yeah, it
The
is. So
problem
the
I don't think that's true.
you literally
No, they're not.
They're not.
you literally stop hormones and then you immediately start your
I mean,
puberty. I'm not going to
There's
argue
sci-
the science because
no,
I
yeah,
know
it's
I'm
not an
right on
arguable
this.
The
point.
science
So
is there,
it
and that's
isn't.
a
But
false
wait,
statement.
if I can say something, I do want to say, I do acknowledge what Redneq might be frustrated at is sometimes it can be hard when you've got, and I'm not trying to be offensive in any way when I say this, but you do have like white people who try to minimize anything that like you as a minority go through, because the oppression that they go through is put like first, essentially. And it I don't know, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything like that. There are people though who are like that. And it sucks. They try to minimize like anything that you're I don't know, like kind of faced with. It's not everybody. It's a few people, but it's like
I think what
you know?
Redneq is like,
Yeah.
it's like hinting at, but
Stardust is
doesn't
the reason I
fully
didn't come on the
understand.
conversation.
If I can try and be charitable for a second, right?
Yeah.
Is that in every sort of civil rights movement that I can fucking think of that hasn't been to do with race, right? Disability rights, trans rights, gay rights, feminism, right? There has been a point at which that movement has said, hey, like, white people are getting a shit ton of the fucking spotlight here in our movement, right? This is why Kimberly Crenshaw developed the theories of intersectionality that she
It's
did.
really
It's why
a crazy question about
why
BLM particularly.
feminism sure, but basically what I'm saying is that like those of us who are intersectional in our analysis of social justice, right, we do try and shine a spotlight on, for example, Black trans women, right, because we recognize that the intersection of these two different identities creates like unique kinds of oppression and unique experiences of oppression, where those two identities combine to make things different and or worse, right? But I think Redneq wants to accuse like white trans people of jumping ahead in some sort of queue for civil rights.
Can somebody hold on?
People need to get theirs before trans people, and I don't think that that's the case. I think we can address all of these issues simultaneously, simply because there are people who are Black and people who are also trans, right?
I'm confused about something, because I think, and you, Redneck, you can correct me where I'm wrong, but I feel like the thing that like the straw that broke the camel's back immediately was the statement, "You have more rights than me." And what I don't understand is how, and again, maybe I'm probably clearly just ignorant and not well educated enough to understand, but when I look at these problems and I look at these situations, this is one of the things, like when Redneq was talking about the fact that his skin color did not matter, doesn't define who he is as an individual, music to my ears, because it's exactly how I live my life. I don't care what people call me. I don't care what people do. I don't care what people say about me whatsoever. You know, I grew up with a single mother, and I'm an interracial person, right? I'm biracial. So by all accounts, I should be dead or in jail. Okay, by all statistical measure, I should be dead or in jail. But the second that we, but the second that we do this thing where we say, well, you have more rights, the only thing that happens is that we begin to make people feel as if whatever they're going through is less important than whatever you as an individual or you as a group, which is even worse, is going through. And that's the thing that I think causes the most complication and the most in-group fighting. And I don't understand why everybody is so unbelievably focused on it. Like,
You know-
stop. We do not need to. The largest minority, the most significant minority in the United States is the individual. Your individual experiences, whoever you are, whatever you are is what makes you you. Every experience you have as a human being in your life is important and is valuable. I do not see any reason whatsoever, and I'll be done because I'm going to be honest. I've been sitting here smacking this gavel, not saying anything. So I don't see any value, and I have never seen any value in emphasizing groups and over individual experience.
Can I speak for a second? Can I speak for a second, Vivian?
Tyler for an award?
Yeah, I just want to
That was
say
great.
that sounds beautiful, Shiloh, and I wish,
Shyla, just to be
Shyla,
clear.
sorry, I did miss the A there. Sorry about
It's
that.
Navajo Indian. It's Navajo Native American for brothers.
Cool,
It's not
awesome.
LaBooth.
Yeah, and we come from hey, look,
what you
and I
said-
gotta say this, right? And we both come from the Slapaho tribe, okay?
Oh my god.
Amazing.
So let me say this point, please. So what you said sounds wonderful, and I hope we do get to that point in our society. But right now there are still governmental systems and laws in place that specifically restrict rights of certain groups of individuals. And as long as there's legal if there are legal things that are going against groups, then the groups are going to have to exist so they can fight for the rights for them to exist. And that's really what it is. And I would love that world where trans people can have equal rights to you. But right now that is not true. And I'm trying to help fix that. I work with trying to get the Equality Act passed so we can strengthen rights for everybody. Not just
No, you're
trans
not.
people.
No, your community is not. Your community is not.
How well do you know our
Is the
community?
yell.
You don't
Redneq?
know shit about our
Hang
community.
on.
You found out about trans people like a year ago, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Do you know
I'm
online
actually a
politics is what you
leader.
know.
You know
Literally,
that I'm
the only trans
actually
people you
a
know are like in
trans
Twitch
leader.
politics.
Yeah.
Like you do know that I'm like a national trans leader, right? And
I love the
just
fact
told
you're a
you
national translator.
something.
So tell me, why is
I
your
just
community
told
fucking slamming Dave Chappelle and Dave Chappelle's having to call you out publicly?
Because Dave
Why are we
Chappelle's a
having this
fucking
beef?
transphobe. Shut the fuck
Can
up.
I explain
see?
it, please?
Hang
Do you
on.
want to
No,
hear my
don't explain
point
it to
of
me
view,
because
or do you want
Vivian
to hear
just
the online point of
do
view?
not want to hear
Do you
anything
wanna
from you
hear
at this
my
point.
point of
We're
view?
done.
No,
We're
why?
done.
Because you don't want to
Redneq,
hear
Vivian just
Redneq,
said.
I think it's
Because
important
what Vivian
to
just said.
Look, Redneck
What Vivian
switches
just
grass all
said.
the time and does
If I get
IRL
up on
advocacy and shit.
if I get up on stage and start screaming the N-word, right? I can't fucking be all like, oh well, I'm a trans person actually, so you can't cancel me because I'm also a marginal. Like, fuck off. If Dave
He's
Chappelle gets
getting
up on
canceled
stage
because
and
he
says
shared
some
his fucking
transphobic
beliefs, and you
shit,
guys can't stand it because it's against your narrative. And anybody that's against your narrative, you fucking cancel. And that's the fucking problem. That makes it a racist problem because the most people you're canceling have already been
can you
fighting
help
the
me
Civil
here?
Rights Act way before you.
Dave Chappelle is a transphobe. He said transphobic shit. He
CTV,
got
can
called
you
out for
give
saying
me a
transphobic
chance
shit.
to speak?
You got a fucking
Let's
problem?
give Josie the floor for a bit.
Like, like I just want.
Figure between you three ladies, y'all can figure it out, right? I mean, damn.
Fine. Thank you.
Damn.
Ladies, I would like some time. I would like some space, please. So I just want to say this. I watched a Dave Chappelle special, and I looked at it, and I looked at it critically, and I didn't call. I would say that I did at first call for like, hey, like this should be removed from Netflix, but then I retracted that because I was like, maybe not, because this is also educational for our movement as a whole. And I'll tell you what made me sad about it. And what it is TERFs are considered a hate group, like the KKK. They've been open on the record talking about lynching trans people, that all trans people should be murdered. They are an actual hate group that actually supports the death and genocide of trans people, particularly trans women. But really, it's awful. So
you're about gun rights, yeah? Self-protection's good.
That's true at all. I don't think any.
Yeah, I love guns. Who gives
That's
a fuck
totally
about
not
that?
true.
What's
That's a
the-
total
Wait.
exaggeration. No,
Are
like
you
you would
kidding me
wait,
right
hold
now?
on, hold on. You would
I can
consider
literally
J.K.
send
Rowling
you.
a
I can
turf,
literally
but
send you
J.K. Rowling
reams
has
and
never
reams and
has
reams.
never advocated for
Vivian,
any of those things.
Vivian, can you please? Can you? I said turfs. I didn't say J.K. Rowling. Go ahead,
J.K.
Stardust.
Rowling is a turf, is she not?
She's not representative of all turfs either, though,
No,
right?
but I mean, come on
And
now.
it just
If you're going to call people turfs, and then you're going to say turfs are people who advocate for the death and the
They're
destruction
part
of all
of a
trans
hate
people,
group.
no, I don't think that's true.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
J.K. Rowling
if I
advocated
can
for
just
the removal of medical
if
care,
I
the removal of trans people from women's spaces. She's defended a virulent fucking turf who wanted to have the freedom to be able to abuse trans people in the workplace.
Right.
She has she has recently started spreading lies about the number of trans rapists in the UK. Okay, so
Yeah.
J.K.
She
Rowling
wrote
is
a
a
book
virulent
based
fucking
on
trans.
can I just interject with something? I understand the passion.
J.K. Rowling is a virulent
Turfs are not like the KKK. Come on, please now. And I don't even think you can call them
Brento, Vivian. Everybody likes hearing their name called, I guess, and here we are. Now,
Hugs for everyone.
oh, I know. Everybody hear that? That's the sound. It's beautiful. All right? Can see what I have to do now, because I realize we got a lot of high energy in the room. High energy, right? Usually that's a good thing, right? You can turn that into some late night fun, considering we are here at the 4 a.m. hour on the East Coast. So what I'll say is Stardust was trying to get in there, right? So Stardust, take us away, and then we'll kind of making our way back into it.
So I just want to say I think I understand what Redneq is trying to say, in that for what it looks like to him is that Dave Chappelle is already a marginalized person who's being, I guess, canceled by other marginalized people. Though I would say that Dave Chappelle has prevailed over that, and he still has his platform. So, and I hope that he continues to, do well, and maybe he'll change his beliefs. And I can see why that looks it looks like a little bit frightening, right? I can certainly see in other instances where it looks like there are marginalized groups canceling people who are members of other marginalized groups. So I can definitely see why people are might be concerned by that. But what I would say is that what it looks like to me is that this is a mixture of maybe seeing that and having that perception, and also maybe Redneq just continuing to have these bad experiences with trans people online. And I don't think that you can, I don't think you should consider the interactions that you have with trans people online as necessarily like the overall what the overall community is like, right? Because there are a lot of...
Do?
No. I'm not.
Starts calling trans people.
Okay, Vivian, please. Okay, I can handle this. Thank you. Okay.
Coddle him.
You know what? The way that you handle this situation, Vivian, that's how you handle it. When I'm talking, I'll handle it the way that I want to handle it. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Give him his warm milk and send him to bed.
Keep talking. Ignore Vivian. That's the way to live.
All right. So where was I? Right.
I asked you. Do you think that I do though? Do you think I present that way?
I don't think you intentionally do.
Do you think I outside this Twitch world that I go and just roll up on transgender people and treat them like shit? And I
don't think so. I never. No. I don't think you do anything like that. Okay. So what I think is happening is you've had people who purposely misconstrue what you say from the online trans community, possibly, and maybe you've had some bad interactions with that community, and it's understandable that you may, as a result of that, have some bias in this, right? And it's I
definitely bias. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
There is. And I've acknowledged that.
Well, there's pieces of shit on every front, aren't there?
Wait. Okay. Shut up. I'm talking. Okay.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. Okay.
Understand, she does have moderator power in the room. You piss her off enough, she's gonna start fucking muting you, and I'm probably just gonna laugh. Okay, so
would I.
You know, I'm just saying.
Okay, so what seems to, and this is how a lot of bias happens, is that you have a certain amount of interactions with people who treat you uncharitably, who take your words out of context, who misconstrue you genuinely asking questions, and I see that happen a lot online, where people who may have not been biased to begin with become biased because of these interactions that continue to change their perception of one group. And I don't fault you for that. But what I do think is that your interactions with trans people online you should take into consideration that this is not representative of the general public, especially trans people on Twitter and trans people who are terminally online, and anybody who's terminally online. Really, the Twitter is the most toxic place in the world, and then Twitch is incredibly toxic. But I wouldn't let these interactions color what you think the entire trans community is, because I think you'll find when you interact with people in person that like a majority of them are going to be very reasonable. A majority of them are probably not people who really even care about deplatforming Dave Chappelle, right? Like the average person in person doesn't even talk about deplatforming. Like if I brought up deplatforming at the dinner table, people would be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Right? So
your calm approach and just talking to me, I appreciate. And as I tell people, I'll give them what they give, and I'm going to respond in kind. The bias I've had was from day one. I did see a narrative being pushed that would not accept the lived experience that someone else have, but only focus on the lived experience they have. And my ideology is exactly that of a libertarian. I always identified myself as a constitutional libertarian. Give me as much freedom as possible, minimal government interaction. Let me pay as little taxes as possible that will at least benefit the greater good of security. But for each our own, let me be free, no harm to thee. That's it. I am literally that simple.
That as a minarchist.
Okay. So whenever Shyla said what he said, I was sitting there clapping because I truly love everybody's lived experiences, because I am old enough to look, like I said, I'm old enough to look past an actual skin color as being a problem. I'm the first generation that was raised in school that was fully segregated, and fully integrated from segregation. Understand, I'm born in 71, y'all. So the Civil Rights Act, look, we still had people getting segregated up into the 70s, late 70s. Right? We know this. So when I'm sitting here saying I am
segregated now, trans people are being segregated now, so you should know.
Okay, guys, damn it. The problem is though, you're it is not the fucking government's responsibility for you to live your life the way you want to live it. The only time it becomes a government responsibility is if somebody's fucking punching you in the face. Then goddamn it, use every legal recourse and get rid of that person. Okay, but until then. I got you what you're saying, and I've agreed. Here's one way to fix it in public. Every restroom becomes a unisex. Done. Now there's no fucking comments. Every dressing room becomes unisex. Done. Now there's no fucking comments. Do you understand how easy I'm willing to sit here and do whatever you need to make your life easier? But y'all don't want to have the conversation nicely because you want to label everything that's No,
you're not trying to by interrupting it. You're not trying to.
Well, okay, guys, let's be fair. Let's be fair, because he was responding to me, and I think we can have like a dialogue here. So yeah.
I'm trying to explain that as soon as I brought the narrative up, transracial, I was the first on one of these panels back in the day that brought it up. Everybody started talking about it, even Fanatic Joe.
Keep going.
I was the first white conservative that brought it up, apparently, and my name's Redneq. So everybody thought, oh, this guy's fucking memeing for sure now. Yet no one asked about the fucking name. And yeah, some people think I'm actually memeing. My name was given to me because I was jumped into a fucking gang. My skin color is white. My neck used to be red because I was living in the high desert at the time in Southern California. I would travel down to Compton, pick up stuff, drive back up to the desert, pick up stuff, drive back down. That was my job. I thought I was a thug, but no, it was my skin. It was the color of my skin that got me in the job that I had. But that's the fucking point. I still had to live as a minority. I had to get jumped in. I had to get in gang fights where I'm a fucking white dude with a whole bunch of Mexicans and blacks, and I'm the one sitting there going, oh. And then when I'm in the military, if somebody drops the N-bomb, I'm being looked at. You better go handle that, because guess what? I get lesser jail sentences. So we could sit here and talk about the physical, the emotional, and the mental influences that were around at the time, but they don't want to understand that. They can't, because I touched on race, because I said the word race, and I have been trying to explain to everybody online that I actually don't look at it the same. I don't see racism as the words that come out of people's mouth. Racism is the action and policies that are enacted by people. That's it. I don't see anything or any word said as racist. Period.
We're fine that we're talking. We're fine with
so-
talking about your experiences. The point at which it became contentious is when you started trying to say, "Well, this is the same as being trans," and then using that as that as a justification and a defense against accusations of transphobia.
If I can,
people pedos.
Okay.
It is not a defense.
Wait a minute, guys, please. There was just a mini dialogue. Let me just finish this mini dialogue, okay? I see what you're saying, and I get that as soon as you jumped onto that panel, and probably every single time since, that people were purposely, or maybe not purposely, misconstruing what you're saying and misconstruing what you're trying to ask. And to be fair, I do think that we need to come up with a good way to talk about the transracialism thing, because although people are going to say that it's not a thing, it is starting to become a thing. And if you honestly believe that it is something that people shouldn't be able to claim, we should be focusing on refining why you don't think that's a thing. So I do think that we need to figure that out. That is a conversation that needs to be had, more than just it being a meme. You know, I think that, and I'm not saying that from a bad. I'm not saying that.
Thank you very much.
I'm not saying that from.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not trying to say. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm not saying. Like, anytime that somebody brings it up, it's always written off as a meme, and I don't think that that's helpful, because I currently don't have a good argument, and I want a good argument. I want a good argument to say, like, hey, no, you can't just claim what I've lived and what other people have lived. You can't just do that. But, like, I don't have something right now. We need to have that conversation. We need to we need to talk about it, and we need to decide, can somebody actually claim that? Because Redneq's experience seems to be one that's been very influenced by different minority cultures, right?
I think this is a big problem with the way that transsexualism has been sort of approached, and the zeitgeist and
transness.
It's you're just trans, yeah.
Trans people.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I hate trans.
I'm just. I hate.
My point is that the way that we approach this in society is
slow down. Okay, so like, in the opposites of trying to understand good faith, right? I think everybody understood what EOD was trying to say. Now,
yeah, I know.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
if you
being
know, then
malicious.
okay.
Well, we're
then
not
I'm just. It's educated.
Jesus fuck! I'm about to go down the line. I got a whole fucking line of fucking mutes to just they'll fucking fly off. I'm telling you. Now, the thing that makes it does confusing, Stardust, right? Because you brought up a very, very good point. Is like earlier, whenever I brought up, like, is there a distinction there because of sexuality, right? And then it says the answer is no, that's not a distinction. So then, like, I'm sitting here even more confused. Is like, well, how are these things actually different when it comes to, say, like the argumentation, right?
Well, there's even like a woman who wrote a whole article kind of like in defense of a whole paper in defense of transracialism, and I was hoping when I read that the response to that that it would address the points that she made, but it didn't. It just kind of strawmanned her, and I do think this is like a very important thing we need to have a discussion on, because there are public figures who, like, we have Rachel Dolezal, and I know everybody thinks she's a joke, but she's somebody who claims to be transracial, and there are other people who claim to be transracial.
Stardust, can I respond to Stardust?
Yeah.
CTV real quick.
Yeah, Bridger,
If
go
it's if it's based on what this idea of a social construct is, which is something that society has just decided, you will find no definitive distinction between these two things. There's nothing. There's nothing that is
What,
going to
between
distinctify
transracialism and
these two things.
transgenderism?
Yes,
But they are
there's
two.
nothing inherent.
Can
There's
we?
nothing.
they're
There's
distinctly
nothing
different.
substantial. There's
Hold
nothing
on, can I ask
substantial that
something?
distinguishes them. Nothing.
Brento, can I ask you a direct question?
Yes,
Do you think that two separate social constructs, one construct around race and one construct around trans,
By the way, thank you, my friend Kangaroo, for the gifted 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate you and I love you very much.
Substantial basis. If it is,
Okay,
if it is determined by society, then that is the base. That is
can
the
I
bottom,
engage
and
you
then
on
there's nothing
this?
else. Yes, of
So
course.
let me okay, so I work for a national trans organization in DC, right? And do you think that it would be effective for my organization to broaden the scope of transgender issues to transracialism, or do you think that using transgender, since that's a larger portionality of the public and is actually being legislated against, like if transracialism was being legislated against and there was like some type of laws that were specifically targeting, I think I could see maybe like, oh, people's rights are being removed from this. I would be like, okay, this is definitely more of an issue. But from a policy point of view, as someone who like collects data on this, like it
But there
doesn't
are
make
people
sense.
that are affected by their skin color.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Go ahead. Go
Let
ahead
her
with your
finish.
question. I'm listening. Go ahead with your question.
really
Go ahead with your
good
question. Go
point.
ahead. Just keep going on with your question. I'm listening.
Yeah, thank you. So for me, I look at it from a pragmatic point of view of like how to operate in a non-industrial complex, a non-profit industrial complex that I am unfortunately a part of. So it doesn't, for me as a person who's been focusing on this particular issue that is very intrinsic,
Go ahead.
I don't
Yeah.
think it makes sense for my organization to start addressing transracialism when we still haven't passed the Equality Act.
Right.
Because LGBTQ issues, like in a sense,
Go ahead.
like that.
You
Well,
gotta
that's kind
wrap
of
it
a
up. I
pivot,
don't
isn't
mean to
it?
say wrap
Yeah,
it up,
but
but I
that's
mean
what
you
I
gotta.
mean.
I want to answer, but you have to get
sorry.
there very quickly. Go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
I tend to do that.
I
apologize.
understand.
Yeah,
I'm not
so my
trying to
direct
say hurry up,
question.
but I am saying like you
I
do
will
have to
say the
like
direct
make it
question.
concise.
I will say the direct question.
Yes.
Do you think it would be wise for our organization to expand our advocacy for transracialism when all the policies are specifically focused against trans identities?
Absolutely not.
Well, no, I'm not asking that either.
As I'm saying this, as to my,
I'm
that's my
not-
answer to your
So
question.
it's a different
Yeah.
social construct.
That was my
It's
answer
a
to your
different social
question.
contract.
It is not, but inherently underlying it is nothing inherent. There's no inherent difference. You could call it a different social construct, but they're not based on any fundamental difference. So you cannot deny one argument and say it's fundamentally different than the other. They're not fundamentally different.
can
I don't
be
think it would be
nuanced.
beneficial for you to pursue both, but that's because
Yeah,
I think that it
exactly,
would
because
dilute one, but I don't think they are different in any way.
Because we don't have to follow by that logical construct. We can actually be nuanced about how we actually advocate for rights, right?
But I
Because
believe the nuance would be temporary.
do
I
this
don't
with
think there's any argument
neo-pronouns?
you could possibly make that would deny
I'm
the other.
talking about temporary. I'm
Okay.
talking about temporary.
It would
because
so
all
quick-
you gotta
inherently be
do-
temporary. No change that you make would be inherent. Would be substantial.
I do want to censor this, right? So I guess for me, I would have to hear some reason as to why these things are different. Otherwise, it seems
I've
like
got that.
because especially when it comes to things like rights.
Don't shake your fucking head. I have got that.
You know what I mean? Like something like
Shake it.
rights that
I-
those are supposed to be things that get applied to everyone,
using
right? And
right.
if we're
Okay.
like so if there's not a fundamental difference in the arguments,
So there is a fundamental difference.
But there is a fundamental difference as a
Okay, then what's that-
policy. As
what
a
is that?
policy, it's the fact that trans people currently are being attacked legislatively to be removed from certain.
that
Wait. No, I agree with that.
There was 100 bills. There was 100 bills that were passed last year.
The bills that you're talking about are bills to protect minors and people trying to do the whole fucking puberty blockers without parental consent.
Actually, it's more than minors because
Can
college
I,
athletes in certain states can't compete either.
Can I just can I clarify a little bit more? Can I clarify a little bit more? So what Josie just said is about policies. Now, what I would respond to that, and what I know that other people are going to respond to with that, is that we're talking about not even. We can talk about policies, and if we want to go down that route, we could say the same argument about neopronouns, right? That neopronouns are inconvenient, and defending the usage of them is
What are neopronouns?
Okay, I can't explain that right now, but so the defense of
Can I?
Well, let me finish,
Yeah.
please. Okay. And so we could make the same argument about neopronouns, and I don't think that that's right, because we should probably respect people's neopronouns. And then the second thing I would say is that when I asked that question about like what the difference is between transracialism and transgender, is that what I'm asking is like on the fundamental like distinction between the two, not even about policies, just like this distinction about what makes them different.
I've been trying to give it for fucking ages.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to listen to that then. Yeah.
Sure. So the fundamental difference is that race is an entirely fucking social construct, whereas gender identity, right, is the internal social the internal framework, right, onto which we like map the fucking baggage of society. Like people have a gender identity. Okay, that's something that is like unique to. It's not something that is like forced upon them by their environment or
Can
whatever,
I respond
right?
to you? I want to call
And
dibs on responding to you just before
Sure.
anybody else. So go ahead.
Sure. So people, yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is that I think that there is a fundamental intrinsic component to gender identity that doesn't exist for racial identity, right? There are biological things that we classify as race, right? Just like there are biological things that we classify as sex, right? But I don't think that people are basically born with like an inherent like a racial identity, right? Whereas I do think that people are born with like an inherent gender identity, and I think this is very easily evidenced by the fact that children generally have kind of an understanding of their gender identity by the time they're like age 2 to 4, right? Like this is shown up in multiple fucking studies and so on. But there's a wealth of evidence, but there's also my own personal experience. I just don't think people are like born with like a racial identity.
Oh,
Sure.
I'd like to see.
So wait. Hey, I called dibs.
Yeah,
Okay.
you did.
Sorry. So didn't mean to turn into like a fucking. I turned into a chihuahua or something. Anyways.
Some weird anti-science shit anyway.
So what I would respond to that with is that if you look at like a woman in Afghanistan, or you look at a woman in India, or a woman in a different third world country versus a woman in America, the roles that they are that is put upon them by society is so fundamentally different that they may as well be different genders, right? Like a woman in Afghanistan and a woman in America is just a different gender completely, right?
If I can lean on that just a little bit,
I would say.
what I was saying is that
what I was saying is that there is a core component that like unites the two, and then the societal baggage is mapped onto that, right? That like obviously the societal baggage is going to be different depending on the culture in which you exist, but that core internal component I think is.
But you're
there like a
line? You're trying to draw a line between gender and race, and yet you're trying to acknowledge that both of these are social constructs that are malleable and reinterpretable, right?
I mean, for one, everything's a social construct, but like in the way that you're using social.
Your face is.
Well, yeah, I mean, reality is a social
I want to
construct.
engage in
no,
this.
reality's not
Please.
construct.
I'm getting derailed.
Go Google
I'm
Google reality's a social construct.
Okay.
Go do like 2-3
Yeah, I'm
hours
sure
of
that'll
reading and then
solve the
come back.
question.
Okay.
Wait, I mean,
Anyway,
Wait a
no,
minute.
wait,
Shut up.
That makes both of
It's
you
my
lose
turn.
opinion.
It's still my turn. Shut
I
up.
was responding. It's not your turn.
Sorry.
I was responding
Well,
to
no, I mean,
Eva.
it's your turn,
Okay.
but then it's my turn next. I called
Oh,
dibs
yeah,
again.
okay, so
Yeah,
it was your
sure.
turn, and
Cool,
then it's
Dick.
her turn, and then it's your turn.
It's
and
my
it's her
turn again,
right?
yes, because I'm
Okay,
engaging in a specific.
I just want to understand. I'm just trying to understand.
Once I'm done
all
with the
dibs
second
on
time,
Stardust.
once I'm done the second time, you can have it. I'm
Hey,
done.
Stardust, you got
yeah.
the room for a minute. I'm walking
Okay.
the dogs.
All right.
So what you're saying? Actually, no. What I'm saying is that there are aspects of gender which are socially constructed, right?
Mhm.
And there are aspects of race that are socially constructed, at least
Mhm.
in the way that you're using the term social construct, right? As in,
Mhm.
society generally decides what these things kind of mean and how we categorize these things, right? But I also believe that there is an intrinsic internal component to gender, right,
Mhm.
which doesn't exist for race, right? That's
How
what
do
I'm
you?
saying, right?
Okay. So
I would say a gender identity is almost like a secondary sexual characteristic, right? Like breasts or fucking having a vagina or whatever, right?
Okay. So do you think
right?
that? Do you think that? Do you think that there's a way to and I don't mean this to be difficult or anything. I'm genuinely curious. Do you think there's a way to one, like, prove that a woman in Afghanistan and a woman in America have some intrinsic thing in them other than their biological makeup?
I mean, I think this is biological makeup. I think that, like,
is?
our gender
Okay.
identity is a product of our neurophysiology, right? And
What about
that
non-binary
neurophysiology
people?
is biological. Non-binary
Same.
people would fall into that as well.
Okay.
It's a function.
But
All our
but
thoughts and the way we experience the world are products of our neurophysiology. They are inherently biological.
Vivian, can I
Yeah,
add an
sure.
amendment to that?
Feel
So
free.
that, as though that is like the internal sense of gender, and we can say, okay, this is how we feel. There's no way for us to measure what that is. And I
Yeah, it's
think
very
that's very
difficult.
important, because what we've done in society to help us define, because language is limited, right? And complexities of that
Mhm.
type of stuff, we really have to rely on who that person says they are. Just like when Redneq asked me what color are they, I said, what do you identify as? Because that's going to be the easiest answer for me to do it, rather than assume.
It's so I would say it's like a
But
qualia. I
that's
think the color thing is a really good example, right? So when somebody says red, right, you think of a particular color, right? But like your the way your brain works determines what your experience of red is, right? And red can have different meanings in different contexts. I probably should have said something like blue or bronze, right? Because they've definitely changed massively over time. But
my
like,
logo can do it for you. There's a reason why the word red's in blue.
yeah.
So
But yeah, so this.
Are you following
so
like the intrinsic inclinations thing? The intrinsic
What's this?
inclinations theory?
I mean, this is what I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. I think it's like one of the gender theories or something. But I know that there are people in the community who also believe that that you don't need to have an inherent identity, I guess, to be trans. Like, you can be
I
trans.
think there are people who, for philosophical reasons, reject the concept of gender as like kind of gender abolitionists or whatever, and identify as like non-binary or something in order to express that rejection of the social categorization of gender. I'm not interested in saying like, oh, those people aren't trans or they're not part of our movement or whatever, but I don't think they are the same thing as somebody who recognizes that their gender identity is incongruent with like society's understanding of gender identity.
Can I ask you a question?
Categories.
Yeah, let me just make
Stardust.
one quick statement first. I think that you've kind of like satisfied what I would ask, but I guess there seems to be a significant portion of the trans community that is gender abolitionist, and some of them still do identify with like male or female, and some of them do identify as non-binary. But I guess I would be curious to see how they
Present.
Yes, and I would be curious to see how a gender abolitionist go about arguing against transracialism. What is your question, Redneq?
So, question / statement. The confusing part for me, and I think from my lived experience in life of whenever the trans community really started trying to get traction in their own community because they felt they weren't getting any representation being labeled as gay, we are starting to see a trend now where more people are starting to just say, just call us queer or gay because of these stigmatisms of separations and groupings. And then just here alone in this panel, we've had arguments about what it means to be a certain type of trans and or non-binary or binary, and that my analogy was too broad because it doesn't directly define the individuality that we all are trying to say matters. I mean, I think this is where it really gets frustrating for me, and I think that's where my biases kick in, is because this is where and I think majority of Americans will use that Dave Chappelle argument because he's saying the same thing. If a black man in America who's got a bigger platform than any of us could ever fucking imagine is telling the trans community, I understand you don't like me and you think I'm a transphobe, but fuck me, quit punching down on me and fucking treat me the same way that you want me to treat you with the same lived experience. I mean, he used the analogy of his friend who was the comedian that told, and they had a great relationship.
Yeah,
That made me
punching
want to
down
fucking
thing.
throw up.
Disgusting.
The actual idea that he would use his fucking trans suicide as a way to cover for his transphobia was fucking
cover for it. I mean, he was really trying to say that he empathizes with trans
You
people.
never let me
so
answer
Stardust,
that question.
this
I've
is
gotten
where
like 5. I've gotten like
Here's
3
the plug,
in
Beth.
chat.
So
Like you
Stardust,
never
this
let
is
me
where
answer why I don't like the Dave Chappelle comedy, and I literally said that I didn't want to remove him from Netflix, but you only heard one point, and then it never came back.
So Stardust, this that just happened when we're talking about a black man in America. Fuck
Can't
me. I'm
criticize
just
a black
redneck.
man for being transphobic. Can't
God,
do it.
please, Vivian, please just show a little bit of respect for a second. But when one of the number one comics of our generation, my fucking generation, he's a me. When he's telling you, you motherfuckers need to chill out. And then I'm on Twitch getting attacked by predominantly white people. Of course, me having my white skin, I'm going to bring up the most obvious affliction that they don't even agree with my own experience that I'll dox my fucking self. You can look me up and see where my criminal records are passed or from, my gang file and all. Like, for fuck's sakes, do you understand, Stardust, that this is what I'm talking about? And this is where the frustration comes from. And I know the reason I'm reaching out to you right now is because I know you recently went through some shit with the whole pedo thing. And I know that Viv's going to use that against me later. So I'm going to tell you this now. There's a reason I brought it up, and we'll go over that next time. But this is the crux right here. You're experiencing yourself because when you start to push back at all, and when you just ask the simplest, like, keep it simple. They can't even define in their own where they stand because they change based off who has the most seniority. That's why Josie's here. And,
to be
and
fair,
if that's going to happen, then please explain to the rest of us how we're supposed to navigate these waters.
My own
Because
views
our
and
own,
not in deference to Josie and
because
not in
our
deference
own-
to Zonia. Sometimes in conflict with Zonia.
our own
Our
generation is trying to say, via Dave Chappelle is the best example because you've seen a ton of people get behind him and have said, we agree with him. This has gone too far. And yet here we still are being canceled by saying that.
Can we not criticize? Are we not allowed to criticize content we don't like?
No, you need
Well,
to.
so okay, so here's here's what I see. Here's what I see. Here's what I see. I think that, to be fair, in any civil rights movement, there are going to be a bunch of disagreements among the people in that movement, and there's going to be people who get super upset because there's civil rights activism is. Well, yeah, there's that, but also civil rights activists and any type of activists. I mean, let's face it, they're really fucking annoying, but they have to be. So they're really fucking annoying, but that's what they had to be. I'm pretty sure everybody said that about every single civil rights activist through history. But what I would say is, I understand that. There are going to be different theories within those groups. There are going to be different views about how to do things the best way within those groups. They're not going to agree. But another thing that I think is valid is that I see that Redneq feels maybe hurt because he feels like his experience and his lived experience isn't respected. when he tries to talk about it when he's on these types of panels, and I can empathize with that.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
Talk about transracialism. Just
Well,
stop going.
okay.
Just stop using it as a shield against accusations of transphobia by trying to compare it to being transgender. That's all I ask for. That's all I got fucking pissed off at. It's like, oh hey, Redneq, that thing you said is kind of transphobic. Oh well, I'm transracial, which is like transgender. So like, I'm one of you basically. How can I be transphobic? Like, this is nonsense.
The pattern that I
think he
observe
feels
is that,
ostracized.
well, the pattern that I observe is that when like conversation will just be about anything on a panel, especially on these chill ones, and then when somebody does bring up something related to some, like fighting for civil rights or human rights or whatever, suddenly Redneq comes in and starts talking about his not having his experience respected and starts making all the focus on him. And it basically hijacks the conversation, and it takes away from what was originally being talked about.
Well, is it
And this
fair
is what I
that-
observed in the last 2 times I was on here, and I've seen you do it multiple times in previous panels. So
it
I
not
think
fair-
that's what Viv gets pretty frustrated with. I mean, I've seen it, so.
So is it fair that there has been a lot more discussion about transgenderism than there has been about transracialism? I mean,
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? I literally said I work for an
But it
organization
doesn't-
that focuses on that.
Yeah,
Talk about
and
transracialism.
I'm not saying that he
just
can't
don't
have his. I'm not saying he can't have his ability to speak and the space to speak on these things. What I'm saying is that when people start talking about one thing related to civil rights, human rights, etc., he kind of turns it into a discussion about himself, using his lived experience to focus it on himself and taking away from what was being said. Not really. It's a very
So
specific
wouldn't that be
pattern
exactly
for
what
him.
the transgender community is doing to the global society as a whole?
Nope.
What do you mean by that?
There wasn't a set
I don't
topic
think
tonight
so.
That's
either.
a
It was
I
huge.
need
all
you
over
to
the place.
qualify that, dude. So go ahead and qualify
How do
that.
you? Yeah. How do you qualify that?
He's saying that your folk. Can I speak for your
Don't,
Redneq? Maybe
don't
I'm
have to
wrong. Maybe I'm
qualify.
wrong.
Don't
You
have
can
to
speak for
qualify.
yourself.
I'll
You
let
can
you
speak
go
for
ahead for a
yourself.
minute.
It's fine.
I'll let you have it. I'll let you have
All
it.
right, I would say that he was saying that you're a very small portion of the overall global community, and you're focusing a lot of attention on yourself.
Cool. Well,
What?
stop fucking trying to pass laws to fuck
Okay.
us over, then.
Okay.
Wait, hang on.
Can I respond to
that's
that?
that's every
The
rights movement
screeching,
ever.
incoherent fucking right wingers
It's
who
literally-
decided after they lost the gay marriage fight that they were going to start trying to pass fucking legislation against trans people. Maybe you guys fucking put a ridiculous amount of fucking attention on us. We were just kind of trundling along, slowly gaining the things that we
Yeah.
wanted, and
I mean,
all
to
of
be
a
fair,
sudden,
this is our turf.
you
and y'all
guys
have had a
lost
lot
the
of
fucking gay marriage fight and started shit. All right, the fucking
It was
evangelical
100.
Yeah.
But no.
Shit
But
flipped around
honestly,
2010,
I want
2012.
to ask the panel something.
Oh,
Do you think it's good that the
came from a
government,
UK
but that
perspective.
state legislations across the country passed almost or introduced and passed many of 100 trans-related bills to
I
restrict
pray to God they
trans
pass as many
people?
as possible until racism's resolved.
But that-
Racism first, then we'll fuck around with your.
Yikes.
Okay,
Am I crazy for asking what
Redneq.
legislation and
So
what it's
here's the
about?
thing.
Redneq.
Legislation doesn't
I
stop
literally
individual
said the
bigotry,
Equality Act.
right?
We don't just all stop and support one thing and then move on to the next. Otherwise, nothing would
But-
ever get done.
No,
But
oppression
the thing is,
hierarchies, okay?
that's
Oppression
not.
Olympics.
Wait.
We
That's
all
right.
know.
Oppression
Remember,
hierarchy.
Redneq's the most
Jeez,
person
dude.
ever.
Let
He's
me
won the
debunk
oppression
the
Olympics.
claim. Can I please? Oh my God.
Sorry, go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say is that trans people intrinsically with the fight for the Equality Act is actually fighting to strengthen racial
Lies, or else you
protection.
would have left
Joe.
Dave Chappelle alone, but y'all don't like what he had to say, so you decided to try and what? Force change through his opinion, and that's the wrong approach. I keep saying it over and over. If y'all would just listen.
You
I-
just
Josie, I have a
stepped off
question
your
for you.
argument.
Stop trying to
You
change.
just said some dumb
Stop
fuck
trying to
transphobic
change.
shit.
you
Stop
and
trying to
everybody's
change
offensive.
moved
people.
the goalpost.
Stop trying to
Get over
change.
it. You're
Stop trying to
fragile as
change
fuck.
people based off your opinion of what they're saying.
Josie,
Y'all are only
So,
saying it
okay, to be
includes
fair,
everybody, but it
Redneck,
doesn't.
hold on.
Y'all
Legislation
ask
doesn't
you a
change
direct
individual
question.
bigotry.
Trans people got upset
Like,
about Dave
I get
Chappelle the
that.
same
I
way
get
you
that,
get
Stardust,
upset
but it
about
does.
Oh no! I was
public
trying to
public
explain that
opinion.
to him, not to you.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I
cringe.
just wanted to say this right now. Let's say let's say you don't believe me about the Equality Act, but let's say a hypothetical I'm right, that if we pass the Equality Act and it actually strengthens racial protections and gives trans people rights, would you be opposed to that?
I mean, how? By throwing money at it, or?
No, you actually put in protections like in place in public spaces and accommodations. Especially
I don't
with,
believe a
like, getting
government can, you don't need any special, you don't need any other
So we
protections
don't
other
need
than what
more
I
racial
have identified.
protections.
I've identified. Look, here's what I've stated. I don't want the government to dictate how we are, as a society, are supposed to have a contract with each other. That's not the government's job.
But you literally just said that race needs to be solved first before trans people, and I just gave you a hypothetical that would do both.
Hang on, sis.
Josie,
Hang on, sis.
Josie,
Listen,
you asked
didn't
him-
listen to the example. You didn't listen to the fucking example I gave you, and that's why I said what I said.
Redneq,
Racism.
I got a question for you though. It's
Go,
about
bro.
It's about something you just said, right? Wouldn't you agree that the government does, in fact, and one of its primary functions is to set up some type of
defense,
society,
yes.
you know,
Yeah,
some
protecting.
structure to it, right? So
I've said minimal, and earlier I said I believe in the individuality. Shyla said it. I want to live in that world, and when I said I want to fix racism first before we go down this next path,
And
that's
I
what I'm
want a
saying.
unicorn.
Can I fucking
And I want a
finish?
unicorn.
And guess what? They look at you when you say that you want to be a woman if you're born a man in society and think you're asking for the same thing. You don't believe that though, because you're like, how do they not understand my plight? And I'm sitting here giving you a fucking perfect example, and y'all don't understand, my plight. Because you invalidate even my simple little
literally
plight.
just-
And
I
I am
didn't
trying to
invalidate
explain to y'all, fuck it. Yes, people, for 2 years, I've been using my fucking white skin to push your every little fucking button because we are not talking about it. We still treat people differently based on their fucking skin color. How the fuck do you expect to move forward and talk about how in the fuck do you expect to move gender forward if we can't even fix our fucking ideology with looking at people's skin color not being more than a pigment? I mean, for fuck's sakes. For fuck's sake,
You don't
you are
block
literally
everything
muddying
on
the
one
water.
issue. You fight for multiple issues at the same time.
I understand you fight for multiple. I understand that, but guess what?
Yes.
But guess what? When you say that, but look. But when you say that, what we see practicing in real life is a whole bunch of white progressive ideology being spewed and directly coming out of your movement, and it can't
Okay,
just all be. Hang
all
on,
right,
let me
Redneq,
finish.
You are the most
It can't just
permanently
be
online
all
person here. If this is the way you're talking, because your
cannot-
entire basis for your arguments is based on the shit that you see on Twitter and Twitch, and that is
Oh,
unrealistic.
for fuck's sake. No.
It
This argument that we're gonna roll everything together is how we end up with 10,000 page bills, y'all. I mean,
The Equality Act has been passed like it's a very small bill. Like it's a few pages. It's a few pages.
It's not an omnibus.
It's called executive privilege. I don't know what to tell you, right? I'm sorry. It's a thing. Hierarchies exist in this world, right? That's just how it is. It's always been that way. It's always going to be that way. So it's not just, I don't think that Redneq's perspective is just simply from what he sees on Twitch and Twitter, although that is a large and substantial part of it. But I think it's also got a lot to do with, you know, the mainstream media, right? All of the information that does get put out about this. And then when you try to sit down and have a conversation with someone that is obviously experiencing this in their life, if they're not, say, able to kind of take it back and understand that maybe, you know, like they're not being attacked in those moments, they're just, you know, someone is really trying to ask questions and understand, you know, and in those conversations, you have to be really, really patient and understanding with the other person that you're speaking to, especially if they have a different life experience. I've had to do this many, many times in my life with people from all over the world to be able to understand their perspective. So I would say it's a mixture of not only what has been being said on Twitch and Twitter and the mainstream media and all that, but, you know, not having such great interactions with people that are having that experience in life.
So CTV, I've been super charitable with him,
Mhm.
but like to a point where I'm sure Viv is probably angry with me and going to give me
I
shit
mean,
for
I
it.
was in the
But-
beginning as well. Like,
well, that's true. And but the thing is, he's actually what he's talking about. He's moved into fictional stuff right now.
I'm not moving into fictional stuff. Hang on. Let me
hang on.
You
No,
just said.
I'm gonna finish.
Stop. I'm being talked to right now, so I'm listening.
this is not the way the legislative world works. This is not how it is that we create legislation and fight for it and get support for it. And what I think EOD chimed in and said, no, it's not an omnibus bill that we're talking about. Omnibus bills, yes, they do have problems passing sometimes because of how much shit is loaded into them. But what we're talking about here is just the way everyday legislation works. If you've done any kind of activism in this kind of world where you've gone and talked to representatives and said, hey, I'd like you to vote in support of this bill and such, you would know that these things work. You have multiple things being covered in the bill that all closely align because they're related, and they all have the same mechanics in terms of what you're trying to add, what you're trying to solve. And that's what's going on with what Josie is talking about. In addition to that, you don't just block all issues on one issue to solve and leave all the other ones behind while you wait to finish the one, because the reality is you never really do fully complete the one thing to the point of complete and total satisfaction. So you always have to keep moving forward and allowing other things to also come through and pass in order to support various communities, marginalized people, etc. So what the perspective that Redneq is speaking from is a perspective of, I've never talked to my representatives and never tried to get them to pass legislation for me, and I have no idea how legislation works. So I'm just pulling something out of my ass, and I'm basing my information on shit that I've learned online that is completely unrealistic. That's what I'm reading here. And I've been super charitable, but I think even you can call this for what it is, CTV.
Redneq?
So I'm loving the fact that now, again, they want to shut me up. My opinion doesn't matter. I'm being completely disingenuous. I'm just doing talking points. I'm not saying, again, from America, from another person, American to another American. Fuck the Brits. Don't give a fuck about them. I care about your life. I care about what you do. I care that you are safe, and I care that you are loved, and I care that you find love. I care that you be happy. That's all I want. I don't want my life to affect yours, and I don't want yours to affect mine in a negative way,
So
ever.
why are you against the Equality Act?
I am against the Equality Act because the presentation that's being pushed is a forced agenda. I feel.
Have you read it? How many pages is it?
Just explain it. Explain what points you think are forced agenda.
Yeah, you three started, right? And then right in the middle of him attempting to explain.
Sorry.
You gotta
explain the Equality Act to me and why it's bad
he
for
was.
the government.
He was.
I
right?
don't
And
have to
doesn't
explain
require
shit to you except my opinion. And if you don't accept my opinion, you can fuck the hell off. I'm done. Because realistically, that's what you guys, you're proving it over and over and over, and the chats are seeing it. You're literally proving my fucking point for me. And you're still
No, I think they did explain. They explained things, and
I'd like.
Can I
I'd
ask
like
a
to
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pulling shit out of his ass.
This is for Josie. So, somebody tried to challenge this earlier when it was stated. So, Josie, like 100 and something pieces of anti-transgender legislation that you mentioned. This is a genuine question because I'm perfectly open to the idea that there are things out there I don't know about. What are those pieces of legislation? How do they
I'll
affect
put a link.
transgender people? And I'm not talking about like the stuff against puberty blockers and all that stuff. I just want you to like describe like stuff that would affect
I will give
transgender
you,
adults.
Do you want me to give you a list on chat of every state that's introduced
I
something, or do you want?
I just want some examples of
Okay, I'll pull it up right now.
anti-transgender
Probably makes
legislation
sense
that's
if there's like a
forced
trend
on
of
adults.
a certain type of bill where it's in a bunch of places, that type of thing. Like an
Wait,
ad.
what did you say?
Like if there's a
the
few
link
examples
in.
of something where it's very
I will.
common, like if there's the same bill that's being pushed in a whole bunch of places, and then like 2 or 3 of very similar type of things. Those are the key points I think he's trying to get to. If I'm reading,
let me pull up my
I'm picking up a quick
resources.
note.
Give me 1 moment while I
sure.
I mean, I'm passionate enough to sit here and acknowledge so much. I'm sitting here passionate enough to share with you a real personal traumatic time in my life. I really open it up and I'm being genuine. If you want no, but you guys didn't validate it because it doesn't fit your narrative though. That's what I'm saying. I'm hearing you. But you're saying that my beliefs you're saying my beliefs invalidate you. And that's the fucking problem. Because you say that my beliefs,
and you get offended
my fucking beliefs You say I'm a transphobic because of my fucking beliefs, yet I've never done anything to harm you. I've never done anything to cause harm to
Redneq, can I say
again,
something
I'm
really
going to say
quick?
this
5
again.
seconds.
I'm going to say this again. The pedophilia comment is going to go again, and I'll say it blatantly.
Go ahead,
Anybody who
keep fucking
advocated
saying
for
it.
taking anybody who advocates in the state of Texas, which was the law I was citing, if you do anything to a child's sexual organ, body parts, and they're a minor, period. They called it a sexual offense, aka pedophilia. Fuck it all. You say whatever you want, but that's the goddamn law in the state I lived in when I said what I said.
So
And
sexual offense is not the same as
These are-
pedophilia. Pedophilia is the wait a minute.
He's arguing
Pedophilia is
to do shit to
attraction.
kids' genitals,
Pedophilia is the attraction to prepubescent children. So if we're gonna talk about like a crime,
if you modify,
Told
if
him
you
this
physically
the other day,
modify,
and he didn't get it. He couldn't understand it.
if you modify a kid's sexuality as a minor,
Let's just
Who's modifying anybody's
No,
sexuality?
you're conflating a bunch of
child
stuff.
mutilations, not child
You're
pedophilia.
you're conflating a bunch of stuff with pedophilia. Pedophilia is a specific thing.
Okay.
Maybe
So
there's
tell
a
me what the
different word.
specific thing is.
She just said
Please
it.
tell me what the
She
specific
literally
thing is.
just said it. She just told you.
Sexual attraction to minors, and colloquially, I'd be okay with you using it for like people trying to fuck children, regardless of whether or not they felt attraction to them.
Fuck
There you go.
fellows.
That's
Fuck
pedophilia.
I mean, I feel like we can all agree with that. Just fuck fellows, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't
And
fuck them.
also,
Don't fuck fellows.
very few.
If the law says so, if the law
surgeries, very
so
few.
what
It's like
what is the
very
law?
rare.
What is the law? Okay, please explain the law since you're a national advocate. Please tell me what the law is for those currently that you say are being inflicted. Because I guarantee they're probably the word pedophilia and one of those laws that you're going to present to this gentleman that asked for them. I bet the word pedophilia will be used in congruency with the law.
I wanted specifically so we were talking about like transgender people having their rights taken away by these pieces of legislation.
Okay,
I was really
so
interested in that.
I will go by state that is passed, so we don't have to go through all of them. So trans.
As we go by state, can we touch on what it is that they passed, please?
We don't have to hear every law and like every state.
I
It's
agree.
not like the worst
I'm not
one,
going to
right?
do
Like,
that.
the worst
I
offender.
for the sake of content, I will not do that.
Okay.
So Alabama passed a trans youth sports bill, which bans trans youth from participating in school sports with the gender that they are. Arkansas passed 3 bills, which was a big deal. One was a trans youth sports ban, and there
Was that where they
was
did the bathroom thing, the weird bathroom sign thing?
That was
no, that was Tennessee.
Oh, was it?
And then it was 2 trans youth bills that they did, and then the other one, which was the most controversial, which was a trans youth medical ban, which completely barred medical professionals from being able to give medication to children, and that includes parents with parental consent. That was signed into law, but it was stayed
You understand that's
by
illegal,
the federal
right?
court.
And that bill should be combated.
It is combated, and I literally just said
it should be combated because that is 100% illegal. Medical officials cannot refuse treatment.
What kind of medication are we talking about? Are we talking about like?
I'm not an ER nurse.
Are we talking
Puberty
about like
blockers?
antibiotics
blockers?
and like
I
any
think-
kind of medicine, or are we talking about
No,
puberty
just
blockers and
transgender-
transition
puberty
assisters?
blockers and yeah.
I would say that like I'm fine with that even with parental consent, just because I don't think that even the parent has the right to like alter.
What about the medical
child's
what about
that would be an
child's
anti-trans
gender?
piece
I
of
think that's
legislation.
pretty.
Regardless
I
of
want to talk
whether-
about these other things. So
Do you have a
regardless
problem
of
with
whether
the
or not
license
you're
too?
Real quick.
Hang
Sports
on.
bans. Are
Hang
these
on.
sports bans like transgender people are not allowed to participate in sports at all?
No, not in the sports that they.
So they have to
are.
participate only in sports with this. So
That they were
their right to play
biological
sports. Their right to
born.
play sports
Assigned-
hasn't actually been taken away. They're just confined to playing sports with the sex that they were biologically born into, right?
Right, but that's not really
Okay.
fair when you have a trans girl playing against. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, why
Because
does
Does it
they're
make
on
sense for
law-
trans people to play against trans people? Is that okay? Can we do that?
But
Not
there's
enough
not
people to
enough.
even have a
there's
league.
not enough people, and it's kind of like
Yeah,
separation.
I would say the same
Transgender
thing. If they're not enough
sports.
people.
Yeah, maybe in a few hundred years we'll be able to have a league
Yeah,
of
maybe
women's.
that'd be kind of cool. That'd be
You
cool.
just you
Yeah.
just have to broaden the scope of the league.
I kind of want to push
Bring in
back
more
on
people
something
from
Cam
around,
said though. So
Yeah.
Cam,
Sure.
do you feel the
Sure.
same way about like antidepressants and antipsychotics?
Antidepressants and antipsychotics. Like, okay, sure, okay. Let me. Maybe I'm not like the most maybe you're more educated on puberty blockers than I am. So,
Yeah.
how
This is a good one.
let's talk about like the long-term effects of puberty blockers.
Can I
What are
explain that?
you might
Well,
know
hang on,
more
hang on,
about than
hang
what
on.
I
There are
do.
long-term effects of other
Let him
medications
finish.
too.
Let Cam
My-
finish, please.
Kind of want to just
Let Cam finish, please.
No, I think and I also think there's like a huge issue with like overprescribing antidepressants in the first place when it comes to doctors like prescribing stuff like that.
What about
The
like
different
endocrine?
issue-
What about endocrine problems where you've got like hormone imbalances? What about treating those in kids?
So can I explain
that's
the
just getting
history?
their
Can I
actual like.
explain the history of puberty blockers and maybe also the
I'm
process of
most
what
I'm
it
most
is for a
interested in like the
transgender
long-term
teen?
effects.
I kind of want to
Yeah.
drill down on this with Cam.
And
But
here's the
I
thing,
want
he's
to drill
literally
down
just
with it
asking
on
one
him
question, and
too.
neither of you two are answering it.
I
Like, no offense,
want to
like,
answer
Okay,
it.
go ahead.
I
Go
want
ahead
to
and answer.
answer it. So
what are the
the
long-term
answer
effects?
is the puberty blockers were developed to prevent really cis children from starting puberty early, like people who were starting puberty at like 6 years old, because it was like, if you could you imagine being a girl or boy
It's bad
going
for
through
them.
puberty, growing a beard? Yeah, really
It's
bad.
it's
and also
actually
bad
really
for
bad for them. If a woman, if a young girl goes through puberty too early, it increases. If I'm correct on what I'm remembering, it increases her risk of cancer later. So yeah, that's really
Yeah, and I
it's
had
really
a
bad.
friend who died died of heart failure when he was in his late 20s, and he was very early into puberty. By the time that I was 11,
I mean, there's
he
obviously
had like a beard.
there's
He had like
obviously a need.
facial hair.
There's obviously
And to be clear,
so then
I'm not making any like steadfast stance here, right? Like this isn't
I
my
know, and
area of
then I'm
expertise at
explaining.
all.
So
I'm actually inquiring.
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
And I'm explaining it, right?
Okay.
So so we've had these puberty blockers since like the 80s, like super long time now, and people have already grown and are alive that were on puberty blockers because of the fact, and the way the puberty blockers work is they literally just do that. So so you know what the doctors do for cis people. I'm not even talking about trans people, but what doctors do for cis people is when they reach the age of like 12 or 13, when normal puberty is supposed to start, they take the puberty blockers away and they immediately start puberty of their birth sex. That's how the drug works, and it's meant to be that way. It was designed to be that way so children can have normal puberty cycles. So when a young person comes out as trans, let's say I knew I was trans at 8 years old, but I was born and raised in Texas, and I just didn't have the language to define how I was feeling. So let's say I was 8 years old and the system, and I was born now, right, in America. This is the typical experience of what it's like. The parent goes and takes the child to a child psychologist, and the child psychologist then makes the recommendation that that child present at school with the name or presentation, if they so choose, for about a year. And they will, and then, but if you're 8, you're not so if you're 8, you're not going to really be starting puberty blockers probably until about 9, 10, 11, depending on when they'll monitor your levels, and they'll see when puberty is starting, then they block it, right? So an 8-year-old kid could be just socially transitioned for about 4 years before they ever touch a medical vial. By that time, we have a large treasure of evidence of this child living as a specific gender, and then the parent and the medical provider and the child are all involved in the decision of blocking puberty, usually until the age of 15 and 16 years old. So that means that the child's going to be able to go through a little bit of high school, junior high, which are the formative years in our youth, as we all know. And at 15, 16 years old,
you have to go through puberty. I will give you that adolescents need to go through puberty. So the decision then becomes between the child, the parent, and the medical provider. After all of this year of preponderance of evidence of this person, will then choose to either go on their biological puberty or go on the cross-sex puberty. And surgeries are usually not even talked about because it's not ethical, right? To have these surgeries because the humans are still growing at this point. So you don't really want to cut up tissue that is still in growth. And most of your, vaginoplasty surgeons will tell you that they want you to have full functionality so you can have a more successful surgery when you get the gender reassignment surgery or
So
sex reassignment surgery,
are
however you
there
want to look at it.
are there any major long-term effects of delaying puberty until the age of 16 years old?
Not that we
Nothing that
know
has
of.
So
been
what? So
yeah.
so so like yeah. So if I get to the age 16, I've been taking puberty blockers, and I suddenly decide that I no longer want to transition. Will I have any long-term effects because I've
No.
delayed puberty for so long? So I'll hit
No.
puberty
I
at
mean,
16.
I think there
So-
are. I
Yeah.
think there are long-term effects. I think there are long-term effects to
I'm sure
injecting hormones into a pubescent child.
Nobody's
hang on,
talking
early in
about
development.
So puberty
injecting hormones.
blockers aren't
hang on,
hormones.
Nobody's talking.
So-
Nobody's
so-
talking
so
about
EOD
hormones.
Hang on,
Right,
everybody
right.
stop for a second.
Literally,
EOD,
no.
let me talk
I
to
mean,
EOD
actually-
for a sec.
I
Let me-
I was
please.
literally going to address the same thing, but like, no, nobody's talking about injecting hormones into a prepubescent kid. Dude,
Well-
like
Yeah.
this is the
Well,
we were
Puberty
literally
blockers
talking about
are puberty
What are
blockers
hormone
are
blockers?
fundamentally
GnR
different from
Yeah,
that.
and
GnRH antagonists, which like block the puberty from happening, not cross-sex
there's-
hormones.
So
right?
there's no
they
injection of
block
hormones.
hormones. They don't inject hormones. They block the hormones.
They block
from
hormones,
being
correct.
dispersed. Right.
All right.
Yeah. So
Now
But you're
also to
you're
counter
stunting the growth of
EOD,
that child.
EOD.
Is that not true?
Hang on.
No,
Go
that's
ahead,
not
Zoe, go
resumes.
ahead.
Not if you don't delay it until like 21 or something, right? If you delay until like 21, then yeah, but nobody does that. That would be stupid.
So at
So,
would
um,
it have been
now-
okay for me to take a pill that made my skin black? Would it
Hey,
be- would-
so
and-
EOD. So
Oh my
EOD.
God! See,
Hold on,
we-
talking
see,
about
see,
that.
so
That's one
talking
thing I
about
wanted to
that
cover
is,
about-
like, can
one
I
thing
be
I want to
black?
cover.
Transracialism,
Well, yeah,
guys.
he loves himself and wants to be
Such a
talked
troll.
about. But anyways,
No, I'm just
EOD, you got a
giving
moment?
examples
You're
here
a
of
troll. I
how
want to cover what you
crazy
said.
this is.
So EOD, there actually is. There are
This is crazy.
kids that get
You're
supplementary hormones in their youth, and my sister is actually one of the examples of it. She had very low estrogen, and so she ended up having to have an endocrinologist prescribe her supplemental estradiol in order to balance out her system.
Okay.
And this is something like
Is that not reinforcing her cisgenderism? Am I right?
it was just
No,
a
because she
it was because
It's
other issues stem from it when you're going through puberty and your hormone levels are low, right? So if you were, say, if you're a woman and you're trying to go in that direction, you don't have your period coming because your estrogen levels are low and they never peak enough for your period to kick in later on. And so she obviously was running into some issues with that. And so she saw an endocrinologist, and the endocrinologist prescribed her HRT. So just in general, there are issues where sometimes doctors have to actually make a choice and say, hey, it may be better for your child to go with this solution. It could be hormones, it could be hormone blockers, it could be antidepressants, it could be antipsychotics, it could be any number of these things. And these are things that a doctor decides to
So
do
medications
along
that
with
a
the
doctor
parents.
decides to prescribe in a particular instance where it seems applicable. I mean, I'm totally
Right?
fine with that. But
Yeah.
However,
that's what we're talking about.
however,
That's
part
what
of
we're
what we're
talking
talking about, part of what we're talking about is giving children who are as young as what was it that
At the stage
how young,
2
two?
of
Wow.
puberty,
3 years
generally-
old?
Two?
2 or
What?
3 years
No,
old? Yeah.
Those
No,
that's
they don't
that's
start it that
Trying to
early.
empower them to say, you know what, I don't like the sex that I was born with. I want to change that. And it's
That's
like
a crime.
these kids.
Right.
These kids
So,
can't-
here's the
I-
thing:
so
they don't
these
start it
kids
that
can't
early.
decide what they
What's
want
the
to eat for
difference
supper,
between
but
that
we're
and a
gonna let
kid?
them determine
What's the
their
difference in
sex.
that and a
That's
kid saying, I'm not happy, and them seeing a psychiatrist?
These are fucking white people problems right here. All self-created.
Oh,
Well, wait a
man.
minute,
Hey,
EOT,
Redneq back
EOT.
in with the race
You
shit.
understand
But
that
you know what?
that
They're
they
also
don't
black
start.
people
No matter
problems.
how
They're
They
you
don't
also
under.
Asian
They
people
don't.
problems.
no matter how you
Like I
argue
say,
this, you're
black
going to
people
argue
and
against
Asian
a bunch
people
of
are
other
also
things.
trans.
Okay, but
You're a
but
fucking
but
child,
they. You
Redneq.
understand
Shut
they
up and
don't.
sit down.
Well, let's just ignore Redneck.
Well,
So
no, I'm
no
trying
matter
to.
how way you try to
EOT.
argue this, you're going
Let
to end
Stardust
up
talk.
invalidating a whole bunch of other things that you are already okay with and already agree with. You're just used to them. That's all. This is just slightly newer, and so you're not used to it
No,
yet.
it's a fundamentally different.
Well,
I just explained
actually,
how they were
okay.
the
Here,
same.
here's one thing.
I
Here's
just explained how they were the same.
Yeah.
Explain to me
So-
how it
Not
is
inherently the same.
that it's not the same.
Let's start us trying to talk.
Okay.
I do want to respond to you, Zoni, but I want.
Okay.
Sorry,
So well, I want to say first off, I would say again, they don't start puberty blockers that early, unless a child is going through puberty at that age, which they shouldn't go through puberty at that age. It's bad for them. And then the second thing I would say is like we can even look at cases with like cancer, right? Cancer treatment is brutal. I know people who have been through it. They've been through chemotherapy, and they have made the decision that if they get cancer again, they're not doing it. They're just going to die because they would rather die than do chemotherapy. But we still allow parents and children to make this decision to go through this brutal process, right? To live. And I think that it's fair. If we do these even surgeries, right? Some kids go and they grow up getting surgery after surgery after surgery because they're born with disorders. If we allow parents and children to make these decisions with their medical providers to hopefully improve their quality of life, to hopefully extend the length of their life, and then I think it's fair that we allow them to make a decision that is far less brutal than what these other treatments are. A far less brutal choice, a far less brutal treatment, something that they can wait a few years, and it's just some medication that they take.
Sure.
Okay, so
so we don't. Nobody in here advocates for like permanent like changes to the body of the child before they reach an adult age, right? Like surgeries.
I
No.
don't think it's a good
Okay.
idea. Yeah.
Okay,
I,
right.
I that's why I believe like people shouldn't get tattoos, and it's very
Yeah, I didn't think so. So like, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't still wouldn't argue that laws like that are like a form of oppression, just because literally most freedoms that we enjoy as Americans aren't unlocked, so to say, until we reach the age 18 or 21 in the first place.
unless you
And
have
after,
parents, right?
Okay,
And
can
that
I
helps
can I
you.
can I
I mean,
just
no,
Hey,
still
can I
no.
ask a
Don't have
question?
power?
I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
joined.
sure.
Are we talking about like
well,
transgender
Puberty
shit
yeah, we're
blockers.
talking
and not
about
just
Yeah.
like
that.
yeah, okay. I was just
Yeah, we're
making
talking
sure
I'm
about
we're
puberty
transracial.
blockers.
I just
So
joined instead of
can
like
I
circumcision.
Yeah.
can I
Racial
can I
topic.
just address how
Hey,
it
we're
actually
talking
Hey,
about
how it
Kay, how are you
actually
doing, hon?
Good, how are you?
Oh, not too bad. I see you had a question in the chat. What's your question?
So somebody was harassing me because I had mentioned that I bought my fiance a gun for Christmas, and they were saying that that's technically illegal in the ATF standpoint, because it wasn't transferred immediately as I bought the gun. And I was just confused.
That's dumb.
Yeah, then they were trying to fight me on it, and I was like, I'm sorry, I left Christmas Day and just came back a day or two ago. So like,
No, you can give firearms.
I
It's
think
not
there's
bad.
a key
If you're
piece
in a
of a
private
straw
transfer
purchase.
state, yeah, you can easily
and it
do
was
that.
like
Key piece
it's
of a
my
straw purchase
fiance
is
who
that
I
it's
live
been
with,
to
and we also like
Yeah,
share
as
a
long as
gun
he does
safe.
not.
Like,
Yeah, it's one of those like. I mean, the only way if something was to come up would be like if say the person that you were gifting it to was a felon.
yeah, it would be like if my mom was giving it to my dad, who's a felon, and
Yeah,
then
it
it's
would be
like,
no
yeah, like,
different. No
yeah,
difference there, right?
Okay,
Like
the key
Yeah,
piece
in
part
that
most
doesn't
would be an
matter. It
cases,
only
issue.
matters
was
whether or
with
not they can
Be like,
intent
legally
to
yeah,
possess
get
a weapon.
around.
yeah,
If
Yeah.
it was with intent to get around the
yeah,
law,
that's
yeah.
there's
what
a
the
lot of stuff
qualifier
with
is
ATF
usually
that
for
is
Hey,
legal.
for
Like,
Andre, I see
intent.
you out there,
which
buddy.
like
You
my
want to jump in here?
fiance
Hop in.
Hey,
has
for
several
Andre.
guns. He
Yeah, you're
has
welcome
probably
to
more than
join.
me, which are legally obtained and legally in his name. So like, I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he was like, "You shouldn't say that on stream because like that's technically illegal." And I was like,
Sounds
"What
like
are you
someone that's ignorant
talking
of the
about?"
law.
I was like, "You're
Yeah.
crazy." I was like,
There isn't that much disagreement
So
here.
So can I just? I'm
I'm
gonna fuck
sorry. I'm
off
sorry,
and get.
Vivian.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna fuck off and get breakfast here in a minute, right? But I just want to address how it is in fact like discrimination / oppression against trans people to pass laws specifically to block trans children from accessing puberty blockers, right? For all other like medical conditions in society, right? Like medicine in general is there to promote the well-being of individuals, right? Is to make sure that is to try and provide them with the best possible outcomes for like whatever disorders or illnesses that they face, right? And for all other illnesses that we have in society, right? All other disorders, etc., we we don't legislate against people receiving the medical treatment that is generally agreed upon by the medical community as being the best treatment for them. We have numerous studies showing that like puberty blockers improve trans children's mental health, right?
Yeah.
That they have a good outcome from this treatment, right? And the only reason that we're legislating against them is because of society's like problems around transness. That's it, right? We make substantial changes to children's bodies if they have other disorders or whatever, right? They have
Cancer.
surgeries, etc. It's all been brought up, right? It is literally only transness that we legislate against in this fashion, and that's why it's discriminatory. Anyway, I'm gonna go and get myself.
Wait,
There's
I have
reasons for
I have
that,
a
but we
question
don't
really
need to go
quick
into that.
about so did somebody say earlier that the doctors recommend that your sex characteristics are fully developed before you get the surgery?
Josie said that, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
wait, so
vaginoplasty, yeah.
so the purpose
Yeah.
of puberty blockers
Like-
is to keep the child content until they reach an age where they should start like developing
yeah,
so
like-
they can prep for the surgery. Is that right?
If they choose to,
Okay.
Yeah,
you
not all
know, and
trans
that's
people go for surgery.
yeah,
Sure.
and honestly, as a 35-year-old woman being 36, like I it took me over 2 years to get my surgery scheduled. So it's already hard for adults. It's even more hard for children. So it's like not
Hey, I'm
it's not
35 too.
happening.
Woo.
Yeah.
Where does
It's
where does
okay.
the Equality
Hold on,
Act
hold on,
fit
hold
in?
on. Hold on. Okay.
As somebody who is in the nursing field and recently switched to public health, there is a lot of beneficial research that has occurred, or risk factors as well as beneficial issues that occur with hormone blockers or hormonal injections that occur, with a lot to do with cancer. A lot of cancers actually feed off of excess hormones.
Particularly estrogen, but
Yeah,
Yes,
we just
specifically estrogen. So like stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like if you're taking a lot of hormones, whether it be estrogen or testosterone, there's a lot of cancers that feed off of that. So if you're feeding a lot of that into your body, it actually like I'm sorry if I'm repeating stuff. I know you guys
predisposed
just said
to
it.
it.
But it definitely like predisposes you to a lot of
Okay.
cancer risks.
Okay,
No,
nobody's
no,
nobody's
Okay, we,
advocating
that's
for
why
it.
we
Yeah,
get,
we're not
I
talking
get,
about hormones prior to adulthood. What we're
It's not
specific
talking about
even
hormone
prior to, it's
blockers.
even after. It's
Right.
still a lot.
Yeah.
Like
I
I know
understand.
a
Yeah,
lot of
that's why
women
your hormone levels need to be
a lot of
monitored
women who
carefully.
go through
Yeah, I monitor. I monitor.
menopausal, even if you're getting estrogen replacement therapy, that can put you at a risk for cancers.
Yeah,
Yes,
Okay,
and
yeah.
I
I'm
agree,
off to
but I
get
get my
breakfast, but
blood
peace.
levels tested all the time.
Same.
Like I do that every 6 months to a year because it's part of my medical regimen because it's part of standard of care from
Yeah.
WPATH and all doctors.
So
and
you need to make sure
endocrinologists.
that it's like in a certain like
Absolutely, just
level
like
because
you.
a lot of people don't. And like even
Yeah.
as I'm a what is it called, cisgender female,
cis woman. Yeah.
yeah, so that like I don't get those tests done, and so my body could be producing more than like the average woman,
Yeah.
so I could be at risk more than like somebody who is
Yeah.
transgender,
Mhm.
but that's something that like we all need to take into consideration, even as like male or female, whether
Yeah.
you're transgender or not, because it does affect your body differently on
Well,
the
we
amount of
still
hormones you have in your body.
and when we get blood work done, we still have to fall within the band of a cis woman. So my hormone level like right in the fan of like a cis woman right now.
I would just be careful because a lot of like your
it's
body
super
makeup,
important for me.
yeah, your body makeup, even like as a
By the
transition
way,
to a
we're
male
not
to a
talking
female.
about DIY here. We're talking
Yeah,
about
we're
doctor
not.
prescribed.
We're talking about doctor
I'm like
prescribed
100% doctor prescribed.
and
I
puberty
understand that.
blockers. Not
But
even.
that
Yeah.
that stuff, it still affects it. So it still affects how
course.
your body
Yes.
like works and how your body transitions into adulthood and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And it
Yeah,
does affect
okay.
all that shit. So you need to be
polite we're all
very careful on that. And
I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it, but like as far as like I knew the risk going into transition. I know I'm sterile. I know that I have all the things that it is to be a woman in a woman's body.
yeah,
As
Josie, I
again,
don't know you
I have
from
to get
anywhere,
breast
so
cancer.
I wouldn't have
Yeah.
assumed that you are a transitioning person, so I wouldn't have
Aw,
said that. But
thanks.
like I'm just saying that like in general, like that is something that we need to take into consideration with people who are transgender and trying to switch to either male or female or female to male, because
Right.
on both sides of the spectrum, it's a lot to consider, and those
Yeah.
hormones, they do inject you with a lot that
I-
could affect somebody.
I
So
have
what
a
we're
question for you
specifically
guys.
talking about
I
though
was
is
trying
like
to ask that to get an answer though.
was pre-puberty, which is sorry, we're talking specifically about like puberty blockers, and we're just talking about like the rights of parents and children to seek medical treatment. And so like I think the main point that we were making is that we already allow parents and children to seek out treatments for things like cancer, and chemotherapy has long-term effects too, right? Chemotherapy is, again, very brutal, right? There are tons of surgeries that children go under that are very brutal, that have long-term effects. So it makes sense to me. How come we allow all of these things that are far worse, far harder on the body, on children, but we don't allow puberty blockers, essentially?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that, Stardust? Because we don't consider puberty a medical, like an illness. Puberty is not an illness.
Puberty is not the illness, but what is the illness?
natural.
Well, cancer's natural too. Cancer naturally
No,
occurs.
it's not. No, it's an illness. We don't
Cancer
consider
naturally occurs.
That's
It
like saying
does.
that's saying like breathing is an illness.
It is
because you breathe.
healthcare.
Do you
Yeah.
consider
Wait,
breathing an illness?
it
Do you
is
consider
health-
taking
it
a
is
shit an
different.
illness?
Brento,
Come on now.
we just gave examples
You're
earlier
just
of how
expanding the
puberty is
definition
an
of
illness.
illness to literally anything.
They want
Well, no, the illness is not the puberty. The illness is the
Stardust, be careful. You're gonna
No,
push
don't be
that
careful.
button.
Be honest.
You don't want that button.
No,
Well,
I'm not
the
saying
honesty
that at
is that
all.
look, we're dancing
Brento.
around the
There's no
problem.
bait.
We're dancing around. We're literally dancing around it. Viv kept drilling on me for bringing up pedophilia, and my argument was based around this exact topic. See, don't stop. Just relax
but it's
for a
not
second,
pedophilia
okay?
though. I wouldn't say that it's.
Okay,
okay.
I say
So-
we just
okay.
ignore Redneq from now on because he's not paying
God damn
attention
it,
to
I'm-
what we're saying. Brento,
I-
look.
No, you're gonna
I
skip
want to
over.
address what you were
I'm
saying
trying to finish my
because
point.
you
Damn it, that's
brought
not
up
fair.
that.
Hold the
Redneck
fuck
finished his
on.
point. That's not fair. He's talking.
fucking
No,
point
he's
is,
been
what
trolling
the
for the past hour or so.
Well, I don't think he's
I'm
trolling,
trying
but
No,
I think
he
that
has
there's
been.
just a
He may have a
fundamental
different opinion that you
difference
don't
in-
understand just because of age difference, which
Wait.
you should probably understand because it might back your point better or lessen your point.
That's funny
So
that you
maybe
say that.
listen
I'm
to it.
almost the
What is
same
your
age as
stance
him.
on what is your stance
I
on
don't know your age.
pedophilia?
I'm just
I
saying that.
don't
What
know
is
why
your
you said
stance on
that then.
pedophilia?
You just kind of
What
guessed
is your
for some
stance on
reason.
pedophilia?
Are you
What
I'm
is your
just
stance
saying
on
it may help
pedophilia?
you or benefit you. Like
You know
But
what?
he-
You know
he
what?
and I
Hold
are
on,
both
hold on,
Xers.
hold on, hold on. We're about to
I don't
get
even
into
know.
these things. I'm telling you, Conway Twitty's about to come out, y'all.
Dude, that'd be awesome, honestly.
I'm telling you.
Let's get some CTV tunes.
Anyway, I'm going to throw it to Stardust, who is apparently making her exit. All right. Or no?
No, I'm not making my exit. No.
Oh, okay.
I was asking a genuine question, CTV.
Goddamn
I
5
literally
a.m.
was
over there.
seriously asking a question.
Okay, so
Because I had to
Redneq,
accept. They said I was wrong, and I accepted it. I said, fine. I will not
Okay.
use it in that context. I need to know what the trans community on Twitch right now's stance is on pedophilia.
We're
How
against
do-
it.
Oh, they're very
First of all-
anti-pedophilia, and trust me, they have eviscerated
like-
me on social media for
Yeah.
even associating with people.
How are
who-
you even asking this?
Because guess what? Guess what? All of these rights that you're fighting for, they're able to use as well.
What?
What are
No,
you
they're
talking
not.
about?
They're not.
What are you talking about?
I would say that's a
Hey, Redneq,
psychiatric
what I'm saying
disorder.
is-
Telling you it's trolling.
What I'm
Can
saying
I
is,
say-
what I'm
can I say
saying
something
is,
really quickly?
what I'm saying is,
Can I say something really
Ask me
quickly?
what, hang on, bro. I'm gonna tell them where I'm getting it
No,
from.
go ahead, man.
There was
Go ahead, I
actually a
guess.
document.
You know what? In a brilliant stroke of genius, right? CTV is changing the entire dynamic of the panel. You see this cute little
What are
girl
we
right
talking
here?
about now?
You see this little girl right here?
Yeah.
Her name is Zelda, right?
Aw.
Zelda?
Zelda. She's a half Jack Russell Terrier, half miniature pinscher. She
I have a Jack Russell
apparently
Terrier. God bless
needs,
you.
yeah, she apparently needs to take a shit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw the microphone over to A for Andre, who has joined the panel. A for Andre, welcome back to the Wolf's Den, brother.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's nice to be here.
Andre, man.
Hey, I have a dog too. Look, look, look.
Oh, he's cute.
Hey, for Andre, I have 7 dogs, 5 cats, 2 parakeets, a rabbit.
You think you're better than me because you have a lot of dog shit?
Yeah, that was a flex.
I don't think I'm better than you. I'm just saying I have a zoo. So, which one do you want to see at the moment?
That's a very furry flex.
Hi, Andre.
Furry flex.
So
Hello.
CTV actually had documented proof.
Wait. Andre comes in the room
I
and
still had a
Kay's
point I wanted to
already
say.
trying. Hold on. Andre walks in the room and Kay's already trying to reveal herself to him. Oh my
Yep.
goodness. What is that?
100%. 100%.
It's early. Who knows what'll happen?
I'm like, do you like a zoo?
Yeah, no,
Well,
maybe.
I
Hey,
think
how's it going,
Oh,
friends?
go
I
ahead.
hear we're
I'm
talking about.
engaged, baby.
Good.
I'm sorry.
We're talking about
I saw-
trans puberty blockers.
I'm
I
sorry.
was gonna make this last point real quick about this
Go
point
ahead.
is that
Last
puberty
point.
blockers is healthcare. It's healthcare, and to deny that is going against the scientific medical community. That consensus, all the pediatric, medical organizations. Hey, look, sometimes they're wrong. I'm not going to deny that, but I'm going to say right now, as it stands, with the fact that suicidality has dropped in trans individuals who have received gender affirming care,
I do
it is clear. It is. I can show you that. But like the idea
So
is,
we should be
it is
throwing
very
kids.
Well, let's let her
clear.
finish. Let's let her
Josie,
finish.
can I make a comment when you're done?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah,
make a
for
comment? I
sure.
want to finish my. I want to get one in real quick.
I
I'll
would
make a
like
comment
to
as well.
say, I would say this, that currently with the model that I explained about children and how we deal with the process of children going through this delicate process, that our deconversion rate of trans people is actually like a percent, like 0.5%. And then half of that percentage is people still identify as trans, but they've gone stealth in their other gender that they were born as because societal pressures has forced them back into that situation. So the fact is, like, what we have witnessed and what we've seen with the current medical technology and how things are going, our detransition rate is so low. So something's going right. The quality of life of trans people go up dramatically. And if it saves children lives, because we were talking about protecting children just now, then we should give them the health care that actually is proven to save their lives. It drops by like 80-something%, as much as what an average cis kid's suicidality rate is. And it's a real deal. It's a real thing.
I 100% agree that mental health is a major issue with transgender people. I 100%. I agree with that on the whole spectrum of the LGBTQIA plus. I think that's the full term of it now.
Well, just a
And
point of clarity.
Where does it
I'm
end?
glad to
Where
see.
does
I'm
it
glad
end?
to
Oh my
see.
God, you
Let's-
fuckers can't let
Guys,
anybody start
guys,
talking for
guys.
fucking
Thank you,
more than
CTV.
20 seconds before you just have to fucking interrupt.
I agree. Thank you.
Like Jesus, everybody else shut the fuck up. Shut up. I don't want to hear fuck all. I don't want to hear you breathe. Right? I want it to be so quiet I feel like I'm fucking having a PTS motherfucking reaction to me being back on a fucking submarine. All right? That's how quiet I wanted to be in the fucking room. Oh, that's wonderful. Now, if you fuckers can like hand the mic off a little bit more casually, Kay, finish your point, please.
But I would say that mentally, I think that's 100% agreeable. I think that the biggest issue is mental health. I think we should have more therapists available, more therapists that are equipped to that type of experience to be able to achieve that. I will say I'm a right-leaning person. I believe in gun rights and shit like that, and they say that like we should take guns away, but I think it should be more about like I think it should be more about mental health. I think mental health is the biggest problem in anything we have experienced in life. So I believe that especially like in that community that you guys should have a better outlet for mental health experiences. And I think that would help you all a lot in a community that like accepts what you are going through and you guys can experience it. My biggest concern is the health effects long term. And like I said before, as a nursing major switch to public health, there's a lot of risks that evolve around certain transitions at certain times. My biggest research has gone into cervical cancer. If you take oral birth contraceptives for more than 5 years, your cervical cancer rate drops more than 0.5%, or 50%. So that's a lot.
That's a big
Yeah, so if you were a female and you were taking oral contraceptives for more than 5 years, that's 50% decreased in your chances of cervical cancer. Also, if you had experienced a pregnancy at one point.
You guys better be giving me subs, okay? If you want me to undeafen and not keep this deafened, y'all better be giving me some fucking subs, okay? Subscribe, bitches.
There is a
growing
switch
trend.
to that.
What?
Yeah,
It
there's
is
a
a
growing
growing
trend.
trend.
Yes,
Yeah,
100%.
Wild,
But
savage,
if
disgusting animal.
that those are things that occur that cause decrease in specific risks. So my research
for
has
the
gone into
subscribe.
like cancer epidemiology, so that's why like I speak about these things in the last semester that I've been in college. So that's
Wild,
where my
savage,
research has come
disgusting
from.
animal.
So there's a lot of other things that occur in the human body that affect on that. And so like I don't want to say that like I'm preaching to the choir or like about the same thing over and over again every topic you bring up. But I think there is a certain point that like it does make a difference. And I think if we
So-
can hold off a little bit longer, I could say like if we can do things that don't affect your body biologically
I want it
for
to
longer
affect their
terms.
body. They
disgusting
want it to
animal.
affect their body long term. They
I-
want
I-
boobs.
especially
They
women.
want
Wake up
they
your
want
food.
fatty tissue. They don't want to
And
grow.
that's the
And
thing, I
vice
understand.
versa for like we want those things.
100%. As like a female transitioning to male, you don't obviously want boobs and stuff like that. So you want to
Right.
stop those things. And as a male transitioning to female, you obviously don't want body hair and stuff like that. And I 100%
Yeah,
get that.
I had to deal with that.
But if we can hold off a little bit longer on it,
But then
I
that
think
hurts
it,
more people. There's no
I
holding off. So like this is my contention.
I
Okay, so
understand
I'm
it
gonna
hurts
do my
both ways.
contention. I'm gonna do my contention. So the W path and which is basically the universal standard on transitional care has like very brilliant clinicians and people. We have done a lot of research on this actual topic, and what we have done, and there's no more need for time. We have already got the studies and the proof and everything that's happened. There's elderly trans people. They've been trans for a long time and they haven't just killed over because they're trans. People get cancer. That's kind of a thing.
Yeah,
So
and
my
it's
thing
been
is
proven
this,
that a lot
and
of
let
them do
me
get it.
everybody gets cancer at
Yeah,
some
but
point, most
it is a
yeah,
lot
but
more higher
it's
with like
okay.
hormone transplants or
It's
yeah.
okay. One of the biggest issues in the United States currently is that we do not have a transgender health medical governing board in the United States, and we don't have a surgical governing board in the United States.
100%.
And
It's
one
more
of the reasons
plastic surgery and
and
what is it? Urogenesis or something.
endocrinology
Yeah,
and
yeah.
urology and all of these phase, there is no comprehensive medical board or surgical board, which is causing a lot of these issues where certain doctors don't know how to treat other patients. And one of the biggest issues that we deal with as a trans community is like in one part of the country, people will be prescribed this, and another part of the country, people would be prescribed this. And it's really creating a mixture of data of like, okay, what is being effective because it's working for some of us and not working for others. I can agree with
100%.
you 100% prevent because the medical community hasn't educated themselves. But we do have the evidence and the showing and how things have worked that transgender healthcare increases the quality of life and drops suicidal ideation so much.
And I
And the idea of waiting on that, since you agree with the mental health aspect,
Mhm.
that delay for a year can cost that child their life.
I don't want to
And
undervalue the like transition of like transgender, but I do think that the medical healthcare needs like a space to transition their doctors
but it
and their
already
nurses.
exists.
I understand that, but I think
I got a good doctor. I trust the doctor.
recently we've had a very long like sprout in them. So the numbers have increased drastically in the recent years. And so like you might say like, oh, 5 years, like that's a long time, but like when you're in school, like as a medical professional, you're probably in school for like 10 to 12 years before you actually determine like an actual like a surgeon. So it takes a lot of time. And I think because the drastic increase in numbers recently has caused a shortage in medical professionals who actually understand what the fuck is going on in those
Drastic
certain
increase
people.
in what numbers?
I would say like transgender people. I'm sure
Pursuing
it's
treatment?
pursuing treatment, yeah, or pursuing surgical treatment, I would say, rather than
So I want to explain the surgical issue. The trans community is very, very familiar with the bottleneck of good surgeons that can actually do the surgery. I hear
Yeah.
about botched surgeries all the time. It's actually a
Exactly.
huge issue that I'm dealing with in the trans community.
Exactly.
But like that shouldn't prevent children from getting puberty
No,
blockers.
Yeah, I feel like
100%.
conflating like
But
the
I think I
surgeries
agree,
with
but I
puberty
think
blockers.
I think it's also the lack of, especially like now in a time where we're dealing with COVID, a lot of us have drastically changed our studies from, even if we are a general surgeon, if we are a cardiothoracic surgeon, if whatever the fuck we are, we're now focusing on COVID right now.
Yeah, going from
HR
specialists to
yeah,
But
so like
hey, like you know what my
so
regimen is for HRT? It's not complicated. I take
no,
like 5
I
pills with my
100%
hormone blockers. I
understand,
take my patches. I change every 2 weeks. I don't go to the doctor every day.
but
In fact, I go to the doctor annually now
it's
because of
very
my blood level. So
hard.
my impact on the medical system is very low because the doctor that I'm talking to is an endocrinologist and not an epidemiologist.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm never drilling with the front line of
And
medical
so more
workers that
for
is taken
me,
away.
I switched from nursing to public health, which is more of an epidemiology aspect of it.
Yeah.
I'm more focused on that, but I think even every other doctor in that field has been switched more in the past 2 to 3 years to COVID rather
Right, but
than
my
anything
prescriptions are
else.
stable. My prescriptions are stable. Most
Yeah,
trans
so
women
like
are.
your
It's like I'm
doctors
not
who are
seeing
doing
them a lot.
that
And all my
focus are switching to that. So like
Yeah,
they aren't
and all
switching to anything, they're doing focus on that because that's what their like idea is.
Is there a way
But
to
But I'm
anyone
still
who
implement?
getting
works
my
in like
medicine.
I feel
cardiothoracic or
I
pulmonary
feel like
or any
we've
general surgery, you're more focused on COVID rather than anything else. And I think it definitely hurts the patient. I'm not saying it's beneficial in any way, shape,
I'm
or
getting
form.
good healthcare though, Kay. I
No,
feel like
yes,
you're assuming that a lot of trans
Sure.
people aren't getting good healthcare,
I feel
and I
I'm
get
Can I
I'm
say
not
great healthcare.
I'm not assuming, but I'm just
It's
saying
the
that
VA too.
they're not
you,
focused
Brenta.
more on that and on the research of that. They're more focused on COVID rather than anything else.
They
And
don't
a
need
lot
to
of
focus on my hormones.
so
I'm
exactly.
so
So
fine.
it's the same
K
thing. So the people who are already
this
focused on you are
applies
focused on that.
this applies to absolutely every other type of treatment that isn't COVID.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah,
But
so
I think
then you're
I
making
think
a point
trans
that doesn't
yeah,
really have anything to
but
do
I
with
think
what we're talking about.
transgender is more of a, I don't want to say a newer
It's
aspect, but I think it is
it's
more
still healthcare,
prominently newer.
but it's
So
still
like the
healthcare.
increase of it has been prominently newer than like most
Hormone
other things.
hormone management is a
The
very,
hands up.
very
Is that how you do it? Do you do
long-running
this?
medical practice.
Yeah, Andre, if you want to go, you can
Is
go.
that the way to
Go
do it?
on.
Do you hold your hand up?
Go
I
ahead,
don't.
Andre.
Just
Yeah,
jump
no.
in.
I was having such a hard time here because I'm listening to Kate talk, and I know she said she was a nurse, and we have
Well, I was a
think a
nursing
couple.
major, switched to
You
public
don't
health.
get to talk anymore. It's my turn.
I
Now
don't want
you
to say
talked
I'm
for way
nurse.
too long. But the last time somebody interrupted you, CTV jumped on them, so I wanted to be super patient.
No, just to interrupt me.
I definitely didn't want to speak over folks who know. It sounds like we have a couple of trans folk in here
Uh-huh.
who know way more than I do, so I wanted to let them speak. But I feel like this has become an obsession. What is the like for the panelists that are really concerned with perhaps hormone blockers for teenagers? Like what are you concerned about? What health issues? Like why? It seems like you have your nose in other folks' business, which is kind of counterintuitive. Like it would seem like
I would
It's
say
that's
Andre
not that's
did a
not
lot of.
it
I
doesn't
was
make
just
sense at
when
all.
when I
Andre,
talked about it, I was inquiring. I was just
yeah.
asking.
Hold on,
like,
hold on. Okay, so Andre, I think some of what I've been hearing has probably a little bit more to do with, say, government enabling the possibility of children's parents not being involved with the decision-making process. I think that's kind of where the animosity comes
I
in.
might have missed that conversation.
is this a real thing though? Is the government not allowing parents to be involved? I think that's probably like a
No, that's
a
not
boogeyman.
true.
That's
That's
not real, right?
nothing.
No,
Nothing's
the
happening.
left, the
I
trans
just read
community
the
has
bills.
advocated publicly that they have advocated publicly that on Twitch panels specifically that a child should have the right, even without parental consent, if they so deem themselves needing the services, and that
Let me
and
make you feel
included
better.
pre-puberty.
Let me make
even
you feel better,
Demon
Redneck,
Mama
as
is what
a
you're talking
as
about.
a
Even if,
as
wait,
a
wait,
national.
wait. Even if
Hold
this
on,
was
yeah.
true, even if this was true on Twitch panels,
True.
is this actually happening? Because I don't think so. I think this is
No,
probably,
it's not.
No,
It's
because
like
most
as
medical
a
professionals
leader,
follow the parents'
nobody.
guidelines.
No,
That's
Redneck is a
consent.
regular subscriber of Demon Mama and follows everything that Demon Mama
No,
preaches.
I'm not
So,
saying he is wrong, but there is probably a push to allow transgender people to make that decision on their own, not allowing the parents.
I
to be
have
part of that.
informed consent as over the age of 18,
Right.
but
Yeah.
like but you realize like with a child, I'm going to tell you right now, the way the United States deals with this, and I agree with it actually, and people can put me on the spigot or not, but my idea is that when you are a minor, you still have to go see a psychologist and get that diagnosis and then present as that gender for a full year before you're
100%.
actually prescribed hormone blockers. I have been on that kick for a long time. I was talking to a 14-year-old kid, right? And they were like, I don't know what to do because their parents said, hey, can you talk to this kid, right? And it was 14 and they were like, I want my puberty blockers. But I was like, have you finished that year? And I had to like be like, look, I transitioned at 34 years old and it sucked. But in reality, like this 1 year is going to be such a minor year. And because I do believe in the standard operating procedures of how we do the standard of care that we do have generally for everybody. So like I don't care what you heard from a Twitch streamer, Redneck. I'm a national leader in trans rights that is actually
national leader in
leading
trans
my
rights.
cars.
Is it impossible for me to say this because we see it with abortions? Children getting abortions without parents even getting notified because the safety of the child is the safety of the child is the first and foremost, because the child tells the facility, I can't tell my mom or dad because they're going to do something to me. The same thing you're telling me, the same thing doesn't happen in the transgender community. It is real. I'm asking a genuine question.
No, I don't. No, it's not real. No,
I don't know.
How many times have I Redneck?
This is where we slow it all down again. We're slowing it down.
Sound the
Shyla,
police.
hold on. Shut up. Shyla.
Oh, thank you. I was just gonna say goodnight because I'm leaving. So, and also that I just wanted to reiterate that one quote again: "Prepare not the road for the child, but the child for the road." And don't focus so much on groups and focus on individuals. And Redneck, you're my brother. So, while everybody here is a brother,
I like your hat. Your hat's tight as fuck.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you tonight, brother.
Josie, I just want to say that I think I agree with you more after that statement.
Thanks.
If you felt I was going against you, I wasn't
fair
trying to.
enough.
I just want to know. It seems like there's a lot of voices on here who are probably a bit more concerned about teenagers and hormone blockers, and I don't see like I'm trying to understand the other side of the argument. Could you present it?
If you don't
We're
mind.
just trying to get to an age restriction. We're just trying to get an understanding of a baseline because it keeps going lower and lower. Vivian brought up a 2-year-old being able to understand their identity of gender
But
at
Vivian's
2.
not here anymore.
She didn't bring up the treatment for the 2-year-old though, right? The only time there's treatment, for somebody that's young, is when they go through puberty early, when they go through puberty prematurely. Well, no, because the reason why is because exposure to those hormones, as what is your name? Was saying, Kay was saying, yes, early exposure to those hormones, if you go through puberty prematurely, like at age 5 or 6, can cause cancer later on. That's why we've had puberty blockers for this long. We've had them we've been using them since I think the early 90s.
Yeah,
so
like that.
yeah.
2-year-olds
I
need
think.
help with stairs.
Yeah, 80s when it was
sometimes.
around. Yeah.
I remember.
I missed the conversation on the idea of like the age requirement and on if parents were enabled. But I think, as Josie said, like if you wanted to do something, you should go through with something for a year of at least acting as a male or acting as a female,
Or
whether you're not,
presenting,
like,
or if they want,
yeah,
how
as
they want to
presenting.
present,
Like
whatever.
I'm born into a family. My dad, all he wanted in his life was a single male, and he got 3 females as a child. I was raised 100% as a tomboy. I'm 100% female. Like I promise you, I 100% want to be a female. But like,
I love tomboys.
I will
Wait.
go out and I will shoot a gun and I will go out and
At what age? At what age
like,
did you know? At what age did you know your gender identity?
I can't put an age requirement on that. Like I just, and that's the thing. And like, so
That's
like
the point.
I
think
can tell y'all
like
about the time I saw my dad's dick, and that's probably the first time that I saw.
For fuck's sake,
Oh,
Stardust!
That I realized there's a difference.
My mom
She thought it was a
this
tail.
again.
She thought it was a
on
tail.
New
It's a good
Year's, my
story.
mom tried to tell me about how like she remembers me because I'm the oldest child walking in on them having sex, and I was like, I don't remember that. Can we please not talk about, like, this is not happening right now. Like, let me leave the room before you try to talk about this, because I don't remember this and I don't want to remember it. Like, but like
For my
that's a
for my
thing. Like,
Texan. Oh, sorry, Kay.
you're good, but like I think, like, as Josie said, like if you believe you are the opposite gender, I believe that you should present in that way. Like I know somebody who I grew up with them for like 4 to 5 years of them being a female, and now they are a male, and for a year or so they went through a period of them presenting as a male, and eventually they went through hormone blockers and stuff like that. I don't believe they went through surgery, but I could be wrong. I haven't spoke to them in a year or so. But they have gone through that procedure of hormone blockers. I know that as much. And they present as a male 100%. And I think that's awesome. And if that's what you want to do, I'm 100% for it. But I think you need to take those precautions. Like if I decided I want to be a male today, or like I wanted to be gay, like I want to be a lesbian, whatever, like I would go through those processes of like figuring that out and going through that steps. I wouldn't just be like, oh, 100% I'm a lesbian today. Like I would go through those motions and feel out what I am before I would be like 100% I am this.
And I'm pretty
So-
sure most trans people will tell you it's a journey. Go ahead, Ren.
So the journey, I had a multi-part question, but that journey brings up a whole nother one, because the gender fluid people believe that they can daily choose what they are, and that we as a society need to know that or understand that, and that creates
Can I
further
answer that
confusion.
question real quick?
Not
And it'll be
yet.
done.
Just
2 seconds.
no,
2 seconds.
no,
Because you don't let me get back
Let
to
him
it.
finish his statement. Let him finish his statement.
But he never get back to it though. I just wanted to say, if they're
What's on
identified
you?
as trans, that's all I care about, right? If they identify as trans, I want them to have rights. I don't care about the pronouns or whatever they use. I just care about trans rights. So it doesn't matter to
So,
me.
well, okay, so here's the second question then. Why do you have to change anything about yourself physically if you're okay identifying yourself as who you are, and you just are who you are?
I have severe gender
Is the
dysphoria.
why did,
That's
okay,
why I'm not streaming right now, because my
So,
dysphoria
so
has
does
been
the
really
majority?
bad.
So does the
Yeah.
majority? So does the majority of transgenders suffer from gender dysphoria?
I would say probably a majority, but not everybody.
Which is
Okay,
what I
so
was
if I
saying
suffer, so if
earlier.
I suffer from, if I suffer from a dysphoria,
Do it.
but it's not connected to my dick,
So
Is it
like your
still the same?
clothes
Don't
drop.
do it.
Well,
It's
there's
a-
body
no, no,
body
no,
Why do you keep
disorders,
dragging
right?
it over to this? We're not even talking about that. We're talking about
But
something
I'm
else
just trying because
entirely.
I'm going to bring it up to the
It's
third
not.
question.
I'm
The
not.
third question,
You
which was what he said is can't be real. Yes, children as early as 3 years old, from an article in 2018, have been transitioned and started transition with parent consent. And there's a special case for Josie I'd like her
Not
to address. Which is,
transitioning, no. Not transitioning.
please stop,
Socially
please. Let me
happened.
just. I have the
No,
links
you
here. I
just-
can go ahead and post if you need them to. It's right off y'all's things here. There's also a case in Texas where a girl named Luna Younger, she's 7. Her mom is affirming her as being trans. Her father is not. Who has the rights?
Yeah, that court case has been debunked many times. There's
Yeah.
actually a really great Vice article on it.
Ooh, it's not real.
Is it true or not?
It doesn't
it's
sound like
not
it's true. They just
Debunked?
said
It
it was
hasn't been
debunked.
debunked.
Yeah.
It's like
It's
it's
been
an actual
debunked. Yeah,
case.
there's actually the judges have already ruled on this. that
Okay,
the
what's the ruling?
person needs to
Brinto,
stay
what
away
do you
from
know
it.
about
I'll pull it up.
Oh, it's right in my neighborhood. That's happening.
It's not
Or was
debunked.
sorry,
happening.
what was the
It's
verdict
debunked.
on
It's
it?
like it's a real
The kid's
thing.
name
That
Luna
that the
and
child
whatever.
wants to do this. It's like a story father kind of made up and then continued to harass and say this is what's happening to my kid, but the kid ran and
I'm
it was
sorry, you cut
actually
out.
it was actually a
You cut
there was
out, yeah.
actually oh sorry so there was actually a situation. It was in Dallas, Texas, I believe.
Good night,
that
Bosset. Thank you for being
actually
so based.
the child was
Best
going
mod.
to the gender affirming clinic, and it was harassed so much that gender affirming clinic had to shut down and they had to move because of the Facebook vitriol that particular father was doing. I will actually find the Vice article about the court cases about this, but this is a very old case that has no real relevance.
2019? 2019? Is Vox
what-
suppressing
what-
society?
what-
or
what-
Fox?
what-
Vice article
Hang on,
is a
what
case
I'm-
that has no relevance.
what-
What
was
I,
it-
yeah,
what
what
was-
I'm wondering is why did you bring this up, Redneq? What is your point?
Yeah,
Because Andre was he was asking why we were stuck on the age thing, and I'm sitting here trying. I said flippantly, we've been trying to figure out an age barrier because my whole beef that keeps getting tied to me with transgender or transphobia is the pedophilia thing. Everybody wants to tie that to me as well. Because hang on,
I'm
getting
really
there.
confused
Because
where you're going with this.
if I never can fucking finish, you're gonna stay confused. You motherfuckers interrupt every goddamn time.
Keep going.
Every
Jen.
fucking
Keep talking.
time.
Keep
GD.
talking.
How
Stop
fucking
being
hard is it
mad.
not to say GD? Redneck, for fuck's
Hard
sake.
for me because I get
For fuck's
pissed
sake.
off. For fuck's sakes, these
Fuck's
motherfuckers don't stop.
Okay, what's that? There's
Whenever we start talking about transgender
Well, now you're
issues
just
with
talking
me,
about the
and I get
things that we
attacked.
talked about. Just talk. Make your point. Just go on.
Yeah.
I have to get my train of thought back. Thank you. Can I do this?
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. Take a pause. I do it all the time.
Fuck it. No, just fuck it.
A moment of silence for Redneq.
All right, I'll tell you what I think. I think it's completely
Yeah.
disingenuous. I think it's almost hateful. I would say it's like fucked up to bring up trans folk and pedophilia in the same sentence. Like, what are you suggesting? What's the correlation?
Suggesting there should be an age. There should be a recognition of the point where
we
like
get an understanding
I
age.
could understand it because there's a lot of people that do correlate those things. I don't know any like actual like evidence-based practices that do, but I have heard of situations that it has occurred in.
Yeah, it's a narrative that
I
our
have a
haters
link.
have for
I have a
us.
link
They try to
that
link the
is-
LGBTQ
that is-
community with
I have
pedophiles
a
all the
link
time.
from a professor, Alan Walker,
Put it in the
at Old Dominion University. She was just let go. This is from December 13th, and she
Again.
advocated. This is a fucking article that's true news.
I
What
just
more do
put
you
out
want me to
another
do here?
article too on chat, just to let you know.
Yeah, Vox
I put the Vox article.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Sorry, not
basically,
Vice.
this
Vox.
person
It has the word true in it. It's got to be honest, right?
This professor she resigned last month following the criticism stemming from her views on pedophilia. She argued that pedophiles should be destigmatized by identifying them as minor attracted people rather than the pejorative term pedophile, because attraction to children is a sexual orientation and not immoral. So again, when I start talking about transgender issues and they start talking about transitioning children,
Yeah, guess what? We all disagree with that person,
Hold
by
on,
the way.
agree or disagree. What does that have to do with?
Or not
folks
all, but the
transitioning?
vast majority of
you're still dealing with twofold. We all agree we hate pedophiles, but they're using the fucking narrative that this fucking transgender person is telling me I have to accept as their excuse too.
So
Are you kidding me?
Okay. If
How
one,
do you not
if one
understand that?
hold on. If one trans person tells you that fucking Tony Stark is Iron Man, what is your problem with trans folk? That is
Andre,
one person.
Andre,
Don't talk about
you know
Tony
for a
Stark like
fucking
that.
fact
Don't
this is
talk about
happening.
Tony Stark like that.
Andre, that's bullshit.
You're saying one trans
That's
person is the
bullshit.
author of this article. So
Redneck.
Andre, that's not what we're saying.
What does that even mean?
What we're saying is that over the past 2 or 3 years, we've been saying this over and over, that where's the slope stop? Because it's very slippery. And even with transgender,
What
and
are you
just transgender
talking
issue-
about?
Because pedophilia is a psychiatric disorder, or at
Thank
least
you.
that's what.
And you
we
just
think.
said that majority of your community has a gender dysphoria, so
Sure,
they can
but-
sit there and use these same things.
Dude,
just like racial dysphoria.
Wait a minute. A whole shit ton of people have psychiatric disorders.
Sure.
What are you talking about? Look. how
Yeah,
about
the
this,
other
Nick?
say
How about
that
this?
okay.
I got
So
something
pedophilia
for you.
specifically harms people who can't consent, right? That's the difference.
And I
So
accept
the
that
question.
difference.
The question
then
is now like if
So
if,
what
the,
you're
if
talking
a
about
child
is that-
well hold on Zoni,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Brinto,
say,
please
if a
translate.
child who is prepubescent can identify as something as a different gender and go through gender transition prior to puberty, how do we trust a child's decision to identify
They're not
that
going
way?
through gender transition. They're they're getting puberty blockers,
That
right?
puberty block. You're supposed
transition.
puberty. Okay, well, I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
So I was talking to you earlier. You said that cancer is natural in the same way that puberty is natural, and I said if cancer is natural in the same way puberty is natural, then breathing is like cancer.
Sure,
You have no
every
distinction for
psychiatric
medical
disorder
treatment.
is natural.
No. Yeah, well, that's the point because now you're defining illnesses as natural, which makes there's no point for there's no justification for any kind of medical treatment.
No,
for
that doesn't
anything.
mean it. Just because something is
Yes, it
natural
does that
doesn't
mean
mean no, it doesn't. So
because
just
cancer
because
can be
something is
cured
natural
by
doesn't mean excuse me. Just because something is natural doesn't mean that we don't treat it, right? Dying is natural. We want to prevent
True.
people from dying, right?
Yes, that's true.
early
But we don't-
pubescence.
but we
Early
do
draw a
puberty.
distinction.
Yeah, early
We
puberty.
Early
draw a
puberty is
distinction.
natural. It's still bad for children.
We draw a distinction between things that are good or bad.
Right, and gender dysphoria
Puberty
is bad
is
for
not
children.
Bad. Puberty is not bad.
Puberty is not what's bad, but gender dysphoria
Well,
is.
wait, hang on. Sometimes puberty
And
is.
gender
Hang
dysphoria
on.
is bad. Not
Brento,
puberty.
the example
But you
was
shouldn't-
given.
You shouldn't stop puberty.
Well,
because of
sometimes
gender
puberty
dysphoria.
is bad. Sometimes
No,
puberty is
puberty is
bad.
not- no, puberty is
puberty
not
at
bad.
6 years old
No,
is bad.
puberty is a
It's bad.
natural thing that
Okay,
people
okay,
have to go
just
through.
wait,
What
just
was
wait,
said
wait,
earlier,
wait, wait,
Brento.
wait,
If
wait,
you
hold
think
on, one
puberty
second,
is
one second,
bad,
one second.
you are going
Engage
to
with the
harm a
argument.
child if you prevent them going through
Brento,
Right.
puberty.
engage
Okay,
with what was
Brento.
said.
Puberty at 6 years old is bad because that
Puberty at 6
exposes
years old
children.
would be
Excuse
yes.
me. Let me finish, please. So
Go
the
ahead.
reason why puberty at 6 and 5 years old is bad for the child, again, is because it puts them at an elevated risk for cancer. So yes, puberty can be bad.
Yes. If you are
Natural
putting a
things
child
can be
on-
bad.
I understand. If you are putting a child on any tract where they are not going to develop through puberty at all, putting them puberty blockers where they will end
it's
up
not that they're
not
not going
going
to.
through puberty, you are going to
not that
harm
they're
them.
not going
period.
to.
Really, Brento, what are your credentials for this?
It's not that they're
I
not
know,
going
fucking-
through
it's
it.
like- it's
They're
like-
going
it's
to
like-
go
that's
through
like
it.
fucking common sense if you don't know that. That's like saying like
Brento, cite
if you
something.
strangle a
Anything.
child, they can't
Cite
breathe. What are
something,
your
Brento.
credentials for saying
Cite
that? Are you
something,
crazy?
Okay,
Are you
so let's
insane?
just not
He's
treat
been
any
saying
child for
something
cancer
mental
because
illness.
chemotherapy
Like,
can
it's
have
like asking
can
me,
have
like, what my
permanent
credentials are for telling you it's fucking
chemotherapy can
raining.
have
Like,
permanent
something.
side
You just
effects
made
and it's
something up from
painful.
scratch.
So
you're-
let's
no,
not
no,
let's
no,
not
this is
let's not
totally
treat anybody
out
for
of the
cancer.
scope of any
Let's just
conversation.
let every
Stop.
child die of cancer.
Stop.
Brento, you just made
Potato
something
Karen
up.
is pretty sick.
No,
Stop.
Zoni, if you don't recognize this is
Cite
insane.
something.
What is
I
the guy in the
have
robe?
been a laboratory technician in a clinical laboratory, and one of the things that I've come across has been a young infant with pubic hair. This is a question that has happened. It does happen quite a bit, and this is not normal. This is something where we have to try to take some steps to try and correct an issue. Stardust is 100% fucking based. He's saying that in certain occasions shit gets screwed. And the way dominoes are supposed to fall, they don't necessarily fall. Puberty blockers do have a place in society. I mean, I'm 100% with that. I'm 100% with that. I'm 100% with the idea that there is a medical need for this kind of thing. However, we have to realize that children cannot make real decisions that will change their lives forever, and there must be some sort of threshold in order to
Right,
Agreed.
but chemotherapy
Agreed.
also changes their
as
life
someone,
forever.
and to state my credentials, I've seen both of the episodes of Boba Fett. They're good. It's not as good as
Nice.
Mandalorian, but it's really good. And I consider myself an expert. But like, what I mean, like, still super concerned. You're saying like, so for me, it seems like 18 and up, you make your own decision. Under 18, you have to consult a parent.
How many of us has made some decision?
Can we revisit the fact?
Serious.
Can we
By
revisit
raising
the fact?
hands. By
Can we
raising
revisit-
hands, who has made a dumbass decision before the age of 18 that now, as an adult, you have realized that it's a dumbass decision?
Okay, nobody's
Joining
saying
the
that.
military.
Okay,
nobody's
but
saying
this is
that.
not okay. Wait a minute.
I have another
saying?
Joining the military.
I have another
No,
question.
What did you put
Okay,
I have
okay,
I have
guys,
another
please,
question.
please.
After the age of 18, what have you made a dumbass decision that you realize has not been beneficial to your life now?
Okay, nobody's saying
This
that.
is
right? Okay,
this
nobody's
is
saying that.
I'm just
okay,
saying,
okay, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, wait.
No
If
matter
we go
what
back
the
to
age you are, it doesn't make a difference on like
because
the
puberty blockers don't have nearly the same side effects as chemotherapy does. Chemotherapy can affect people later. There are people who literally choose to fucking die instead of take chemotherapy again.
How many people
Slow down.
early age
Yeah, it
have
could affect you
decided
way
that
down
they
the line, you
wanted
don't
to
even
be a
know about it,
different
kinda like the
gender and have
corona
also switched back?
inoculation.
I don't know the statistics, so I could be 100%
half
wrong.
Like a 0.5% or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's some. It's a.
Also,
Of
this
which-
is
of
not
which
the
the
biggest-
It's like
majority-
99 point something.
I don't know how many times
Of
we have to
which
go
the
through this.
majority-
There are
Okay.
tons of treatments that
which the
children
majority
go
only
through
said
that are
Question for
far
Karen.
more long-lasting than puberty blockers.
I got a
Real
question
quick,
for
why are
Karen.
we
Hang on.
why are we
Be
asking
more long-lasting
Brento?
if you don't
Why
know.
are
What
we
about
asking Brento
Accutane?
what his
How many kids
credentials
get
are?
Accutane? That can cause severe like birth
Because
defects if they get.
we're asking-
Because that's the only argument they have, Cam.
If you can,
That's it.
wait,
Hold on. You asked Brent
This is an appeal to authority.
Hold on.
I'm answering a question that was asked.
Yeah, pause.
Yeah.
Now, if you would please click on the thing in the upper left-hand corner. If you'll click on that
we
for
all
me,
did.
please.
Got
I
it.
did at least.
Everybody clicking on it? Okay, good. Okay,
What
good.
thing?
The watch stream.
Yeah, there's
Conway Twitty.
watch stream, right? All right, here we go. For a minute here, right? We've got to take it away. So everybody listen. Everybody
Oh,
listen.
God.
Here we go.
Oh God.
This is for all of
You could have picked some good country.
A lot of ways of saying
whack.
what I want to say to you. There's songs and poems and promises and dreams that might come true. But I won't talk of starry skies or moonlight on the ground. I'll come right out and tell you I'd just love to lay you down. Lay you down.
No.
Pretty love words in your
What's
ear.
going on?
Lay you down and tell you all the things.
This is a good
my
song. Do you not
woman
even know
loves
this?
to hear.
Chat. I'm gonna raid into CTV. I don't know how much longer I can stay up. My blood pressure is rising. But thank you for sticking with me. I'll probably be on this panel until it ends, so here we go.
I love it. I love
That's
it.
so much better, right?
It really is.
That's a
The
nice
worst.
moment for
100%.
everybody.
Thank you so much for the sub 9001.
I'm gonna take that interlude, ACTV, man. I'm gonna duck out. Yo,
Have fun,
it was
Needle
a
Arms.
great pleasure to see all of y'all. It's been a hot minute.
Me
I am gonna start streaming again. Coming in the next couple weeks. I'm moving.
I've been hearing that shit for months, Grumple. Fucking do it.
Yeah,
Quit
really,
telling me about
Grumple?
it, all right?
You did that excellent
also been
meme.
saying
You
that,
memed
so-
everybody and then you didn't stream. How can you do
Yeah,
that?
yeah, no,
that was the
I'm-
best
I'm, like,
advertising for
legit
yourself you've
moving.
ever done, and you just don't stream after that. It's ridiculous.
Hey, everybody, blue balls.
Look,
Y'all
I've
stay
missed my
sexy.
noodly armed boy. Okay,
Oh,
I want Noodle to come back and stream again. That's what I want.
Oh, wow, what the hell
One
just
thing I
happened?
just want to clarify because I want to kind of because one thing that Josie was
Don't
talking
be a
about earlier
Debbie Downers on you.
Mhm.
is this. I just
Oh, wow,
Josie-
Stardust. Appreciate the raid, hun.
so Josie, you weren't
225.
ever making
That's from
any.
Conway, huh?
Fuck. Holy fuck.
What?
Oh my god,
Say
it's almost
again?
6 a.m.
Boy, they keep
I
talking.
know,
I'm
I
just
know.
gonna let them go do their
No,
thing.
no, you're good, Danya. Go ahead. Tell me.
I was just gonna say, like, you weren't ever advocating for the child making the decision on their own, right?
No, never, never, never.
Yeah,
I
and I don't
it's always
recall
it
that.
should always be with an adult and medical provider. Absolutely, parent
Yeah,
guardian.
so I think that's what's being missed by Kay and by others as well.
I'm not
is-
just saying, but I wasn't saying that.
We're
I
not missing.
agree
It's
that
happening, and you guys are claiming it ain't, and we're supposed to just sit here and trust three Twitch trans.
I literally just.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Redneck. You're gonna have to.
I
You're gonna have to
agree
show us
that
something.
I'm
agree
gonna
that
go,
it should be
guys.
Full of
between
shit.
I'm gonna go.
It's like, it's like the moral god sitting in front
I
of like
can-
Thanos or
I
something. Like,
agree
shout
that
herself out.
100% it should be between the child and the parent. That is 100%. If you are under the age of 18, I don't care what the decision is, whether it's beneficial or not to you. I think that is 100% up to the parent. Because in this day and age, we believe that under the age of 18, you are not able to make the decision on your own. So I believe that your parent should be able to assist you in those decisions. And then also 100% the medical professional, because they are the ones who know what's best for you medically.
So then,
So
yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
what
go, guys. I
Josie
just
wasn't.
Bye, Stardust.
I just
see
want to.
his
I want to
comment.
say
Shout her
bye
out.
real quick. I want to say thank you guys for letting me ask all my questions. I know generally like when people ask those questions, they're not asking in good faith. I actually wanted to have something that I can say when somebody does ask me something like that. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, Viv. And also thank you, Redneq, for engaging in the dialogue with me. I appreciate it. I know it's very heated for you, and you know, you've got a lot of history with this community. So, and yeah, I thank you, Zonia, for also, and Josie as well. I think this is very heated for both. From what I can tell from both sides, it's very heated,
100%.
and I really
It's our
appreciate
existence.
as much as you know. And I know I'm right now I'm a very controversial figure, so you know I understand also it's not easy to do that. So
Stardust,
thank you
I just
guys.
want to say that even though I haven't been on this podcast with you, that I do know that you speak from both sides, even though you lean more towards one. That I think you hit both sides of the spectrum, and you do want to understand what everyone's talking about.
I just try to be charitable to everybody. I think that's the way that we like figure out how to really communicate and bridge the gap. But have a good one,
100%.
guys.
think you're
Thank you,
pretty good.
CTV.
Good talking to you,
CTV is the best host. Amazing. I have never seen a dude soothe a crowd. He's like the crowd whisperer. Forget, you know. Okay. Anyway, see you guys later. Have a good one.